global consciousness around the illegal occupation of Palestine, and especially around the genocide during the last 2 years. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Richard Falk and to all who helped organize the Gaza Tribunal or are participating in its proceedings. This is precisely what we need in this moment. It is especially critical to hear about the testimony given to the tribunal, given the U.S. attacks on Francesca Albanese, the UN rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories, who has been denied entrance to the U.S. and has had her assets frozen in this country. The tribunal gives us the opportunity to hear not from governments, but rather from people's voices around the world. As we bemoan the indescribable devastation in Gaza produced by Israel, and in many instances by weapons provided by the United States, we stand with the Palestinian people who, having done nothing to deserve these disastrous assaults, provide the world with the best possible examples of what it means to love freedom and self-determination, and to stand up to the most destructive forms of settler colonialism in order to affirm their insistence on our collective rights to determine our political, economic, and social destinies. In this sense, the Palestinians are standing up for those who are struggling in Congo, in Sudan, in Haiti, and by extension, are standing up for all of us. And so thank you, Gaza Tribunal, for facilitating proceedings that will allow the call for a free Palestine and the voices of freedom-loving and forward-looking people to resonate around the planet. Thank you.
Thank you to Angela Davis. Angela Davis is an American Marxist and a feminist political activist, philosopher, academic, and author. She's a distinguished professor emerita at Feminist Studies and History of Consciousness at the University of California, Santa Cruz, United States. And now, after Angela's statement of conscience, it is time to start with the first panel called The Crimes, Starvation, Ecocide, and Domicide. I do like to emphasize that after every speaking, we will have time to make a discussion with opening questions and answer session. So we should start with Hani Al-Madoun and a subject called Starvation by Design, Blocked Aid and the Fight to Feed Gaza. We're talking to a witness and they're online. Hani, good morning. Do you hear us?
Yes, good morning.
Please, the time is yours.
Thank you. Honorable jury of conscience, esteemed colleagues, and all listening in from around the world. Thank you for inviting me today. Thank you for your critical work. You are doing to document and report the truth on the cruelties the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank are enduring. My testimony can help in this effort. I serve as the Senior Director of Philanthropy for UNRWA USA, but in early 2024, I co-founded the Gaza Soup Kitchen with my late brother, Chef Mahmoud. I am here to speak about the occupation's deliberate starvation of Gaza, a crime the world has witnessed and must never forget. Along with my family and colleagues at the Gaza Soup Kitchen, I have been seeing firsthand how impossible it has become to get even minimal aid into Gaza over the past 2 years, because the occupation has intentionally and consistently blocked it. The kitchen's work has not been easy, nor has it been easy for any individual or organization in Gaza trying to save people from starvation. I hear the difficulties in my family's voices in the messages they send me every day, every night. They are being starved, they're watching neighbors starve, and they still try every day to find ways to feed their family, their neighbors, and friends. Ever since Israel announced its first total blockade of Gaza on October 9, 2023, it has largely blocked food, medicine, and other essentials from entering the Strip. Some minimal aid has been allowed in over the past 2 years, but never enough for the Palestinians to survive. And the occupation knows this. As The Guardian reported, Israeli government data confirms that Gaza has been systematically starved. From March through June this year, they allowed less than 25% of the food Gaza needs. Less than 25% of what 2.3 million people needed to survive. Thanks to the Palestinian journalist, the world has finally been seeing the consequences. Famine set and emaciated children took their last breath, even as hundreds of trucks full of humanitarian aid sat waiting at Gaza borders, denied entry by Israel. With funds raised by people around the world, my family and colleagues at the Gaza Soup Kitchen have continued to serve people as best as we can. Sometimes all we could offer was a bland pasta or soup made out of foraged plants, but it has helped people survive. In total, we served about 19 million meals to half a million people since early 2024. Some of these things we were able to cook because the rain grew some of these leaves and plants. I'm constantly in touch with colleagues coordinating the kitchens around the Gaza Strip. They tell me stories of families walking miles for a meal, children with arms so thin you could see every bone. Mothers and grandmothers are collapsing on the streets, especially last summer and this summer as well. There are many rounds of famine that happened in Gaza. The most brutal one happened in May, June, and July of this year, when one elderly woman fainted in the front of our kitchen, and my team thankfully had access to an IV in our medical point that saved her life. Through all this, I have watched our staff endure the pain of hunger themselves, losing weight, losing hair, and yet they return every single day to feed others. Because if they stopped, who else could feed the people? Through grief, through labor, and love, we Palestinians continue to find ways to feed each other, even after burying brothers, sisters, children, and neighbors killed by bombing, starvation, or preventable diseases. And what makes it all worse is the occupation's effort to deny its crimes. They have used old photos from our kitchen to claim there are no famine in Gaza, 4 months old, taken before hunger peaked. It was hard to describe the horror I felt even knowing that the propaganda campaigns have shielded the occupation for nearly 80 years. They showed our modest food as if it was abundance, while children cried in silence. Neighbors scavenged for leaves and weed, and mothers went without so their babies might survive another night. They also endangered my family again. After losing my brother, my beloved brother, to a targeted bombing, they manipulated images of our efforts to care for each other to pretend nothing was wrong. This is the same army that sent a drone to kill my brother Sheikh Mahmoud. His only crime was delivering food for the Kamal Adwan hospital in North Gaza. The day he was killed, they sent a drone to monitor the situation. He was walking to Kamal Adwan Hospital to meet with Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya because he had delivered produce that day. And before he can get there, their violence claimed his life. This is the audacity of the occupation, to starve an entire population, to engineer suffering, then twist our resilience into a claim that we are the liars. We are asked, the Palestinians are the only people under the sun who are asked every day to prove and provide evidence to show our suffering. These propaganda machines show a pot of stew or meager bread to distract us from the fact that they have decimated Gaza, destroying homes, livelihood, and land. On Gaza Humanitarian Foundation aid sites, or as some call them, the Gaza Horror Foundation aid sites, Palestinians seeking help were systematically targeted. My 18-year-old cousin Samih was killed at those aid sites near Khan Yunis in August. His body was delivered to us unclothed, a violation of deeply held cultural and religious tradition. Countless other aid seekers have vanished under similar circumstances. I raise this because the campaign of lies will continue. Until today, Gaza does not have enough food. Even the agreements with the ceasefire have not been met. There are those who will act as if Gaza's suffering wasn't severe. We must not let that narrative take hold. The occupation starves Gaza, and it continues to do so. Even during the current ceasefire, aid has not flowed into Gaza as promised. And instead of 608 trucks, Gaza sees an average of only 89 trucks. We know that Gaza needs more than 608 trucks. The United Nations confirms that it does not get in sufficient amount. We must do three things. I'm here to ask you. Keep pressure on the occupation until Gaza is fully fed. Never allow anyone to question that Israel starved Gaza. Share the proof. Show the calculated design behind it. This is not an accident. This is not an act of nature. You need to name those who starved the Palestinians. 3. Push to end the siege and occupation. Because forcing famine is not new. Even before the complete blockade in 2007, the occupation limited the types of amount of nutrition and nutrients the resources were allowed into Gaza. Much of these policies remain, in addition to the genocidal practices that we're seeing. As the soup kitchen, we cannot pretend things are in dire. We witness hunger daily. We taste it in every dry mouth. We see it in every thinning arm, in every face of a father who once sang his children to sleep after dinner. We see them trying to get food for their kids, and they themselves skip these meals. We fight with what the little we have. We barter, we cook. Even getting money to Gaza has become akin to a mission impossible. How can we get our family food if we can't get the money to buy what's little in Gaza? At the Gaza Soup Kitchen, we distribute meals. We bury our loved ones and return to ladle of soup the same afternoon. This is the reality for Palestinians. This is Gaza's right now. We buried Chef Mahmoud, and the next day, my sister Chef Fatin was cooking for the community. And yet, despite the bombs, drones, rockets, and destroyed homes, we continue. Every meal, every cup of water, every tray of bread is an act of defiance, a refusal to allow our children, neighbors, and people to quietly disappear as the occupation wishes. The Gaza Soup Kitchen was never supposed to exist, but here we are, 20 months into our operation, And instead of closing soup kitchens, we're opening more because Israel continues to gift us more suffering, to test our patience, and claim the lives of many family members. So I tell you now, the Gaza soup kitchen is not a photo op. Gaza is not a photo op. It is a place of grief, defiance, a testament to what truly means to provide aid in times of need. The message was sent to the world this week is vital. Gaza will continue. Palestinians will continue. We will always continue. And the world must join us in doing more to name and stop these crimes against humanity. As Chef Mahmoud, my assassinated brother, who served meals to his community, used to say in Arabic, Mustamirin. Thank you.
Mr. Al-Madoun, thank you for your time and strength to speak. I would like to ask you to stay online with us because as soon as our next speaker is finished, we will open a discussion for questions and answer. And talk about declaration of famine and weaponization of humanitarian aid. The right person is definitely Hilal Elver, and she will be speaking in the next minutes.
Thank you very much. Distinguished members of the Jury of Conscience, dear members of the Gaza People's Tribunal, and dear guests. My name is Hilal Elver. I served as the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the right to food from 2014 to 2020, and since 2021, I am a member of the Scientific Committee of the UN Committee on World Food Security. Over the past decade, on behalf of the United Nations, I have investigated, monitored, and reported violation of the right to food and related human rights across the world. Among the many conflicts, Palestine has always been a central place in our work, especially the right to food, the right to water, and food sovereignty have all been persistently denied to the Palestinian people. Today, I will share with you a chronology of starvation in Gaza, demonstrating how Israel has used hunger as a weapon for years, first as a tool of control during the long blockade years, and later as a genocidal instrument after October 2023. What I present is not conjecture, but documented fact drawn from UN agencies, international humanitarian organizations, and scientific assessments. Like many of you, I have watched how Western powers, especially the United States, have been complicit, silently or actively, in the continuation of Israel's assault. I have also observed from within the UN system how some reports on Gaza were sanitized, stripped of words like Israel, starvation, famine, and genocide. Because my time is limited, I will focus on the essential facts that reveal how Israel has orchestrated the most deliberate and efficient starvation campaign. The beginning of starvation, October 2023. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant declared a complete siege on Gaza. His words, no electricity, no food, no fuel. The immediate halt of essential supplies marked the start of systematic starvation policy. 2 weeks later, under international pressure, Israel slightly eased restrictions, allowing in about 1/5 of the pre-war aid flow. And the siege continued. The intention was never relief, but control. By mid-November, Israel had destroyed Gaza's last operating flour mill and close all bakeries in the north. This eliminated the population's ability to produce bread and forced complete reliance on insufficient, unpredictable humanitarian deliveries. In December 2023, the UN's authoritative body to measure food insecurity, the called Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, this is the official name, and that was the first warning. 91% of Gaza's population faced high level of acute food insecurity, and 133,000 people were at risk of famine. This is December 2023. That same month, South Africa brought Israel before the International Court of Justice, accusing it of genocide under the 1948 Genocide Convention. Escalation, January to June 2024. Israeli extremist groups known as Tsav-9 began physically blocking humanitarian convoys at Israeli crossings with full impunity. On January 26, the ICJ issued its first provisional order demanding that Israel should allow humanitarian aid and take measures to prevent genocide. Israel ignored it. By February, malnutrition in northern Gaza had skyrocketed. On February 29, the tragedy known as the Flower Massacre took place. Israeli forces opened fire on hundreds of civilians waiting for food near the Netzarim corridor, killing at least 118 and injuring more than 760. Days later, the first children died from starvation and dehydration, confirming that famine had begun. UN Special Rapporteurs warned that the risk of genocide was apparent. Israel ignored and complained about UN Special Rapporteurs has no mandate to declare famine. On March 28, the ICJ issued a second provisional order, acknowledging that conditions had worsened to catastrophic levels. It demanded that Israel enable full humanitarian access. Again, there was no compliance. In April, an Israeli strike killed 7 World Central Kitchen aid workers, including international staff, marking the first major attack on humanitarian organizations. By May, civilians were being killed routinely at food distribution points. The ICJ issued a third order describing Gaza's situation as disastrous. Still, no change occurred. In June, an Israeli missile destroyed one of Gaza's last flour mills in Deir al-Bala and damaged a World Food Program warehouse, further erasing Gaza's capacity to process and store food. Late 2024, collapse and criminal responsibility. By October 24, Gaza's water and sanitation system had collapsed. The World Health Organization warned of widespread diarrheal outbreaks and dehydration, particularly among malnourished children. In October, the International Criminal Court's pre-trial Chamber 1 found reasonable grounds that Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant bore criminal responsibility for the war crime of starvation as a method of warfare. The United States sanctioned 6 ICC judges. By the end of the year, OCHA, UN humanitarian agency, confirmed that aid entering Gaza had fallen to its lowest level since the war began. Only 2,205 trucks in the month of December compared to 15,000 per month before the conflict. 2025, famine confirmed. In January 2025, fragile ceasefire began, but it collapsed by March when Israel reinstated a total blockade and banned all international humanitarian agencies. On March 27, Israeli Supreme Court ruled that blockade of aid was legal, normalizing collective punishment. In May, the IPC, UN organization, warned again, this is fourth time, that famine was imminent. Around the same time, the US and Israel established the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, ostensibly to distribute aid. In practice, it was a privatized, militarized operation. Civilians gathering for wood were repeatedly trapped, attacked. Over 2,000 people were killed while waiting for aid. By July, 1 in 3 Gazans had gone days without food. On August 15, 2025, famine officially declared in parts of central Gaza, 640,000 people in catastrophic condition, which is famine, an entire population, 2,001 million, at that time it became 2,001 million, was in crisis level or worse. Conditions in North Gaza, even impossible to understand. They excluded northern Gaza, only put it in central Gaza. On October 10, 25, after nearly 2 years of attack, a fragile ceasefire began. Members of the jury, from this chronology, several key findings emerge. First, total blockade was not a temporary military necessity, but a deliberate strategy designed to produce what I call intermittent famine, a controlled starvation that avoids immediate mass death but ensures long-term suffering and population destruction. Second, Israel systematically destroyed Gaza's entire food system, mills, bakeries, farms, greenhouses. The purpose was not only to deny food, but to guarantee that Palestinians would remain dependent and destitute long afterwards. Third, humanitarian aid was weaponized, killed unprecedented numbers of humanitarian workers. Aid delivery sites became dead zones, what Gaza health authorities called human slaughterhouses. Fourth, the long-term damage to the ecosystem was intentional. This created economic starvation, ensuring Gaza's unlivability even after the guns stopped. Fifth, the international legal system failed. Israel openly defined them. Neither ICJ nor ICC was taken seriously. United States sanctioned ICC officials, UN Special Rapporteur on occupied territories, and shielded the perpetrators. This revealed the most alarming truth. Even with overwhelming evidence, international law proved powerless against political impunity. Concluding, members of the jury, famine is both biological and social humiliation, indignity, dehumanization. The Gaza famine is not a natural disaster, it's a man-made atrocity, the result of deliberate policy decision, and it was avoidable. Despite 3 ICJ orders and countless UN reports, the world watched as famine unfolded in full view. The consequences of lost lives, the collapse of life of Gaza as we know it, will endure for generations. To reverse this catastrophe, Gaza requires immediate large-scale humanitarian access. Most importantly, investigation into the war crimes of starvation is necessary and urgent. Without accountability, there can be no justice, and without justice, there can be no recovery. The deliberate starvation of Gaza's population stands as one of the gravest injustices and crimes. It must never be forgotten, normalized, or forgiven. Thank you for listening. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Elver. I would like to just tell to our audience, if there's someone who needs translation, to just approach to our team out front, and they will make sure that you do have a translation, so you would be able to hear and understand everything we're talking about. So now we're opening the discussion, and dear jury, members of the jury, you have your space to ask the questions to Ms. Elver or Mr. Almadoun. He's online and he's still with us. Do we have any questions at the beginning?
I think members, yeah.
Yes, please, go on.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I just want to ask about what you thought of the attempt by the Zionist regime and their supporters when they started the Gaza humanitarian project, and they were trying to mask this as being the answer to the starvation situation, and they were massacring. How does that fit in the overall crime of starvation? Trying to mask it as if it wasn't happening, or trying to deny it, and by doing that they were introducing alternatives that were fraud. And are these people also who participated in this as complicit?
Well, I have
You
no
didn't hear
way
it.
to understand you
I know
because
there's a problem with echo.
Because of the acoustic of the...
If you get a translation, you'll hear it better. It will be, the echo will be taken out. Okay, all right. It's to you, or both of you, whoever wants to. Sure, no problem. My question here is, they're trying to mask the crime of starvation first by denying it, say it didn't happen, and then they started saying we're going to replace it by this institution they created called the Gaza Humanitarian Project, in which, while they were distributing some aid, obviously not enough, they were killing dozens, scores of Palestinians every day. How does that fit into that crime of starvation, by trying to deny it or by trying to introduce something that says it didn't exist in the scheme of things? Okay.
Sorry about this trafficking. Yeah, crime of starvation, as you know, it is the Article 7 of the Rome Statute of International Criminal Court. But unfortunately, there are not many cases about the crime of starvation so far. We don't see any kind of earlier decisions because there are several reasons, sir. Number one, when crime of starvation comes, also there are other war crimes are happening at the same times. In this case, for instance, starvation is way to the genocide. So when the accountability starts, basically the war crimes, crimes against humanity would be the starvation, but higher level is the genocide. So there is a kind of complicity about how to deal with starvation. But in starvation case, as you said, not only blocking the food, but also blocking the humanitarian aids and also destroying any kind of objects that is important, the living conditions in the place. So it's quite a big range of cases would be included crime of starvation. The difference between the genocide and starvation, you don't need a specific intention. And also you don't need the people die from starvation. You don't need this. If you make clear case, which is in Gaza, if you block the food, if you destroy bakeries and all kind of humanitarian aids, you don't need the result to be investigated or make it a crime of starvation. Easier to make it, but difficult to bring the court. That's a very complicated situation. Yes, please.
Thank you. Yes, please, go on.
Yes, I would like to ask about the responsibility of the gangs, Palestinian gangs, paid by the Mossad. in hoarding the food, and also it seems in killing some of the people during the distribution. Can you talk about it?
Okay. Since the war started, or the assault started, there was some argument about Israel that Palestinian gangs are blocking, and Palestinian gangs are stealing, especially Hamas, stealing the food, bringing their own people. Several times was asked to Israeli government to make clear proof. They never find a proof on that. They never bring the proof. So it is an accusation, but not clear evidence. Definitely there was a looting, but no one knows who is doing it, and Hamas certainly was not directly connected with it. It's unknown. If the investigation starts, then we will understand on the ground, asking from Palestinian peoples, because we don't know anything. No journalist, no international, any authority can come and tell the truth. Maybe Hani Almadoan would answer this too, because he was on the ground.
Yes, Hani Almadoun
Gangs
has
paid by the
opportunity to answer
Mossad
too.
and who are hoarding the food and even seems killing some of the Palestinians. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so just want to go back to the GHF question. Unfortunately, this is the precursor for the GHF was the CE peer, the peer that the US paid millions of dollars for and served very few families, and then they dismantled. So that's one. If you remember the flour massacre, that happened at the similar initiatives before the GHF. There was some security contractors that got there, and it was chaos, and they started shooting and killing Palestinians. That's another one. It's pretty much, these attempts are ways to undermine UNRWA and the UN, not just the UNRWA. They're trying to leverage aid. They're trying to weaponize aid. That means if they control the aid, they control the population. If you need food and you're desperate, you would give me information, and then your family can eat. So that's what the issue is. In fact, yesterday there was an announcement that there is a post-GHF initiative called the Gaza Humanitarian Belt, which is a very scary proposal where they're gonna expect the Palestinians to turn weapons, and then they will give them food. I wish I was making this stuff up. This is something was in Reuters. This is a new initiative as the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation closes its doors. Some people are proposing this idea. I hope people catch up on it. Now, on the armed gangs, what is curious about the armed gangs is they just disappeared. You notice, whenever Israel is not in an area, these gangs are only functioning and only operating in areas controlled by Israel. In fact, these armed gangs only target trucks that have humanitarian aid in them. We noticed that one aid truck meant for commercial sale, nobody touches it. But if it's an aid truck to disrupt the aid, to add to the engineered suffering, these armed gangs are working in collaboration with Israel, or at least Israel looks the other way. One of our cousins, his name is Taha Al-Madhoun, he was killed this summer because he was a good Samaritan trying to protect aid from those gangs, and Israel killed him and his friends. And that tells you everything you need to know if people who want to protect aid are being targeted. You've seen some of these recent videos emerging from Gaza, where the reports confirm that some of these people who were targeted were in fact armed gangs that were coordinated with Israel. They were hoarding food, and when we run our kitchens, these folks are the only one who had lentils and white beans, and they were just causing harm for the Palestinians. So definitely there is, at least, if not a direct involvement, the Israelis are turning a blind eye for those armed gangs. The good news, they appear to be disappearing right now. We also saw some of these food being used to provide aid for specific areas like the Abu Shabab group, Al Astal, and where these guys are making recruitment videos telling people come join us, and they're showing fridges that have juices and meat, where the average Palestinians have not had meat in 2 years. So we're seeing this, and this is as recent as 3 weeks ago, where these armed gangs are telling people, hey, come to our area and you will have food. And those people are trying to recruit you to be a militant fighting other Palestinians. I'll stop there.
Thank you. I think I don't have anything to add because he explained quite well.
Thank you very much. Members of the jury, do we have any more questions? Or is it for now? Yeah, okay, so we have no more questions. Thank you, Ms. Il. And considering this topic, we will continue with watching testimonies about starvation. We're looking Witness Eye documentary.
شمال غزة كيف كان الوضع؟ كم مرة تنقلت من ملجأ إلى ملجأ؟ كم مرة شعرت بالجوع ونمت في العراء؟
بالتأكيد يعني منذ 7 أكتوبر ونحن غادرنا بيوتنا، مجبرين على أن نغادر بيوتنا بعد سلسلة من الاستهدافات والقصف. عشنا ما يزيد عن 5 أيام في مدينة بيت حانون بلا طعام تحت ضربات إسرائيلية. احنا أكلنا ربما العشاء، أكلنا علف الحيوانات، تقاسمنا مع الحيوانات طعام. كان يعني مشهد مؤسي جدا. كنا لربما ننشغل عن طعام، عن تأمين طعامنا بسبب التغطية.
We couldn't access our foods, and due to many reasons we had starvation.
لكن حاليا في الخيم ما في اكل، ما في شغله، وانا مش قادر اقدم لهم يعني.
There were no food in the tents. I tried to help them, but we couldn't access it. We couldn't access the people. It was a great pain. There was nothing you could do. You could not offer food. It was hard to get food. Many times we had to wait for 3 hours, 4 hours. There were no water, no electricity. There were no minimal requirements for the living conditions. And we couldn't access water for our basic needs, and after a while you only try to get water that will help you to maintain your basic function. When the water tankers come, trucks come, you try to fill your water reservoirs. There was no water, there was no food. It was painful. And it was not only in your home. My nephew too couldn't be fed with milk. We did not have anything to feed him. There was nothing we could give. We couldn't provide them with food. It was 2-year-old child. In Gaza, it was hard to access the drinking water. They tried to carry the water with trucks. We couldn't find water anyway. All of the Gaza had this problem, as you know well. From the four corners of the earth, you need food aid. You require food. And sometimes, in order to reach the food, I had to walk long ways. There were no vehicles over there, and you only was able to use some small motorized vehicles, and those small vehicles were so expensive also. If you are able to reach the food, you would be able to satisfy the basic needs of your family. When I left Gaza, I weighed myself. It turned out I lost 8 kilograms, and we had to live through with the minimal food that we could get our hands on. Children were dying because of starvation. My father was martyred there. He did not die because of the bombing. He died of starvation, and unfortunately they ate food, got spoiled, and he got poisoned and died. My father died of starvation. May God be merciful on him. And I asked him one day before he died, and he told me that I'm hungry. You can't do anything. Think of it. Your father, he had a heart disease, blood pressure, etc. When he went to the hospital, there were no medicine. When the medicine was provided, he consumed himself almost.
Ecocide is the next war crime we'll be talking about. In the corner of the story will be the extent of the ecocide that is accompanying the last 2 years of genocide in the Gaza Strip. And the speaker is Mazin Kumsiye. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for doing this. And my name is Mazin Kumsiye. I'm founder and director of the Palestine Institute for Biodiversity and Sustainability at Bethlehem University. I have over 40-year experience working on environmental issues globally and published over 250 scientific papers, over 30 book chapters and several books. I also led national environmental efforts and served on consulting as consulting scientists in global and regional environmental work. I provide this testimony to the jurors so that they can reach judgments based on facts regarding an aspect usually ignored in times of conflict when we focus on genocide. The subject we ignore is the ecocide. The facts listed below in this briefing are very well documented, and I provided references for those in the accompanying statement that I submitted to the jurors, including peer-reviewed scientific work, so you can consult with this. Anyway, let me begin by stating that the environmental costs of the colonial occupation and conflict in the land, on the land, and the people of Palestine started nearly 100 years ago with projects like draining wetlands of the Hula area, diversions of water of the Jordan River Basin. The river used to flow at 1,350 million cubic meters per year. Now it's barely a stream of 20 million cubic meters per year. And also Israel is uprooting millions of local indigenous trees, etc. So there is a long history of this ecocide. The previous damage also included bringing in dozens of invasive plant and animal species and planting a monoculture of pine trees to replace more resilient mixed wood areas. This environmental damage, which we can dub the environmental Nakba, accelerated since 7 October 2023. Let me just highlight a couple of brief areas of damage. There's the climate change impact due to incessant bombing campaigns and jet flights that produced more greenhouse gases than most average countries produce from all other sources of greenhouse gas emission. Number two, the Israeli occupation forces intentionally destroyed most trees and most greenhouses in the Gaza Strip. This we have done via research, via remote sensing. Number three, the IOF, Israeli occupation forces, destroyed habitats for most of the rare and endangered species in Gaza, including those listed in the red list of the International Union of Conservation of Nature. Number four, the IOF extensively used environmentally destructive weapons such as white phosphorus and munitions containing radioactive material. The so-called depleted uranium is certainly not depleted. Number five, the IOF destroyed essentially all institutions of higher education and research in the Gaza Strip, destroying possibility of work on remedies, remediation, or any conservation efforts, since all the centers that were concerned with education and conservation of nature have been destroyed, including museums, including collections, etc. Number six, the IOF destroyed most of the hospitals and rendered others poorly operational. This, combined with a blockade on food, medicine, fuel, and water entering the Gaza Strip, resulted in a huge environmental health catastrophe. The famine you heard about, diseases spreading, and sewage and rats and other animals that, parasitic diseases that are spread between the population. This is a huge environmental catastrophe. Number seven, and finally, the denial of fuel and relentless bombings decimated the infrastructure like desalination plants and sewage treatment facilities, resulting in cataclysmic conditions, not just for humans, but for the fauna and flora of the Gaza Strip. I thank you for the opportunity to give this testimony, and I wish the jurors to consider it in deliberation, to add it to the other damage that you heard about, including the genocide, the medicide, the scholasticide. The ecocide certainly needs a special place. My own guesstimate is that there will be more people dying from the environmental catastrophe in Gaza in the next 10 years than have died from the bombings, that have been killed from the bombings. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the next to speak is David White, speaking about ecocide and its link to the genocide.
Hello, I'm David White, Director of the Centre for Climate Crime and Climate Justice at Queen Mary University of London. Members of the Jury of Conscience, this presentation sets out the indivisible links between the genocide and the ecocide in Gaza. And a fully referenced and sourced extended version of this evidence is with the jury. Ecocidal attacks on environmental infrastructure are, as we've just heard, undoubtedly a conscious part of the Israeli military strategy. By environmental infrastructure, I mean infrastructure that ensures the integrity and cleanliness of land, water, air, and biodiversity, including agriculture and drinking water, of course, again, as we've just heard. Removing the capacity of the people of Gaza to produce drinkable and usable water has been a central part of Israel's war effort, clearly. The release of huge amounts of raw sewage every day has contaminated land and water courses, including aquifer and the Mediterranean coast, ensuring disease proliferation. The destruction of agricultural land, including the deliberate destruction of almost all of Gaza's orchards and most of its arable land, as well as the targeting of fishing grounds and the capacity to fish, has also been part of a sustained and deliberate attempt to render Gaza unlivable. The ecocide in Gaza cannot in any sense be thought of as distinct from the genocide. Ecocide is a central part of the military strategy. In this ecocide genocide, the annihilation of the Palestinian people is indivisible from the destruction of Palestinian land fertility, air quality, food sources and water supplies that people rely on to live. Israel fires on and bombs food queues, water infrastructure and sanitation plants for this reason, just as it destroys agricultural production and fishing boats and nets for this reason. Israel has repeatedly justified such attacks by claiming that Hamas uses civilian resources for military purposes. According to Israeli officials, Hamas hides weapons in or launches attacks from civilian locations, even aid convoys, and in this way, all of the infrastructure that sustains life is transformed by the Israeli state into a legitimate military target. It's here that we see the articulation of a principle that's been central to this genocide, ecocide, that there's a symbiosis between civilian and military targets, to the point that the Israeli state argues it's pointless and at times counterproductive to separate them. So if the analysis of ecocide in previous military conflicts revealed a blurring of the distinction between civilians and combatants, the Israeli state has wholly eradicated this distinction for its own political and military operational purposes. The open declaration that all life be treated as a legitimate target can only be understood as a supreme declaration of racism. Palestinians must be categorized and treated as a homogeneous and expendable terrorist population. Palestinians must be racialized to the point that Palestinian lives are seen as nothing more than an inconvenient but expendable obstacle to achieve a military goal. While this is by no means unique in warfare, in our historical experience, Israel's genocidal attack on Gaza has perhaps seen the highest point at which this is openly boasted about and justified by its perpetrators. Israel's explicit justifications for a scorched earth military strategy raise these profound questions about why this strategy has been tolerated or sustained by the most powerful international states. It also raises crucial questions about the supine nature of the structures of international law to prevent this genocide, ecocide, and about the realpolitik of Israel's brutality. Historically, Israel has been an important channel for both European and US geopolitical interests in the Middle East. The attack on Gaza cannot be described as a war for oil per se, yet the Israeli war machine is only sustained because oil is in the Middle East. The attack on Gaza is therefore inextricably bound up with geopolitical and specifically oil and gas interests. This is a crucial entry point for understanding the attacks on Gaza as part of a longer ecocidal military campaign. I now want to set out some of the measures of the deliberate destruction of environmental infrastructure. In terms of the debris that's been created, the large-scale destruction of Gaza's urban infrastructure has produced an estimated 61.4 million tonnes of debris. That's more than 20 times that generated by all other military attacks on Gaza since 2008. The debris is heavily contaminated with asbestos, industrial and medical waste, heavy metals, and of course human remains, and is a major source of disease. The debris also contains huge amounts of unexploded military ordnance, estimated at 5 to 10% of the total dropped on Gaza still in the rubble unexploded. 2.91 million tonnes of debris in industrial areas are contaminated with chemicals and other hazardous materials, with over 250,000 tonnes potentially containing heavy metals from destroyed photovoltaic cells, that's solar panels, of course. It's estimated that safe disposal of the rubble will require over 700 hectares of landfill, a completely unviable option in Gaza's densely populated and land-constrained context. And I want to stress this, that in this respect, under the Oslo II Accords, hazardous waste, all of the waste I've just mentioned, must be transferred to Israel pending establishment of Palestinian disposal facilities. This is a mandate that applies to all waste, the waste created by Israeli attacks since October 2023 included. But of course this does not feature in the so-called Gaza peace plan. In terms of air quality, the destruction of energy infrastructure in the blockade has led to an exponential rise, as we've just heard, in the burning of wood, plastic and other waste materials, and that has released high concentrations of particulate matter, dioxins and other highly toxic compounds. Emissions from munition explosions and fires in bomb structures, including industrial facilities, have released significant quantities of highly toxic chemicals. Deaths caused by acute respiratory infections have been rising rapidly throughout those attacks. Water quality, the UN Environment Programme in June 2024 had already reported that water sanitation and hygiene systems are almost entirely defunct. Earlier this year, the Palestinian Water Authority reported that over 85% of Gaza's water and sanitation infrastructure is inoperable. Gaza now primarily relies on groundwater sources, 97% of which is considered unsuitable for human use. The major public health emergency that we've heard about includes the risk of a cholera epidemic and actually more recently the emergence of cases of polio in children. I want to stress the deliberate nature of this, and there is evidence, for example, from the FXB Centre for Health and Human Rights at Harvard that analysed satellite data of damage to water facilities in Gaza and found that the damage did not follow a random pattern as it would if it was consistent with so-called collateral damage as a consequence of a general bombing campaign. Rather, over time, bombing mapping reveals a pattern of damage that is tightly clustered around water facilities, and this analysis estimated a less than 1% likelihood that this damage was random. It therefore concluded that Israel's military actions intentionally decimated civilian infrastructure in water in its attack on Gaza. In terms of agriculture and land quality, Israeli military operations have used bulldozers to destroy Palestinian arable land for many years, and since at least 2014 this tactic has been complemented by the aerial spraying of herbicides which have destroyed large areas of fertile farming land in Gaza, often without any warning. And as Mazen has just documented, there's a much longer history of this. During the current onslaught, this tactic has been systemized in significantly new ways. The creation of a perimeter zone in Gaza in which everything was destroyed, living or not, exemplifies this systematization. As one report based on the testimonies of Israeli soldiers reported, and I quote, "Soldiers were given orders to deliberately, methodically and systematically annihilate whatever was within the designated perimeter, including entire residential neighbourhoods, public buildings, educational institutions, mosques, cemeteries, with very few exceptions, industrial zones and agricultural areas which served the entire population were laid to waste regardless of whether those areas had any connection whatsoever to the fighting, so-called fighting. In fact, there were shoot-to-kill orders given in those perimeter zones. And this is not only the logic at the perimeter, the same shoot-to-kill orders for anyone who entered that perimeter zone at all or who was spotted in the vicinity. This is not only the logic at the perimeter, the same scorched earth orders have been generally applied across Gaza. By 2025, the damage to crops in Gaza by bombing and military operations was assessed by the UN Environmental Programme as 97% of tree crops, 82% of annual crops, including greenhouses, 95% of shrubland, and 89% of grass fallow land. This is absolutely part of the deliberate starvation of Gaza that we heard from Hani Al-Madoun and Hilal Elver earlier in this session. There will certainly be some permanent loss of fertile soil in Gaza with irreversible ecological consequences. So in summary, the destruction of agriculture, water purification and energy infrastructure is central to the military goal, a sustained and systematic strategy to eradicate the capacity for Palestinian life in Gaza now and severely limiting the capacity to survive at any point into the future. The targeting of environmental infrastructure has been a particular feature of wars in the Middle East for a long time. There's a pattern that runs through Iraq, Lebanon and Gaza that environmental infrastructure is particularly targeted as a mode of warfare. And crucially, as Shuradeh Malavi, who we'll hear from later, has shown, this is unfolded in Gaza as a shift from targeting environmental structure in order to gain military advantage to targeting environmental structure as an end in itself. At key moments in this war on Gaza, the main protagonists have themselves publicly declared their culpability in taking decisions that are calculated to attack the conditions of the life of the entire population of those that remain in Gaza, making survival close to impossible. They must be held accountable for the unimaginable hell they have brought to Gaza. We will never forget, and we can never stop fighting for accountability for those who are responsible for this hell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. And we're opening space for discussion and questions and answers. So, members of the jury, do we have any questions? Go on.
Thank you, and thank you very much for those two very impressive presentations. A question for the first speaker. You talked about the environmental costs and the environmental damage that had taken place over 100 years during the colonial period, the occupation. I just wonder whether you could develop that as who was responsible for it, what was the purposes behind it, was there any attempt to ameliorate the environmental damage during that period pre the most recent post-October 2023 situation. So just a bit of the history of responsibility for pre-environmental damage. And for David White, you mentioned the connection, the relationship between oil and the oil position in the Middle East and the form and process of conflict, including the genocide today. Could you just elaborate a bit on that connection? I'm sorry, I've been asked to repeat the question. So I don't know how much you heard, but for the first speaker, just whether you could say a little bit more about the environmental costs of the colonial occupation and the events prior to October 2023. Who was responsible for that environmental damage at that time? Why was it carried out? What were the purposes? And were there any attempts at responsibility with respect to that? And for the second speaker, David White, you mentioned the interrelationship between oil and the geopolitical issues in the Middle East in general and what is happening today in Gaza. Whether you could elaborate a bit further on that.
Mr. Kumsi, I hope you've heard the question, so you can proceed with your answer.
Sorry, the podium voice can barely be heard, so I cannot really hear any questions. If you want to put questions in the chat, I'm happy to answer.
Can you hear me loud and clear? Mr. Kumsi, do you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, still don't hear well. It's very, very.
Yes, it's the technicalities. I hope you can hear me louder than our jury members.
Little bit, but.
A little bit. Okay, so I hope that you can hear me. The question was if you could just elaborate a little more about who was supposed to be taking care of all of these issues before everything happened and before the genocide started, let's say on October 7th in 2023.
Okay.
So who was supposed to be taking care of this?
There's 3 sectors in society usually deal with environmental issues. There's governments, there's the academia, and there's the non-governmental organizations like the NGOs, environmental NGOs, and so forth on the ground. As you know, all of those were decimated in Gaza by the recent war. So that's why not much can be done on the environmental issues. There remains individual efforts after the genocide, ecocide accelerated in October 2023. So individual initiatives, we have some colleagues, friends who survived, who are trying to document, for example, the environmental issues. We have friends and colleagues who are trying to plant, for example, around their tents and so forth, and also distribute seeds, for example, for people to grow green to replace the previous, but also to provide food. So there is individual efforts, but the usual, like in any country, the usual parties that are engaged in this are decimated, have disappeared since October 2023 started the acceleration of this.
Thank you, Mr. Kumsi. Mr. White, the question for you was if you could just elaborate a little more into details about the connection between oil and genocide in Gaza.
Sure.
Thank you.
So I mean, we had a lot. Yes, sorry, I've got another voice playing at the moment that I can hear, which is making it difficult to. Okay, I'll try to respond, but I've got a voice coming very wildly out of the system. I'm sorry, I can't.
Would the people that are in the background stop talking in Turkish?
We can hear you clearly, so if you can speak.
The problem is I can't hear myself talk because of a very loud voice.
You have an
here.
echo, okay.
I'm not sure what the. Yes. I think it's stopped now. Okay, I'll respond now.
Yeah, let's try to get an answer.
Thank you. So yesterday we heard a lot about the establishment of the Israeli state and the long history, and I think it's really important in terms of thinking about the geopolitical situation, the geopolitical interest, to say very explicitly that the establishment of the Israeli state from a British perspective meant the establishment of a friendly quasi-European state in the Middle East with a ruling elite that Britain could bank on, and partly because Britain's colonial history had shaped a largely hostile relationship with Arab states, and that part of the world did not largely succumb to European colonisation and wasn't therefore readily able to reach a neo-colonial settlement. So the State of Israel enabled Britain to maintain a stable ally and maintain some diplomatic presence in the early part of the 20th century when the Middle East became really crucial because of the oil, and you know, the establishment of British Petroleum is very closely bound up with the discovery of oil in the Middle East. And then in the post-war era, the US adopted a much closer relationship with Israel for the same reason, through close military and economic ties. So that relationship is geopolitical. And the point I wanted to make is that I think that we can only understand the position of Israel, its capacity to commit genocide in this context. And that is essentially an ecocidal context, because the world needs to move away from a fossil fuel-based capitalism, and it is the social relationships that are developed through fossil fuel-based capitalism that create the capacity for genocide. Now, obviously, we need a lot more time to talk about that, but that's precisely what I meant in those comments. There's something else to be said, I think, about the way in which Israel is positioning itself and is increasingly involved in both the production of oil and gas, but also, and particularly gas in the Levant field offshore. And there is a discussion about the extent to which the offshore areas of Gaza are significant here. I think they're significant in the sense that Israel is positioning itself as a supplier of gas in the region. It exports gas now to states, including Egypt, but also the pitch that Netanyahu makes regularly to the United Nations about the possibility of developing the Negev Desert Pipeline project are indicative, as well as the development of the Levant Basin, of Israel's diplomatic opportunism, its strategic positioning and political integration in the region, as kind of closely bound to its positioning as a broker for the oil and gas industry, particularly between Asia and Europe. So I think those are very, very important framing aspects of this that we need to take into account. The environmental catastrophe that's unfolding and has unfolded deliberately in Gaza is connected to the much broader ecocide, and I think we have to always remind ourselves of that as the framing context, and why actually we not only are we all implicated in that broader economic sense, but Gaza is also a question for all of us, because it's a question about the future of the planet.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. Thank you very much, Mr. Kumsia. Thank you for... Yes, we do have one more question, and if you do not hear it, I will repeat, because it's important to hear it and to hear your opinions and answers. So yes, please, thank you.
Again, thank you very much for the testimonies you've presented. Is there any comment about Gaza's gas reserves off the coast of Gaza and the theft that's taking place there? And what would be the estimate in terms of the wealth that is being squandered or taken away? Also, the other natural resources like water and others in the West Bank, and other natural resources that have been plundered, have been taken, what would be the estimate of that? And finally, in your presentations, your testimonies, there were a lot of numbers. If it's possible, if you can put it in a table form, by putting the category and the loss or the cost associated with each category, it would be very helpful for us, instead of reading the whole testimony, but also to look at the numbers in one table for each speaker.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kumsia, Mr. White, did you hear the questions?
Yes. Yes, based on the average price of the gas currently, and the estimate of 1.4 trillion cubic feet of gas off the coast of Gaza, you can estimate that it's really billions of dollars worth of gas off the coast of Gaza. Israel is already withdrawing some of that from the areas that are in the Gaza Marine 1 and Marine 2 fields and exporting them to Europe. So Israel is already exporting some gas that rightfully belongs to Gaza. As far as the water, 95% of Palestinian waters from the West Bank are already stolen by Israel, basically taken by Israel. The water aquifer in Gaza itself is depleted significantly for two reasons. One is that the usual recharge of the water aquifer, coastal water aquifer, is not allowed to function because Israel blocked the water coming to Wadi Gaza and other places from the Hebron Mountains in the West Bank and other places to the Gaza Strip. That's number one reason. And number two, of course, is the overconsumption of the gas fields of Gaza because of the water, aquifer in Gaza, because Gaza population, as you know, is 70% or more are refugees from 1948. They really do not belong in Gaza. These Palestinians belong in their homes and lands, in the villages and towns that were ethnically cleansed in 1948. So the increase in population in Gaza that resulted in a population of 2.3 million before this genocide, this acceleration of genocide, I should say, that's that population, 70% addition, that resulted in consumption of water, making the water aquifer depleted more, in addition to the lack of recharge. The third point I want to make about the water issue is that, of course, there's pollution of the aquifer thanks to the bombing and thanks to also Israel dumping seawater into the tunnels that the resistance has built in the Gaza Strip. This seawater, of course, seeps into the aquifer, increasing its already high salinity, so the water aquifer has become useless. The total cost of all these things is still to be calculated. How much natural resources Israel steals from Palestinians is to be calculated, but there were some estimates done by people like Dr. Abu Sitta and by Applied Research Institute and others that run into the trillions of dollars. And these are preliminary estimates of natural resources and other costs of the occupation that is happening and colonization activities. I don't know if Dr. David has something to add to this.
The only thing, very briefly, the only thing I would add is that the total revenue that's estimated to come from the whole of the Levant basin, so that includes the fields off Gaza, but across that whole field which stretches up the coast and includes Gaza, Israel, Lebanon, Cyprus. It's expected to hold gas and oil resources worth 524 billion. So I mean, clearly this is huge, and that's why companies, even during the genocide, are queuing up to get their hands on licenses. And I think we have to start naming names of those companies. I'm going to name BP, the British oil company that's negotiating all through this genocide. And those are the companies that we also have to hold accountable. It's not just the Israeli state, but it's not just the European and the US state for supporting Israel, but all of those international corporate interests. In terms of providing the panel with a table, I'm more than happy to. I mean, the evidence, I've given the evidence in full and it's fully sourced, but I'm more than happy to put the estimates of the damage into a table, if that helps. I would stress that my evidence really just draws upon existing documentation that's out there already, but if that's useful for the jury, I'm more than happy to put that on the table. Yeah.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time and for your answers. And now we will conclude this part of the first session by looking at another witness eye testimony about ecocide.
ليش غزة فيها مجاعة طالما غزة كان فيها أراضي زراعية؟ لو تشرح للناس إيش اللي عملته إسرائيل.
There were agricultural lands. If we were to use these green areas, the agricultural areas, we wouldn't be starving. And first they cut our water. These waters were for drinking. We had all of our vegetables are coming from the West area. Normally we would be exporting to Israel, but now we are importing from them before everything. But now we are having a famine. No terrain, no water, no electricity. We have nothing. And they hit our water wells. It used to be we had hammams. People used to go there. People used to farm. But now we are having a terrible, terrible situation. Now Israel aerial vehicles that act our agricultural lands and they destroy them. What I mean is, even if there is a ceasefire, there's no way the farmers to return to their lands. You're an expert on that. Yes, that's correct. It would take a long, long time for them to go back, and they will be preparing the lands once again. They would lay framework for electricity to work there. Because in all of our basins they targeted all of these, and we don't have water. Water is dirty. We used to have an occupation. We used to be able to do something 50, 60 years ago. There were huge resources. We used to have breakfast. We used to have chats with our families. We used to have tea with our loved ones. If they called me, I would go there right away. It was a good life. But now with this, I'm really shocked and I'm really sad. What did you see? My brother told me that when he went to your home, he got lost on the way and passed by. He went about 100 meters past the house, then remembered. This is the area after seeing where our home was. It doesn't exist. The area is a disaster. It's not my home. It's not my area. He couldn't find our home. Right now, there's only one thing to be done about the agricultural lands. We still have earth, actually. But even if we can't do that, we could have a light industry. And what we know is all agricultural and farming areas, they were seized, right? Yes, they got seized. Then they separated it. It used to be our lifeline. You are mentioning the north part, right? Rafah to north to south, all of this area were agricultural lands. And we have fish products, we have richness there, but no, they killed all of the fish. There are no longer any fishes.
And next in line of war crimes committed by Israel in Gaza is domicide. That is our next topic, and first to speak is Mohammed Al-Halo. When homes become targets, it's a testimony from Gaza. We will be listening to one of our witnesses. Mr. Halo, can you hear us? Mohammed, do we have you online?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Al-Halo, yes, I can hear you loud and clear. The time is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the Gaza Tribunal. First of all, I'm sorry if my English is not the best. I will try my best to describe. It's an honor to be. It's an honor to testify before you today. My name is Mohammed Helou. I'm a journalist from Gaza. I'm 24 years old. I'm a genocide survivor. Before the genocide, I was a student of journalism. I dreamed of telling stories, not surviving them. For 8 months, I reported live from Gaza, mostly from Nasser Hospital. Then I evacuated in order to receive a surgery for my thyroid cancer. My closest friend during the genocide were fellow journalists Mohammed Salama and Saleh Al-Jafarawi. As you know, both have been killed in this genocide. I'm one of the lucky journalists who managed to survive Israel extermination.
Mr. Al-Helou, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I'm sorry, can I please ask you kindly to just open your camera because we don't see you, we only see the photo of your profile.
Can you see me now? Can you see me?
Yes, thank you, proceed. Thank you very much.
Okay, where I am? Okay, wait a minute. Yeah. Today I speak to you from a refugee camp in Europe. My family is still in Gaza trying to survive. I was asked to speak about genocide, the destruction of homes. So I want to tell you about my home and my neighborhood. I grew up with my entire life in neighborhood of Shuja'iyya. 22 years in the same house. Shuja'iyya is on the eastern side of Gaza City. Before the genocide, 100,000 people lived there. Some of the biggest families from Shuja'iyya are the family Al-Helou, it's my family, and Jindiya and Hillis, a lot of people. In the past 2 years, Israel has earthed Shuja'iyya, only a few houses remain. Wait a minute. You can share the picture I sent to you now, if you please. But I don't want to speak only of destruction. I want to tell you what Shuja'iyya was. Here are some pictures, if you can see it. I don't know. Before the genocide, I was to drink coffee from a stand owned by my own cousin. It was a part of our street and part of our rhythm. My favorite restaurant was Al-Mamlouk on the street, Al-Baz Street. I eat best falafel and fool and hummus there every day. The owner and all his entire family was killed by Israel. The restaurant is gone. The people are gone. When I was growing up, my friend would come to my house every morning. We never locked the door. That was normal in Gaza. Now in Europe, I see people locking their doors. It feels strange for me. In Gaza, our doors were open. Our lives were shared. My friends would shout Al-Helou from the street. I would hear them and get ready for school. My mom made tea while they waited. Then we would go to Mamlouk's restaurant to have a breakfast. And we will buy a juice from Nasser al-Sha'ar supermarket and go to school. That was my daily routine. That was my life. It was a simple life, but a life of dignity, full of love. I grew up in a big family. My father is a building engineer, and my grandfather and great-grandfather were builders too. They helped build half of Gaza, Burj Sarraj as example, Sheikh Zayed Towers. These were their legacy. That legacy has been reduced to rubble. Most of the buildings my father designed have been destroyed by Israel. My mother was a journalist too. She taught me to ask questions, to seek truth. If you can show, please, the picture of my mom and my father during the genocide and before the genocide, I would be honored. The difference between this photo is a couple of years. You can see the genocide of their bodies. 14 people lived in our house, all my brothers and sisters, my uncle's family, my brother's family, my grandmother, Suad, who is 85 years. A house full of love, full of life. In Palestine, a home is never just four walls. It's where generations live together, where neighbors are family, and where every corner holds as a story for Palestinian. Genocide is not just a physical destruction. It's a form of culture age war. We used to spend summer evening on the roof building and eating orange and staying up all night. Palestine has always been famous for its orange. We used to keep, sorry, my English is really horrible. Okay. We loved our roof. I had 12 beloved cats in my house too. Our house was in El Baz Street in Shujaiya. It's important for you to know this because Israel airs the map. Streets are no longer recognizable. My dream was to get married and live next door to my family. That's how Palestinians live, close and connected to our families. That dream was erased 37 days into the genocide. Our house was destroyed in a single airstrike. That strike damaged or destroyed 70 other homes. Likely my family had fled then to south of Gaza, so they were safe for the moment, but every single Palestinian in Gaza lost so much during this genocide. So even if someone is safe today, they are not safe tomorrow. After our home was destroyed, I lost a nephew, I lost my nephew. He killed by starvation. He survived 2 months before his body just gave up without any Rommel or British like. Okay. In the cold Gaza nights, he returned to God without a chance at life. About a year later, my younger brother Yahya and my cousin were killed by Israel snipers while looking for food. Then my best friend Muhammad Salama and Saleh al-Ja'farawi were assassinated. But I am here to speak about genocide, so let me go back to that. When Israel destroyed Shujaiya, it destroyed at once a past, present, and the future. It destroyed the memories of our entire lives and our history on this land as its owners. Let me testimony remind the world Palestinians are the owners of Gaza. We are whatever. Shujaiya was a very special place, like every city or neighborhood in Palestine. It had its own unique culture. It had its own unique accent. The people of Shujaiya were known by people across all of Palestine. We had a saying in our neighborhood. We used to say, seek knowledge from China and straight from Shujaiya. That straight has been tested point measure. Before I end my testimony, I want to bring the attention of the jury something very important about the next generation, about today's Palestinian young. My nephew Akram was born during the genocide. He's almost 1 year and a half. He had never lived in a house. His entire life has been spent in a tent. Tent life is very hard. There are bugs everywhere, no comfort, no safety. It is too hot in the summer and it's too cold in the winter. It's dirty. But we try to keep it clean. But it's not our home. What does home mean to a child who has never had one? If Palestinians are not allowed to rebuild their homes and communities, then I fear about the future of this generation who grow up without homes. When you lose your home, you lose your safety, your sense of self. You begin to question you will never belong anywhere. For a children like my nephew Akram, the trauma of growing up without home will shape their entire lives. Democide is not just about building, it's about breaking the human separate. The destruction of homes has changed how Palestinian lives, but giving up is not an option. I'm here today not just to testify to what was lost, but to insist that the Palestinian people will live free one day in our homes. Gaza was full of life, full of love, full of dreams. Shujaiya was my home, it was my past, and it was my future. And thought it had been destroyed, I will do everything I can do to rebuild it until I die. Israel hopes we will abandon our case so that it can do to Shujaiya what it did to Jaffa in 1948, so that it can do it to Beit Lahia what it did to Akka, and so on. But as long as one Palestinian remains on this earth, it will never succeed. I didn't choose this life, but I refuse to refuse to Chardner, and thank you, and I'm really sorry for my language and my accent. I tried my best. Hello?
Yes, Mohammed, we can hear you. I have just let the applause to go on so that you know that you did a great job. Yes, thank you for your strength and the ability to talk. We know that this is really not easy for you. And the next topic, and I will ask you please to stay online and remain with us, because after we're done with this session, we will continue with the questions and answers, so I would like you to be part of it. And the next to speak is Balakrishnan Rajagopal, UNSR on housing, on recognition of domicile as a pathway to accountability and responsibility for the destruction of Gaza. Balakrishnan Rajagopal.
Distinguished members of the jury, my name is Balakrishnan Rajagopal. I am the current UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Adequate Housing and a Professor of Law and Development at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And I am here in my academic capacity. I will address specifically the mass destruction of homes and displacement in Gaza in particular. As the so-called ceasefire in Gaza remains in tatters, hundreds of thousands of displaced people of Gaza are also returning to search for their homes, and almost in all cases finding only rubble. Northern Gaza in particular is decimated and resembles a moonscape that defies belief. Indeed, domicide, or the mass destruction of housing, residential buildings, homes, property, and civilian infrastructure needed for homes such as electricity and water, is in fact the most visible, recorded, and unique element of the war on Gaza since 2023. When such domicide is systematic and widespread and accompanied by genocidal intent, it constitutes war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide, most visibly seen in Gaza. The level of destruction in Gaza is more acute than even the worst examples in terms of scale and ferocity. Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Dresden, or Tokyo, all during World War II, or the bombing of Aleppo or Mariupol in recent times. The jury should be aware that more than 90% of all housing has been destroyed in Gaza, and Israel has dropped more than 200,000 tons of bombs on Gaza, which is more than the equivalent of 13 nuclear bombs dropped on Hiroshima. Almost all civilian infrastructure such as water, electricity, and sanitation, or services including schools, universities, and hospitals have been obliterated or damaged. Under international law, such infrastructure and services form part of the definition of adequate housing. Almost 94% of all hospitals, 95% of school buildings, and almost 89% of all water, sanitation, and hygiene infrastructure have been destroyed or damaged. The attacks have targeted tents, IDP and refugee camps, and religious and cultural sites. Almost all of the population of Gaza of 2.3 million have been displaced, half of them children, often multiple times from one place to another. More than 2 million people are homeless. More have been rendered homeless in a shorter time in Gaza than in any other conflict in recent memory. Despite this catastrophe in Gaza, massive destruction of housing is not condemned or criminalized on its own terms under international law. Homes are supposed to be qualified protected objects under international humanitarian law, but they can lose that status too easily if there is some link with the military objective, however far-fetched. Norms such as proportionality and necessity in international humanitarian law have not proved capable of preventing mass destruction of housing. Indeed, the normative, moral, and political black hole in which mass destruction of housing exists is one major reason why I proposed the term domicide to the UN General Assembly to name it, understand it, condemn it, and prevent it. The jury should take into account that the humanitarian, psychological, and cultural impacts of domicide are profound, as we just heard. A home is not just four walls and a roof, but a repository of memories, hopes, and aspirations. Destruction of a home leads to profound psychological loss and trauma. People mourn when they lose their homes and lives of dead ones, but not necessarily the loss of other items, even those essential for human survival. The mass destruction of housing and the neighborhood leads to the disintegration of community life, an intangible heritage which leads to profound cultural loss. Then there is the humanitarian impact of loss of a secure and safe place against the wind, cold, and heat, especially for infants, small children, older persons, and disabled individuals, as well as the gendered impact of lack of privacy on women. Indeed, destruction of a home destroys the possibility of enjoying so many other rights which depend on it. The ability to cook, access water and sanitation, or attend school. Housing is a gateway right to other rights, including the right to self-determination, because self-determination depends on having control over land. Destruction of homes, which results in the displacement, leads to the inability to enjoy self-determination over the land on which homes stand, which is why housing and land rights can never be separated. Domicide is, when seen through the prisms of housing and land, an attack on a people and their self-determination. The Israeli occupation and annexation of Palestine, along with policies of apartheid, focus so much on control of land and housing for this reason. Ultimately, domicide, whether slow and incremental or rapid and genocidal, is the main tool of converting occupation to annexation. Yet the law and politics of domicide remain non-existent or underdeveloped, hidden in the blind spots of international law. Homes are allegedly protected objects under international humanitarian law, but are regularly bombed without limits. In fact, as the world urbanizes more, war has become more urban, targeting the built environment, as we have seen in Gaza, which was 77% urban before the outbreak of war in October 2023. Israel's use of artificial intelligence through systems such as Lavender, Gospel, and Where is Daddy, the IDF's systematic demolition of residential buildings using explosives, robots, and D9 Caterpillar bulldozers, and the overall pattern of mass bombardment of buildings, judging by its scale and ferocity, show that the destruction of residential buildings and civil infrastructure has been intentional, disproportionate, and unnecessary for any plausible military objective. Indeed, the pattern of destruction goes beyond Gaza and can be seen in the West Bank as well, for example, in the use of Caterpillar bulldozers. Despite these facts, there is little promise thus far that anyone would be prosecuted for such war crimes, although many countries do have laws to prosecute violations of war crimes on the basis of universal jurisdiction. Unfortunately, the record is bleak. There have been no convictions of anyone for mass destruction of housing and war crimes trials of the past. The definitions of crimes against humanity and genocide in the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court do not include mass destruction of homes. South Africa has alleged before the International Court of Justice in its case against Israel that rendering the territory uninhabitable through massive destruction of homes and related civilian infrastructure actually constitutes genocide under the Genocide Convention. If that argument is upheld by the ICJ, it might offer a glimmer of hope that law is still relevant to control the inhumanity of domicide. I urge this tribunal to respectfully issue a finding that bolsters this line of argument. Under international law, Israel and the other states and private entities that committed or became complicit in domicide in Gaza through their supply of weapons, machinery, products, and expertise remain both accountable and responsible. Accountability is a language of legal and moral liability that usually attaches to individuals or private entities, while responsibility, especially state responsibility, is a well-established doctrine of international law. It is indeed a fundamental rule of established international law that states are responsible for their wrongful acts and must provide reparation to restore all rights. This will be a long struggle, and this tribunal is an important milestone in that quest. Indeed, the tribunal may want to consider how its ruling can influence the strengthening of the politics of solidarity, which must trump the politics of domination and subjugation, which remains operating systems of world order. As law strives to be a language of not just domination and power, but of legitimacy to establish its hegemony, alternative narratives of legitimacy are emerging and are possible, which can shape a law and politics of counter-hegemony. I urge the tribunal to approach its analysis and findings in that spirit. Finally, I urge the tribunal to consider the impact of domicide on immediate survival needs and longer-term rebuilding of Gaza. Despite the current ceasefire, immediate shelter needs of almost 2 million people loom large. This is complicated by two factors. First, winter is coming, and many vulnerable individuals, including infants, may perish as in the past 2 years unless there are enough tents and caravans to house them. However, as long as Israel controls the borders of Gaza, only a trickle of aid can come in, judging from past experience. After the failed ceasefire in early 2025, hardly any tents and caravans were allowed inside Gaza by Israel, although it had agreed to do so. Second, the sheer volume of rubble created by the obliteration of all built infrastructure in Gaza has created an extraordinary challenge of debris removal and disposal. This debris remains contaminated and is mixed with unexploded munitions, thus rendering whole areas unsafe. But large equipment and personnel needed for this task cannot come in unless occupation and border control are removed. Longer-term rebuilding is even more complicated and is estimated to cost billions, the largest portion of which is for restoring and rebuilding adequate housing, according to available estimates. But the real challenge of rebuilding after such catastrophes is the level of trauma and social disarticulation, and not just how rapidly the physical structures can be rebuilt. That will remain an enormous challenge. It is thus manifestly clear that the Commission of Domicide, which has been the main tool of genocide in Gaza and the occupation of Palestine as a whole,
must be confronted in all its enormity, as consequences of domicide are in fact among the biggest challenges to the recovery of the Palestinian people. The jury will want to consider this in its deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajagopal. I would like to ask our team to play a video of a Muhammad. Thank you. Thank you very much. We all know homes are essential parts of our lives, and since Muhammad has been speaking about a loss of one, it's time to see a video. I would like to ask members of the jury if we have any questions about this topic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajagopal, for your presentation. Usually, lots of people have made the comparison, the destruction of Gaza with Dresden and Hiroshima. You mentioned that what happened in Gaza was about 13 times the damage in Hiroshima. Hiroshima was just one incident. Dresden was over just 3 days with about less than 4 tons. And here we're talking about 50 times. I would appreciate it very much if we can be provided with a table that shows Gaza, Dresden, Hiroshima, the amount of destruction, the number of days. It is reported that Hiroshima was about 70% destruction, while Gaza, as you mentioned, over 90 or 95%. The number of victims, I believe they will exceed probably 200,000. We may have just official numbers, those who have been counted with names, but those who have not been counted, probably much more. Even according to Israeli sources, they might exceed 200,000. So that would be much appreciated, just to see it in a table format with the 2 incidents that most experts would talk about, Dresden and Hiroshima, as being the highlights of World War II, and how that compared to what's happening, and the fact that this is just a matter of an hour or 2 and a day or 2, while this has been taking place over 734 days. Thank you.
Of course, I can of course have that table prepared, and I'll be happy to supply that in the coming days.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Mohammed? Okay, I guess that would be an ending of this session. And considering that we still do have a lot to discuss, we will definitely be speaking about targeting of civilians and civilian infrastructure. That will be the next part of today's first session. So we will be discussing medical systems and discussing everything that has not been working in Gaza for the past 2 years, all those medical facilities that have been destroyed, and inability of Gazans to have an approach to medical conditions, to medications and everything they need as an essence for healthy and possible survival of the genocide in Gaza. So Dr. Javid Abdul Manaim will be the first to talk. Deliberate mass harm to civilians, destruction of the healthcare system, food as a weapon of war, bearing witness to genocide in Gaza. So we will be listening another witness testimony.
Good morning. Let me set this up. Hello, everybody. Right. My name is Dr. Javid Abdul Manaim. I'm an emergency medicine physician and the Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders International President, MSF. I was in Gaza from the 6th of June to the 31st of July 2024 as a medical team leader. My account today relies on that experience, as well as MSF's work throughout the last 2 years. MSF is an independent medical humanitarian organization. We deliver care to people affected by conflict, epidemics, and disasters, and we speak out about what we witness. We've worked in Palestine since 1988. In Gaza today, over 1,000 of my Palestinian colleagues and around 40 international staff support hospitals, clinics, and water provision. Distinguished jury of conscience, please consider that we bear witness to Israel's deliberate mass harm of civilians, use of food as a weapon of war, and destruction of the healthcare system as three key elements in its genocide in Gaza, which takes place in the historical context of the Israeli occupation, colonization, blockade, and forced displacement of Palestinians across the occupied Palestinian territories. We witnessed mass deliberate harm of civilians through killing and injury. During my time in Gaza, in the so-called safe humanitarian zone, Al-Mawasi, makeshift tents crowded to the shoreline, gunships fired on the coastline while drones, helicopters, and jets were constant overhead. Explosions shook our windows and smoke plumes rose across the north, middle, and south simultaneously. Over a span of just 9 days in July 2024, I worked through 4 mass casualty events in the emergency room of Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. 4 Israeli attacks resulted in 162 people killed and 568 injured, those figures just from one emergency room, the one in which I worked. 2 of those attacks were within this so-called humanitarian zone. One of those attacks employed a double tap, whereby the first responder medical teams who arrived on the scene were also struck. I treated those patients that day, many of them still in their ambulance and first responder uniforms. In the middle of one of those 4 mass casualties, I saw our MSF anesthetist in the emergency room instead of the operating theater. He explained his house had been destroyed and his daughters and nephews were in the ER somewhere. Later, we learned one of his nephews had been killed and another had suffered a spinal injury and paralysis. Within the next 5 days, my nurse colleague's son was killed, living in the middle area, and another nurse colleague living in Gaza City had 2 children killed and his third severely injured. Jury, please consider how the Israeli attacks were so indiscriminate through disregard for civilians that death became routine. Nearly every day, our wards echoed with the cries of my healthcare colleagues who were told that their family members had just been killed in their homes or while playing outside. Please note one scene I experienced working in the red zone in the emergency room during a mass casualty, which captures a glimpse of the daily horrific reality in Gaza. A 3-year-old girl injured, looking straight at me. She's breathing and alert, but when I remove her dressing, her entire left thigh is peeled down to the bone. Next to her, a woman covered in dust, appearing stable, breathing, eyes open, no obvious bleeding, until I took down the dressing and a large piece of bowel emerged. I kneel over a boy, blood on my knee, in his early teens on the floor, no facial hair yet. He's dead, not breathing. A man, most of his lower leg mangled, a boy with his face almost entirely burnt, a woman whose entire back is burnt with shrapnel and melted clothing. A girl taking her last breaths alone. At least she had the dignity to be on a bed. These are just 7 of the 730 injured or killed in 9 days in one emergency room in which I worked a year ago, and the same violence has continued every week that there hasn't been a ceasefire. Members of the jury, I would also like you to consider that during my time in Gaza in June 2024, the Nusayrat hostage rescue produced catastrophic civilian casualties, something I witnessed with my own eyes. The disproportion between the 4 Israelis rescued and the nearly 980 Palestinians killed and wounded that day is an affront to humanity. The entire trauma system was overwhelmed from middle area to south. In our trauma unit in Nasser alone, we took in 19 patients transferred from Al-Aqsa Hospital. The last child admitted from that attack was discharged 42 days later from our ward. He'd suffered an amputated forearm, a brain injury with memory loss and seizures, and still had a metal external fixator attached to his femur. Less than 7 days after that attack, as I waited to cross the Netzarim corridor, I witnessed the murder of 2 fishermen on the beach. This was roughly 2 kilometers from the buffer zone. Each was killed with a single shot from behind as they ran away, one to the neck and one to the heart. Israeli authorities denied us permission to render first aid or retrieve the bodies. Their friends crept up the beach, retrieved the bodies, and carried them away, still clutching one of their fishing nets. 2, how Israeli authorities used food as a weapon of war. The deliberate use of food as a weapon in Gaza saw hunger reach unprecedented levels, with famine confirmed by the IPC in August 2025, as you've heard. This is not hunger, it's deliberate starvation. At the MSF clinic in Gaza City, in the north of the Strip, the number of people enrolled for malnutrition by the 2nd week of July had quadrupled in the previous month, while rates of severe malnutrition in children under 5 tripled in 2 weeks of July alone. In Gaza City, as of August the 9th, we had 1,599 people enrolled for outpatient malnutrition treatment. 42% of those children are under 5 years old, and over half are pregnant and breastfeeding women. A week-long survey at our clinics across Gaza this July showed 1/4 of pregnant and breastfeeding women and children were malnourished. Our 4 outpatient feeding centers were overwhelmed, facing demand driven by deliberate starvation. Members of the jury, during this time, people were forced to seek food at the Israeli and UN-led militarized food distribution sites run by the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Fund, GHF. Distributions at GHF sites were accompanied by extreme violence. Palestinian men, women, and children seeking food came under fire from Israeli soldiers and from American security contractors. Our teams on the ground treated people with gunshot wounds, barbed wire lacerations, and crush injuries from stampedes, all sustained while trying to receive aid at GHF sites. Between 7th of June and 24th of July 2025, in just 6.5 weeks, in just 2 of our facilities, we received 1,380 injured individuals and 28 dead from 2 GHF sites. The anatomical precision of those injuries suggests intentional targeting rather than indiscriminate fire. And this is only a fraction of the total injured and killed seeking food aid at GHF sites. These are just the patients we saw in our own clinics. Esteemed jury, our colleague Abdullah Hamad was killed on the 3rd of July this year. Israeli forces deliberately targeted a group of people, including Abdullah, without warning as they waited for aid trucks to collect flour in Khan Yunis. Jury, we highlight that the famine and deaths at food aid sites were not accidental. They were deliberately orchestrated by Israel. 3, on the destruction deliberately of the healthcare system. Medical facility closures and direct attacks on health infrastructure. In the space of 8 days in July last year, while I worked in Gaza, Israel's evacuation orders resulted in the closure of 13 medical points, 4 primary healthcare centers, and 3 hospitals. This included our MSF Gaza clinic, one of the only functioning clinics for wound care in the north, and the Ministry of Health European Gaza Hospital in the south. That last closure resulted in an influx of patients to Nasser Hospital where I was working. Families wheeled their injured loved ones on their hospital beds, kilometers from hospital to hospital, to try to get them care that day. From October 23 until September of this year, MSF evacuated staff and patients from 24 health facilities. We've endured 50 violent attacks, including airstrikes on hospitals, tank fire on deconflicted shelters, and attacks on convoys. On the 25th of August this year, Nasser was targeted again with a double-tap airstrike. It's the only partially functioning hospital left in southern Gaza. That attack killed 21 people, including healthcare workers and journalists, and one of our MSF staff sustained injuries to his chest. The jury should consider that Nasser is just one of many hospitals hit across the Strip. Since the 9th of August this year, there is not one single fully functioning hospital remaining in Gaza. Currently, only 14 of 36 are partially operational. On the systematic obstruction of medical supplies and equipment. Immediately following the Rafah invasion in early May of 24, medical supplies arriving from outside became minimal to non-existent. At MSF inside Nasser, as I worked, we ran out of ibuprofen, gloves, even wheelchairs and crutches. We had to borrow surgical gowns and lacked enough mattresses for beds in the MSF burns and orthopedic trauma wards. The jury should consider that in the first 7 days of July 2024, health services received less than 9% of our fuel needs. This triggered electricity rationing that at times meant no water on the wards until 2 p.m., no electricity in the inpatient areas, no sterilization services, and repeated power limits in operating theaters. At a time of influx of wounded from mass casualties every other day, for example, 6 surgeries had to be cancelled in a single day because surgical staff could not work without electricity. Jury, please note that Israeli procedures for authorizing and managing the entry of essential supplies into Gaza were and continue to be inefficient, arbitrary, and marred by blockages and delays. Only 2/3 of our supply requests have been accepted since October 2023. An average response time in these 2 years is 83 days for medical items and 64 for logistical. Some items take over 300 days to be approved by Israel. These obstructions prevented life-saving surgery and care. Last year, we recorded an 18% wound infection rate in 6 of our clinics. Healthcare workers systematically targeted. Over 1,700 healthcare workers have been killed since October 2023. At MSF, 15 of our colleagues have been killed by Israeli forces in Gaza. Moreover, our colleagues were displaced multiple times, starved, and maimed. Dear jury, take note that Doctors Mohammed Abu Nujayla and Ahmed Al-Sahar, MSF doctors working at Al-Auda Hospital, were killed when the facility was struck in November 2023. We had repeatedly informed Israeli authorities that Al-Auda was a working hospital with patients and medical staff, and therefore protected under international humanitarian law. A few days earlier, our colleague Ala Al-Shawa, a nurse, was killed when a clearly marked MSF convoy came under attack in Gaza City, despite having authorization to evacuate. He was shot in the head. 2 years of Israeli raids on hospitals have resulted in arbitrary detention, torture, and forced disappearance of health workers, including MSF staff. On October 26th last year, during a raid on Kamal Adwan Hospital, MSF surgeon Dr. Mohammed Obeid was arrested with 57 others. To this day, he remains in an Israeli prison without charge, cut off from his family, and has lost significant weight. On the destruction of water and sanitation system. Beyond the healthcare system itself, jury, please be mindful that the water and sanitation system, integral for the public health of the population, has been destroyed by Israel. In June 2024, a UN assessment of the water and sanitation system revealed over 100 kilometers of the sewage network and 60% of the sanitation system destroyed, including the totality of all heavy machinery needed to manage solid waste. Less than a third of the fuel needs for desalination pumps and water trucks were allowed by Israel that month. This all, coupled with the serial displacement of the population and breakdown of vaccination programs, meant that polio was declared in Gaza while I was there. It had been eradicated years previously. In our primary care clinics, top diagnoses were water and sanitation related: diarrhea, skin, and eye infections. People lacked clean water, toilets, soap, and disinfectants. Members of the jury, a health system does not collapse by chance. It's destroyed when hospitals are deliberately struck, supplies are choked off, healthcare workers are killed or detained, and the water and sanitation system is ruined. As Gaza's health infrastructure collapsed, civilians are left without life-saving care. Patients with trauma injuries, chronic diseases, cancer, communicable illnesses, malnourished children, and pregnant women are dying from preventable causes. I ask you to recognize this for what it is: the deliberate dismantling of the means to survive. Conclusion: deliberate mass harm to civilians, food as a weapon of war, destruction of the healthcare system. Under these headings, I've described Israeli actions that in our witnessing and experience reflect a systematic and deliberate pattern of destruction targeting the population in Gaza. The genocide is far from over. Aid is still not flowing in at scale. A humanitarian catastrophe continues to unfold, and there remains an urgent need for credible accountability mechanisms to deliver justice for the thousands killed and injured by Israeli actions over the past 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you,
Can he
Dr.
stay,
Javid.
excuse me, can he stay for some questions?
Yes, when this part of the session is over, then we will have time to ask questions and open a discussion. And the next to speak is Dr. Taner Kamachi. And Dr. Kamachi will be speaking in Turkish. So I would like to ask jury to put their headphones that our team will bring in a minute so you could understand everything the doctor is saying. And when it comes to questions, I would like to ask doctor to put the headset on when the jury asks the question so you could answer. So Dr. Kamachi, please welcome, and your subject is traces of genocide in Gaza's health system. Already?
Şuradan göremiyorum. Şu ekranda. Bu ekran çalışmıyor. İndirin here. Şurada görüyorsunuz. Tamam. Tamam. Mikrofon şursanız oradan gözünüzün ucuyla da görürsünüz. Tamam. Ortada durursanız kamera sizi daha güzel çeker. Tamam. Siz ortaya koyun.
Herkese selamlar.
Greetings, everyone.
Esteemed jury, my name is Taner Kamacı. I'm a doctor focusing on children. I was in Gaza for 15 days, working as a doctor on the field, treating the wounded. And I've seen Israel's trace, the crimes, the traces of crimes and genocide. And I'm here to share my findings. Israel in Gaza has committed various crimes, I'm sure, but as a health personnel, I especially focus on health and focus on Israel's crimes on health. Us, practitioners, doctors, define health as the individual, spiritual, physical, and social wellness of individual. So, 2 years, every day, the streets and houses were bombarded. Electricity, water, and its food taken away. Drugs, ambulance, and hospitals in need. How can these people can be fine physically, spiritually, or socially? Israel, in these 2 years, have affected all of people of Gaza, exploiting their need for health. Israel's atrocities in terms of health systems are summarized in a couple, let's say, titles. One is the fundamental necessities for health system and their restriction. For a healthy life, before anything else, we need shelter, electricity, clean water, necessary food and supplements. These are the needs. Sewage systems, extraction or vaccination of children are needs. From the beginning of the war, Israel has focused on the electricity of Gaza, restricting the water distribution systems, affecting the entire populace of Gaza, stripping them of their fundamental right. For 18 years, they were under siege already. For many needs, they relied on external aid. The people of Gaza now couldn't reach the external aid given to them by severely restricting their accessibility, making the people of Gaza starve and use this starvation as a tool of war, a weapon of war. In 2 years, 154 children and total of 460 people died from malnutrition alone. This has been reported. In my time in Gaza, I've seen these in hospitals, in the hallways of hospitals, on the ground, wrapped in a blanket, lying on the ground or outside the hospital, just with a sheet or a blanket or maybe some nylon covers, not protecting themselves from heat or cold, in tents haphazardly built, having trouble finding even bread, waiting behind tankers for hours for drinking water, not being able to sate their toilet needs, waiting in lines for hours. I've seen these and I've witnessed all of them. Israel's actions and atrocities in Gaza include the bombardment of health institutions. Based on the Gaza statistics from the Ministry of Health, before October 7th, they had 38 hospitals and more than 100 smaller institutions for health. But in 2 years, the 34 of the 38 hospitals are partially or completely bombarded, rendering them useless. Of 157 healthcare centers, 103 of them are completely demolished, and of 197 ambulances, they were intentionally targeted and destroyed. In my time in Gaza, I was in South Gaza, and actively I've been working on treatable surgical theaters. Only 2 hospitals were there. I was in Gaza European Hospital. Aqsa Martyrs Hospitals was at the other hospital. The south of Gaza, all their emergencies and the wounded were only in these 2 hospitals. And these people and all these emergencies only on 2 hospitals, resulting in what you see on the videos here. Can we play these videos? Maybe the technical team can help us. All the wounded and the emergency treatments only could be treated in 2 hospitals. Their emergency clinics would work 24/7, always busy. Surgical theaters were working constantly on treatment of patients. Sometimes emergency surgery patients had to wait in line for hours. And in Gaza, I've also witnessed that ambulances, since most of them were damaged by Israel, sometimes patients would be carried on horseback or with horse carriages, coming to emergency where their intestines are ripped, arms and legs just ripped from their bodies, carried alongside them. In this video, this is my video. This is from the European Hospital Emergency Clinic. Tens of children, as you can see. Such a war we see where the emergency are filled with children. Israel's targeted strikes against healthcare systems. The third title, I'd say, would be the actions against healthcare workers, martyrdom, imprisonment, and murders. Based on the Gaza Ministry of Health, from October 7th to this day, 1,722 personnel were martyred by Israel. 362 personnel were imprisoned or captured, and most of them are not heard of ever since. Israel's another atrocity, a crime, is restricting access of medical supplies and equipment into Gaza. On one hand, they restrict pharmaceuticals and equipment entries to Gaza, and at the same time, they focus on the pharmaceutical storage internal in Gaza. One example is the main warehouse of Gaza, Han Yanus in Nasr Hospital, featuring the warehouse of the pharmaceutical and medicine. And once the hospital were captured, the first thing done was to destroy the warehouse. 2 years of such process. 4,000 children and 15,000 people in total have lost limbs. And among them, hundreds of them were children. Anesthesis could not be found. Anesthesis could not be done in procedures. So amputations had to be done while they were conscious. Many women without anesthesia by C-section had to give birth. Necessary antibiotics and painkillers could not be supplemented, so many surgeries had to be carried out in theaters with pain, and their wounds later sadly got infected. Simple antibiotics could have prevented all of these. And most children, patients, since I especially focus on children's treatment as a doctor myself, a basic infection, children could not come to doctors or come to doctors but cannot receive treatment. So many complicated lung infections resulted from this. I was in the children's ward in the European hospital. I've seen many entubed children because of this. And I asked why all these children are all entubed. And they said they came with flu or such. Simple antibiotics could have resolved this, but we don't have those. So their lungs get infected. With such infected lungs, they get complicated, and we have to extract those with such tubes. 2 of those children had completely collapsed their lungs, and they had to be treated in surgery. And I did that. Lack of simple antibiotics caused so much suffering and surgeries for children alone. I, in my time in Gaza, have treated hundreds of kids, many surgeries too, and sadly lost one such patient. This, what you see on the screen, is my day 1 and my first surgery. A 15-year-old boy playing on the street got struck by an Israeli sniper from the hip and the patient I lost was an 8-year-old child hurt by a shrapnel in the intestines, ripped intestines. We recovered the intestines with a simple surgery, but 3 days later lost in ICU. I want to talk about this child's story. This story, I believe, reflects the genocidal actions of Israel in Gaza. Israel's war is not against Hamas in Gaza. They're fighting against children, not just with bombs, with other steps too. And this story, I believe, reflects that. They're in Han Yunis in their house, just sitting down. They get bombarded, the house gets destroyed. The child is under the rubble. A piece of shrapnel serves 5 cuts in the intestines. Recovered under the rubble in 5 hours later. Transferred to the nearest hospital, sadly with no possibility of a surgery. They need to come to the hospital where I am, but the ICU, surgicals, all theaters are full. All services, all beds, nothing. Sometimes multiple patients in a single bed even, so we cannot take in the patient. After a while, we get a space, and this patient is admitted into our hospital, but they cannot find an ambulance now. Israel has struck all the ambulances. 15 hours later, the patient is carried, wrapped in a blanket, in a pickup truck, arrived to our hospital. We took him to the ICU. We see blood loss and what we call sepsis, a serious infection, in complete shock. The treatment is emergency, but all of our operational rooms are full with multiple patients at times. The child could not wait, and for the first time ever in my life, I brought him to the endoscopical unit and did the surgery there. With brief anesthesia, the intestinal part was simple, relatively, but post-surgery, I could not give them antibiotics or other serums, nor blood, necessary blood. And 3 days later, they passed away. Look at the stages here. It's not just the bomb. It's the rubble. The rubble's extraction equipment is also struck. Ambulances are struck. hospital pharmaceutical resource are struck. Multiple aspects are struck in this strike. That's why it's not a war, it's a genocide, as we say it. And now, before your presence to everybody, I wish to I ask you this. What kid deserves this across the globe? Please look at this picture.
This is the result of an Israel's bomb. It got ripped into two, had to one side the body, to torso to other side. And a journalist shoots this Elisal Sharif and serves this to the world. And Israel bombs that journalist too a couple of months later. So we are trying to declare the genocide of Israel to the world, but their prime minister goes to the world and says that we will be taking revenge from all who speak against Israel. What is this in the legal language? In Gaza, surviving the war is literally a miracle. While playing at home, while on the road, you might get shot by a sniper. You could be blown to bits by a bomb. If you go under rubble, Israel won't let the equipment to free you. And let's say that you survive that while you are on the way to the hospital, you cannot, because Israel has already shot the ambulances. Let's say that you have reached the hospital. Is it over? Have you survived? No, because all of the operating rooms are full. The urgent patients has to wait for hours for operation. Let's say that you had your operation. Can you survive? No, again, because they lack sterile, clean hospital room, no antibiotics, no painkillers. Why? Because Israel has blocked them all. Let's say that you had your surgery. Let's say that they are going to discharge you. You have bandages all over you. You are going to go home, right? Has this child survived? No, they no longer have a house to go. Maybe they have lost all of their family and they are now alone in the world. Where could they go? Where could these children go with all of the fixator, bandages, etc.? Maybe, just maybe, if they have surviving relatives, they could take this child in, and they have to build a tent with scraps, but this tent doesn't have electricity, that tent doesn't have food, and this child is going to wait in line for hours for food, wait hours for water, wait for bathroom, hours and hours at end. They won't even remember to bathe. They will forget what bathing means. They will feel the pain of their relatives. Also, they will have to endure their injuries. Ain't that genocide?
İnsan hakları evrensel beyannameler.
According to the Declaration of the Human Rights, Universal Declaration, all persons has to have a place to live, vaccination, education, health, clean water, enough food, and we have been saying that for years now. They have violated the Universal Human Rights Agreement per the international law. Even in war, the healthcare employees, schools, places of worships, journalists, journaling offices, they are sacred and they cannot be intervened with even at war. But since the 7th of October 2023, Israel has been attacking them. Israel has been killing hundreds of journalists, hundreds of healthcare workers. They have bombed schools and hospitals. And we have been saying this. Whole world saw this. Everyone is a witness. And normally wars are between two armies, but Israel killed minimum of 20,000 children. They killed about 4 or 5 times civilians compared to the soldiers they have fought. So, in summary, Israel since the 7th of October 2023, they prevent the basic needs from entering the country. They have bombed many hospitals, burned many hospitals, martyred hundreds of healthcare workers, took them captive and prevented the necessary medicines to be entered into the country, and they continued the war of genocide in that. And as I, Dr. Taner Kamaji, PD, I have been a witness, and I want Israel to be judged in the official courts and also in the conscience of all people.
Teşekkür ederim. Machi. I understand that we all have a lot to say when it comes to genocide in Gaza and ongoing war and ongoing genocide. But I would like to ask, please, all of the other speakers to stick to those timelines that we gave them in order for everyone to have a place and time to speak and say what they want. So, evidence for the systematic Israeli attacks on Palestinian healthcare personnel and the destruction of preconditions of public health and for public health is our next topic, and the speaker is Dr. Mads Gilbert.
Yeah, thank you. Please try to speed up. I will. Absolutely. Can I have the first slide, please? Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. Respected jury, thank you so much for the invitation and the honor to be a witness here. My only justification to stand here in front of you today is to amplify the Palestinian voices and to support and to extend on their experiences. I start by paying tribute to 3 of my dear colleagues in Gaza, because within all these numbers we have, Palestinians are of course not numbers but humans with families just like us. The late Dr. Haitem and Dr. Samera, who were brutally murdered with their 5 children on December 16, 2023, and my dear medical student and later very clever medical doctor, Dr. Maysara Al-Rayes, who was killed on the November 5th, together with his complete family in Gaza City. We should remember all of the 1,700 plus healthcare workers who have been killed brutally by the Israelis, and all the other more than 80,000 killed. And the killing goes on as we are speaking. I also want to pay tribute to the brave colleagues, the Palestinian medical students, the paramedics, the nurses, the doctors, and all the others needed for a healthcare system who are, as we are speaking, doing their heroic work to serve their people under the most difficult circumstances, like Dr. Atef Al-Hot here, the medical director of Nasser Hospital, confronting the Israeli invading armed forces into his hospital. I want to try to give you a testimony on the systematics of the Israeli attacks on healthcare, not just for the last 2 years, and the systematics in the Israeli destruction of the preconditions for public health, because this has been going on as a modus operandi from the Israeli settler colonial politicians and their army for more than 40 years. And I think I would like to quote one of my good colleagues, the previous Deputy Minister of Health, who said that the most important health issue in Palestine is the occupation. And as medical professionals, we need always to seek the root cause for ill health. And I totally subscribe to the fact that in Palestine, the root cause of ill health is the Israeli occupation, and unless that is dealt with, there will continue to be ill health. And being doctors going there only to soak the blood from the floor, we will become part of the problem if we don't stop the bleeding. The Palestinian healthcare workers are experts in improvising and finding solutions. In fact, the world experts. They should teach us. They carry the weight of healthcare in occupied Palestine, both Gaza and the West Bank, and they are the key witnesses. That's my position. And I will share with you some of my own experiences through the 42 years that I have been working as a medical doctor, anesthesiologist and emergency doctor with the Palestinians. So as a scientist, I want to share my sources with you and what is the basis for what I call evidence-based solidarity. Number one, my local contacts, the families, the patients in Gaza and in the West Bank that I have been dealing with. And of course, my own clinical experiences. The Minister of Health in Gaza, the UN bodies that are providing regular reports, the critical media, and of course, peer-reviewed, evidence-based research and science. So I'd like to point to the fact that throughout the 2 last years, we've had weekly updated reports on any number that could be gathered in Gaza through the, in particular, UN OCHA's reports, the weekly reports, and all the reports, validated reports on the attacks on the healthcare system. And in addition, the science. There has been a large body of peer-reviewed science published through the last 2 years, and I'd be happy to provide the jury with an updated list of references. So the most important source of knowledge, I think, is this UN OCHA weekly report, and they have produced nothing less than 328 such reports since the 7th of October. And if you look at this graph, you can see the 2 graphs indicating the number of killed and injured. These 2 graphs, and this is from October 15, so it's a very updated one. Then there was a study that was published in January this year in The Lancet, showing that when you critically review the numbers produced the first 12 months after October 7th, there is actually a 41% underreporting of the numbers, 41%. So if you take the number in this report, the last one, and you multiply by 1.41, the actual number of killed is not 67,000 plus, but 95,000 plus. And if you add to that the 10 to 20,000 lost or buried or missing in the rubble of the bombed buildings, we have surpassed 100,000 killed in Palestine, in Gaza. And don't forget that 3 out of 4 are women and children, and between 80 and 90% are civilians. So those are the rude numbers, the crude numbers. Also important documentation sources are the experiences you have yourself, and my experiences with the Palestinian families, and in particular the patients that I have met. So let me just take one brief story. This is Amal. I will not give her family name for security reasons. Here we received her in Shifa Hospital in January 2009 during the Operation Cast Lead. She had been buried in the bombed house after a massacre in Zaytun. She stayed there for 3 days, and then she was recovered by her brother. She was nearly dead when she came. She was resuscitated by her team, Palestinian team, and she survived, although with 2 Israeli shrapnels in her brain, too difficult to remove. I followed her and her family. This is her twin brother, Abdullah. Excuse me for the wrong year, it should be 2012. She's carrying this hat because of the pain, the nosebleed, and the air bleed from the 2 shrapnels, but they both do well in school. I meet them every time I go to Gaza, 2 to 3 times a year, and this is in 2022, when she said, when I asked about the difficulties, after she married and got 2 kids, she said, life must go on. That's the attitude of the Palestinian people. I've, of course, been in constant contact with her during the last 2 years. This is from a few days ago. They have been displaced 3 times to the south. She now has 3 kids. All 3 of them have been starving. And she says we cannot go back to Shashaya because of the Israeli presence there. She has not been able to find a tent, which cost $900. And she's basically having her whole household in this truck behind her. These are the faces of the victims of the Israeli genocidal attacks on people in Gaza. Do not forget that there are victims from the previous attacks, like Amal and her family. Abdullah, her twin brother, was captured by the Israelis for no good reason and remains in captivity, probably heavily tortured. We wait for him to come back. So Amal and her family are our responsibility. And it is horrible to just see that after 2 years of these horrendous crimes perpetrated in Gaza, it goes on, and we have not been able to stop it. After each bombing, there is hectic activity in the operating rooms. This is in Shifa, after one of the bombings, not noticed in the media at all, in September 2019, a young boy who was hit on his motor bicycle, delivering pizza. And I can assure you, you never forget the feeling of lifting carefully an amputated leg of an 18-year-old boy, still warm, down to the floor to wrap it up and give it to the family for burial. We have done scientific studies on the amputations caused by the Israeli attacks in Gaza, and we found that the systematic targeting of extremities, arms, legs, knees, ankles, and hands is the same pattern as during the Intifada, when the Israelis do not want to kill, but they want to invalidate and to hurt and harm as much as possible. Every amputation will need 10, on an average 10 surgeries to be able to fit a prosthesis. Now there are between 1,000 and 2,000 child amputees in Gaza, which will need between 10 and 20,000 surgeries just to rehabilitate these kids. So it's imminent to build up again the capacity in Gaza for surgery. So my first point is that the attacks on Palestinian healthcare is very systematic. It's part of their strategy. Let me take you back to 1982, when the Israelis invaded Lebanon, besieged Beirut, cut the water, the food supply, the water supply, the medical supplies, and bombed it night and day. This was my first mission to Lebanon rather, and working together with Palestinian medics. 2 points about this picture. Number one, the majority of the people doing medical work in Gaza and in Lebanon and in the West Bank are the Palestinians themselves. Number two, we could see clearly the pattern of attacks on ambulances, on hospitals, on healthcare personnel, 1982. And there was a commission. It was the McBride Commission. I was a witness for that commission in 1982. And if you look at the second page of the complete report, you can see that the vice chairman was Professor Richard Falk. I suggest we give him a big hand for having been standing out for so long, 41 years. Thank you, Richard. And my second point is that despite all these reports, this is the Goldstone report from 2009. This is the inquiry report from 2014, when the attack was just as bad on healthcare, and the UN report, and also the tribunal in Brussels, actually documented, and that's important, but it did not change the impunity of the Israeli war machine. They continued, despite all this documentation that we have had through all these years of the same pattern of attacking healthcare, civilians, schools, all these different types of brutal war crimes. So the evidence of the long-standing Israeli attacks on Palestinian healthcare and healthcare workers is overwhelming. I'll just give you, as a scientist, some numbers. This is from the health cluster, which is which has been reporting weekly also from Gaza after October 2023. The yellow bars on this graph are the hospitals that are in function, the gray bars, non-functional. And this is 6 weeks, the first 6 weeks after October 7. So on October 8th, there were 34 partially functioning hospitals. On November 14, only 8. This is the result of the systematic attacks on healthcare in Gaza, in order to rob the people of the cornerstone of safety in a society, which is a hospital and healthcare. And when you rob the people of that safety, the intention is, of course, to have more people killed and dying from complications, and it is to kill the will to resist. That's the objective of the attack on healthcare. And the invasion of the hospitals, as you know, has been followed by rampage, by vandalization of MR machines, of ICU machinery, the cancer hospital for children, the cancer hospital for adults. Everything is sort of systematically destroyed. And in 2024, UN reported nearly 600 attacks on healthcare in Gaza. And you know, this is one of the well-known ones, the attack on El Ahli Arab Hospital. And here, Dr. Abu Safiya, the head of Kamal Adwan, still imprisoned, along with 301 other healthcare workers still in prison, being tortured. So the pattern is systematic, attacks on hospitals and on healthcare workers. WHO has a dashboard, and you can see the internet address there. And you can actually search for attacks on healthcare all over the world. And here I've done a search with the search term Occupied Palestinian Territory, West Bank and Gaza. And you can see the numbers of attacks, of killed, of injured during the last 2 years, from October 10 to October 22 this year. And the numbers sum up to 2,853 killed or wounded patients and healthcare workers in Gaza for the last 2 years, 4 per day or 1 every 6 hours. Extremely systematic. And this is a clear modus for the last 20 years, systematic attacks. If you do the same search on the same dashboard, but go 20 years back, which I've done in this search, you can see the numbers of attacks, of killed and of wounded, and I've summed it up for you. So there has been 4,243 Palestinian patients and healthcare workers killed or injured over the last 20 years in more than 6,500 Israeli attacks on healthcare in Gaza and the West Bank. Staggering numbers with full impunity. They can continue to stop the water supply, the power supply, the supply of medicine, napkins, food for the patients, food for the staff, everything to strangulate and to kill the healthcare system. Completely systematic. And I took this picture in March 2008, one of the Red Crescent Hilal ambulances. And the second video is from February 2024. Same. They attack the ambulances, they kill the ambulance paramedics without any mercy, despite the fact that they are marked, uniformed, all according to international law. They are allowed to continue these attacks on the core part of the life-saving system in the society. And of course, we all remember, or we should remember, the numbers. At least 2,415 life-saving personnel, that is ambulance personnel, civil defense, medical staff, have been killed over the last 2 years. And you remember this massacre, which happened March of this year, when they actually executed 15 paramedics, and then it all went silent. Nobody has been accused, nobody has been taken to prison, nobody has been arrested. No names are attached to this heinous crime against humanity. Second point, before I conclude, the Israeli destruction of the preconditions, the fundaments for public health in Gaza. This is a habitat, this is a refugee camp, and these are the 7 key determinants for good public health and longevity. First and foremost, it is water, food, and security. Then housing, work, education, and then comes the healthcare. If you don't have these first 6 provisions in place, you cannot obtain longevity and public health. So what are the Israelis doing? They're attacking the water supply, the food supply, they're destroying the shelter and the hygiene of the people, no soap, no water, no toilet, no showers. They are completely destroying the human security and healthcare. But healthcare attacks is only part of this dynamic circle of undermining the foundations of public health. And you see some of the consequences. The net effect is an incredible increase in mortality and morbidity, all of it avoidable. And we don't know the number of war injured who have been dying from avoidable complications due to infections, due to bleeding, and due to all other sorts of complications that we know well as medical doctors, all systematic. And what is the effect of this? I'll show you. It's a massive negative effect on public health. Let me just give you this very brief little overview of all the society elements that they have destroyed in Gaza. This whole list is, of course, all elements that will provide good or bad public health. So Dr. Youssef Aborish, who happens to be the Minister of Health in Gaza, a good friend, pediatrician, a brilliant leader, has been the staunch leader of healthcare in Gaza for the last 2 years. He told me in November 2023, look, Dr. Matz, it's not the bombing which is the most important. It is the triangle of death, which is starvation, dehydration, lack of water, and diseases, untreated diseases, like cancer, like diabetes, like psychiatric disorders, like neonatal problems, like, you know, the problems connected to delivery, not having a system that could treat it. And if we then add to that half of the population is very young, below 18, very vulnerable, you have a system of genocide that is using these scientific elements of knowledge, what creates health, to destroy health. And it shows in the numbers. And I think I want to quote Edward Said, who said in 2002, in fact, I cannot think of any other country on earth that in full view of nightly television audiences has performed such miracles of detailed sadism against an entire society and gotten away with it. 2 minutes, I'm done. Because much of this is so sadistic, it has nothing to do with military control. So life expectancy in Gaza, let's just have a brief look. These are data from 2022, the year before the attack, 7th of October. Look here, life expectancy in Palestine was 9 years shorter than in Israel. 9 years shorter. A mathematical expression of medical apartheid and the apartheid system. If you look at infant mortality, under 5 mortality, and more devastatingly, maternal mortality, you see the fraction 4 times, 3.5 times, and 9 times higher in Palestine than in Israel. But you noted 74.5 years. So what is life expectancy now, after the attack? There was another study published in January this year, very sophisticated study, peer-reviewed in The Lancet. They show that through the first 12 months after 7th of October, life expectancy in Gaza has dropped by 35 years. It's cut in half. It has never ever been documented in medical science, this dramatic effect on life expectancy. And that means, my friends, that the kids in Gaza can expect to live 44 years shorter than a Jewish child in Israel. Can you have a more dramatic mathematical expression of the injustice and the apartheid than this number? And it's all deliberate, it's all systematic. So, to sum up, the key medical problem is the long-standing occupation and the Israeli impunity. And as Desmond Tutu said, if you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. And I'd like to add this last, a few weeks ago, front page in The Lancet, which says that most of the medical and surgical societies have kept shut through the last 2 years, And staying silent while pretending to be neutral is in fact a form of complicity. I'm ashamed of the medical societies in the Western world who have kept shut through these 2 years and not for a single time condemned, protested, or asked their governments to take action against Israel in Gaza. We will never forget, and we will never forgive. But we will continue our work. The Gaza Tribunal has produced very important new insight, but the fundamental problem, the root cause remains, and that is the Israeli occupation, the Israeli settler colonial apartheid project, and the Israeli impunity. So what do we do now, my friends? I know for sure that what I will do is to continue advocacy, support our Palestinian brothers and sisters. I will support the resistance and also the Palestinian armed resistance, which is just as legal as the Ukrainian armed resistance against Russia. And I will say to all of you, to resist is to exist, and let us pay tribute to our brothers and sisters in Palestine. Shukran jazilan.
Thank you, Dr. Gilbert. And now I'm calling for Gwen Daniel from Healing to Survival is the topic, Gaza's mental health crisis amid genocide.
Thank you, distinguished jury panel, for allowing me to speak about this really important topic. Can I just check that people can hear me? Okay. So my name is Gwen Daniel, and I'm a systemic family psychotherapist who lives in the UK and who has worked for many years, okay, thank you, with colleagues in Gaza. How do we understand mental health in the context of a genocide, an ongoing genocide? One of the criteria for genocide is causing serious bodily and mental harm to members of the group. The mental harm is one that we all know about. It radiates out of the epicenter of murder and destruction, but it sometimes receives less attention, even though every single witness here bears testimony to the suffering and the extremes that people are subjected to. In this presentation, I want to share some principles for understanding and responding to the mental health crisis in Gaza, to speak about some of the components of the genocide and their psychological impacts, and then to discuss what are the minimum requirements for any recovery. And I just want to say that my talk is profoundly informed by my colleagues of the Palestine Trauma Center and the Gaza Community Mental Health Program, whom I've met with regularly and have learnt from them all the extremes of suffering that they and their families have been subjected to. So what is an ethical approach to mental health? The effect of 2 years of genocide on the mental health of the population of Gaza is incalculable. We have to be very modest in even trying to assess the impact of it. We have to be humiliation. Humility is a really important part of how we think about the extremes of suffering. As my Palestinian colleagues always comment, there is no post-trauma. Trauma is continuous and ongoing and has been for generations. So while many individually focused interventions for trauma may be helpful, the only ethical responses to collective trauma on this scale are those which address decades of political violence and the need for self-determination and liberation. And that means supporting interventions which embrace activism and modes of resistance. It means speaking about impacts, but it also means speaking about responses. And it means supporting those mental health practitioners already operating in Gaza, have been operating throughout the course of the genocide. Mental health workers have been continuing to work with children, families, in the same way that the doctors of Gaza have never given up on their duties. It means foregrounding the cultural norms, the collective values and the aspirations of Palestinians themselves, and being extremely wary of Western models of therapeutic intervention developed in those very countries that are complicit in the genocide. As mental health practitioners, we endorse the principles of the Gaza Solidarity Health Declaration, which many physicians here have signed, and which apply to medical as well as physical illness. So, just to say a couple of things about the traumatic impact of 2 years of virtually continuous bombardment, killing, mutilation, overkilling, as many of my colleagues have described it, of living in a death zone, of the feelings of numbness, shock, people describing feeling they are already dead or longing to be among the dead. No time to grieve because survival and protection of the living is paramount. So grief can remain frozen. Unfreezing, expressing all the grief and pain of loss, is something that can only be determined by the people affected. It cannot be determined by outside professionals. The destruction of the infrastructure, the laying waste to homes, hospitals, schools, and mosques, does not only constitute physical destruction, it aims at the heart and soul of the community, its collective consciousness and its systems of mutual support. This has profound impacts on mental health, as indeed it is intended to. Just as religious institutions nourish collective spiritual consciousness, schools and universities nourish hopes and dreams for the future. Their destruction deliberately acts to crush such hopes, but recovery from trauma crucially requires the recovery of the sense of a future. Mass displacement, it is much, much more than being forced to move multiple times. It is a reactivation of the trauma of the Nakba. It means living in a traumatic past, a traumatic present, and the anticipation of a traumatic future. It means the shattering of attachments, profound attachments to homes, belongings, and neighborhood. It involves the separation of families, either through displacement within Gaza or families who have left and have had to leave beloved family members behind. And the constant forced displacement does another thing which depletes any sense of acting with agency. It leads to a profound sense of powerlessness. People cannot even take control, as in any other war zone, by leaving because they are not allowed to leave. Gaza is unique, I think, in the only being one of the very few areas where people are imprisoned within the war zone. We've heard about mass starvation, and I would just highlight a couple of aspects of the psychological impacts of mass starvation. And they include the profound impact, as our colleagues have spoken, of parents feeling guilt, shame, and helplessness at not being able to feed their starving children and witnessing them crying with hunger. This has the potential to profoundly disrupt the relationship between parent and child, and likewise for mothers who are too malnourished to breastfeed, they are deprived of that precious bonding with their children that breastfeeding produces. I will say a few things about the impact on children. This has been described by UNICEF and others as a war on children. And we have to remember that in a settler colonial society, children are not intended to have a future. Children are a demographic threat rather than a resource to be celebrated. Nearly 40,000 children have lost one or both parents in this genocide. And within Gaza, children who are bereaved of a parent or both parents, would normally be cared for by extended family. But of course, extended families too have been wiped out or are too debilitated to be able to fulfill this task. We know from studies of trauma on children that the exposure to constant states of fear, hyperarousal, will have permanent impacts on children's brains, because there are no contexts where children can calm and recover from those states of hyperarousal. We also know that the way to help children in those situations is the provision of a calm environment, a structure, a routine, such as we know schools, which are so enormously valued by the children of Gaza and their parents, can provide. So the reintroduction of schooling is going to be absolutely crucial. We also know that children have had to fulfill adult responsibilities, which for many of them have been unmanageable beyond their physical and psychological capacities. Looking after younger siblings, fetching food, fuel, and water, helping elderly or disabled relatives. So to summarize, the mental health impacts in Gaza cannot be encapsulated by the conventional means of mapping rates of psychological symptoms displayed by individual members of a population. The impact on an entire population of being subjected to such immeasurable suffering requires a different approach. It needs to be understood in the wider context of a brutal onslaught on the very wellspring of collective life, with a deliberate aim of fragmenting the population and severing them from their homes and their land. Now, our knowledge of trauma includes understanding the basic conditions for recovery: safety, the restoration of agency over extreme powerlessness, accountability, restitution, and justice. None of these conditions exist, nor are even envisaged in the so-called peace plan. While the need is massive and overwhelming, interventions must include the resources of those mental health practitioners within Gaza to continue their work. They have provided services to families throughout the genocide, operating at great risk to themselves and operating crucially within the existing political structures of Gaza. They are thus exposed to all that is implied by that weasel word in the Gaza peace plan, de-radicalization. They are exposed to those risks. As the latest Gaza Community Mental Health Programme report concludes, Gaza, despite the pain, continues to pulse with life, and the Gaza Community Health Programme will remain a witness and a steadfast advocate to ensure that hope endures. It is the duty of all of us in the international community to remain alongside them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Daniel. Now I'm opening space for questions and answers. And before we start, I would like to please kindly ask for our speakers to be really sharp and short because we are kind of tight with time. Yes.
Okay. Right, thank you. Two questions. The first question to Dr. Gilbert. First of all, I don't know where he is. Thank you so much for a really excellent lecture. My question relates to the destruction, the motive behind the destruction of healthcare facilities and healthcare practitioners. Now, you mentioned, of course, understand that this aids in the genocide of a whole people. If you deprive them of any means of recovering from the damage that you've already done, then you can make sure that even more of them are dead. But my question really is, do you care to speculate on the thing you mentioned, which is the sadistic aspect of this, the depravity that the Israeli military have shown? So that's the first question to Dr. Gilbert. Shall I ask the second one, or when he's finished, I ask the second?
I can take the first one.
No,
Yeah,
let's first. Sure, because there's a
Okay, I answer. Thank you so much for the question. It was, if I could elaborate on the sadism in the attacks on healthcare. Yes, I can. It's very easy. We know from the control posts controlling the influx of humanitarian aid to Gaza. By the way, humanitarian aid is non-negotiable. It's part of human rights. It's been used in Gaza as a negotiation card, which is by itself horrible. But we know from these people who have been exposed to the Israeli control by Kogat, which is the force, the part of the Israeli forces in control of the fence, it's not a border, the fence around Gaza. They systematically took out very critical drugs, antibiotics, third generation, which you need for the complicated wound infections in Gaza. I'm sure my colleague from Doctors Without Borders can contest to that. They took out anesthetics. You all heard about amputations being done without anesthetics. I'd like to underscore that my colleagues in Gaza, they are just as ethical as my colleagues in the University Hospital in Norway. We don't perform major surgery without anesthesia, full stop. But there may be procedures, in particular in children, where we would have liked to give some pain relief, like a debridement or a dressing, which has been impossible in Gaza because the Israelis take out anesthetic drugs. Sadism has nothing to do with military gains. The third, they have been picking out equipment critically important for midwives, like headlights to conduct deliveries. When they went into one of the key delivery hospitals in Rafah, the Israeli soldiers had, you know, the thing you do to cut wires. And they cut the wires between the ultrasound probe and the ultrasound machine. Why do you need ultrasound when you are conducting deliveries? Because you need to see where the fetus is, and that's a very important tool. Why would you cut that cable? And you know that they left the premature babies in their incubator without oxygen and heat. All of this, I can give you a long, long list, and so can all the other medical doctors, in particular the Palestinian doctors, which are absolutely not related to any security measure or any military gain. It's pure suffering. And when you inflict suffering on another people, it is because you are sadistic. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we just proceed to a second question, and then if there's time for somebody else, we can come back. Yes, thank you very much, because we are really rushing out.
Thank you very much. First, I want to commend all those who make presentations on this particular larger theme, and in particular the doctors who made presentations. I may be wrong, but I think there were 3 doctors in all who made presentations, because their presentations carry a message which is different in some respects from what all the other presentations have conveyed to us. There's an authenticity, there is such a high degree of truth in what they convey, and that I think has a great impact. If you look at all the presentations, I just single out one of these doctors, mainly because his name is quite well known in my own country. This is Dr. Matt Gilbert. He has been featured a few times on Malaysian television for the work he has done in Gaza and his contributions. And I'm so glad that I took part in this tribunal, if only because I've been able to see him in person. And that I think is something which a lot of my friends in Malaysia, they would want to hear about this. It's had such a great impact. And that brings me to the main point that I want to make. What can we do? That call came from some of the presentations, continue with the resistance. But I think this resistance will have greater meaning if, let us say, within the next few days or weeks, major healthcare, medical associations from different parts of the world spoke up. People will take notice. I'm not saying that it is going to bring about the change that we want to see, but I think the impact will be great. And it's a shame. And I want to repeat this. The word has been used before. It's such a shame that the vast majority of organizations and institutions linked to the medical profession, they have kept quiet in the face of this terrible injustice. An injustice which has undermined the integrity of the profession in every sense. And I really hope that this tribunal would at least compel these organizations to come out and say that this is what has been happening and we cannot take it anymore, because it's still going on. This is something which we would all applaud if it can happen, if the doctors can come up and speak of this thing, and international organizations that are linked to the medical profession, apart from individual national organizations. I think they have a responsibility. And this is what we should work towards.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. We'll have time for the conclusion on Sunday. I can see that you're extremely stressed out. which I completely understand, and that's one of the reasons we're here today, all together. Can you ask a question, or I'll just proceed to the next jury member?
I don't know, I don't have a question. I thought that I knew, and I've seen many of these photos, these videos, and even the doctors on alternative media, and but still being here, listening firsthand was really shaking experience. I thought I knew. Now I know that I know nothing. And sorry for my being emotional, but it was harder than me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to the next jury member and ask if you have a question, or should I proceed? No questions. Thank you. Do you have a question?
I just want to emphasize what was just told. I've been following the Palestinian problem since 40 years, and especially recently, of course. I thought I knew everything, and what I hear today is more than I ever knew, and I thank so much the doctors to give us all these terrible details. I also wonder how we can have this information really given to large audience. I suppose as well richer folk will manage to do something, because this is very so important and disseminated also in the medical among the medical community. Thank you.
First, I want to thank this panel in particular. They've been very moving and detailed presentations, and I thank them for that. I do have very quick questions, not comments. And these questions are addressed to anyone who would care to answer them. First, what does the historical record show in times of war? What the deliberate targeting of healthcare workers, of doctors, of hospitals show? How does that compare to other wars throughout? For example, we see in Ukraine, which has been obviously longer than Gaza war, the number is 733 killed as of 3 weeks ago of children, and about 2,300 injured, compared to almost the recorded one, over 30 times that in the case of Gaza, 21,000 at least, 40,000, as someone mentioned, orphans, and tens of thousands injured, amputated, and so on and so forth. And when we talk about out-of-school children, that's not even in Ukraine. Everybody is 700,000 been denied education. And that goes into the mental health situation. So I would like to see if the experts can tell us what the historical record is. Secondly, we have a section that we need to report on which says complicity. I would like to get a list from the experts in the medical field, the governments that have been complicit, you've been in the field, in trying either to deny or trying to somehow push you back in your field, which governments and which associations, which syndicates, which organizations, particularly in the medical field. Dr. Gilbert talked a little bit about it. He condemned them. I'd like to get a list if possible, including obviously the role of the Red Cross, International Red Cross, American Red Cross, if they have been cooperative, non-cooperative, if they have been coded into this, if they have been pushed around, if they have been complicit in any way, shape, or form, as well as I said, the governments. Finally, I'd like to get recommendations from the experts on what they would recommend in this area, so we can look at them. Thank you so much, and if you care to comment, please do so.
Dr. Javid, are you in the mood to answer, if it's okay for you? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. I think it's difficult for me to answer by virtue of my work with Doctors Without Borders, so we can't really comment on the other things. I would say about healthcare, attacks on healthcare. In my personal experience, having worked in Sudan, in Syria, in Tigray, in South Sudan, all during wars, it's a common enough phenomenon. So the destruction of the healthcare system in Tigray and in Sudan right now, even in Haiti, with conflict there that's between armed groups, we see about 70 to 80% of lack of hospital closures in the capital of Haiti, in Port-au-Prince. I think for me, what was different in Gaza, and this is my 7th or 8th war now, I worked in Ukraine as well, is this very particular targeting of the healthcare workers. I think that's really, really something I haven't seen before in this nature, where if my own colleagues would explain, as they were moving from north to south across Netzarim, you're filtered, and if there were any medical paraphernalia or sign that you're a medical worker, say wearing your scrubs, you'd be picked out and taken. And the particular attention paid to torture, simulations of death, I won't describe, to genitalia, really a systematic targeting of healthcare workers who, as I've said, are still detained to this day. And let me just explain, my colleague Aboud, the head of our physiotherapy service in Gaza, specialist in burns and trauma rehabilitation and occupational therapy. I worked with him day in, day out for 2 months. He was killed in a drone strike just 6 days before this last ceasefire, and that was a drone strike that happened with a notified movement in an MSF convoy of MSF staff going to MSF work. And of course, the Israelis said there was a Hamas operative in the vicinity. He had 18 years of experience. He was a trainer of the trainers. He trained our staff in Yemen and our staff in Syria. He's gone forever, let alone his family left behind. So to bring back healthcare workers. Another example, trauma and reconstructive surgery, but just to say, this is not a speciality that you can really train in within Gaza. Dr. Hamdan, healthcare workers were attacked in their homes, specifically targeted. So this is something I've not seen in the other conflicts in which I've worked, but of course attacks on healthcare are seen in conflict, and it's unacceptable.
Thank you for the question. Complicity? Yes. The point about my presentation was to show you the overwhelming amount of documentation from week to week that has been presented to the world audience, including all the ministries of foreign affairs in Europe. I'm a white European. I still struggle with my colonized mind. But the response from all these white colonial powers, pre-colonial and colonial powers in Europe, has been to completely silence the facts on the ground. Now, we have been discussing for 80 years the complicity of Holocaust. Yet, at the time of Holocaust, the flow of information was much more meager than it was today. Still, we are complaining and accusing those then in power for turning the blind eye and turning a deaf ear to what they pretty much knew what was going on in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the European countries and in the United States. And in 46, 47, when the Genocide Convention was established, the slogan was, never again. And here we go, again. And never again means never again for everyone. And the deep-rooted fundamental problem pertaining to your question about sadism is that all these Western governments and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Development and what have you, when they are allowing 600 Palestinian children to be killed for each one of the 33 Israeli children killed on the 7th of October, which is completely condemnable, but the ratio is such an affront to any decent human being, because that ratio is based on one single quality, and that is racism. So the reason why all these ministers of foreign affairs in Europe are not reacting to all the facts that came pouring in from the neutral bodies of the UN, the science, the publication of peer-reviewed papers all over, is a deep-rooted racism. That's why I put in one of my slides that Palestinian children can expect to live 35 plus 9 years shorter than an Israeli child. And God forbid, what would have happened if an enemy of Israel had killed 28 Jewish children every day for more than 700 days, which Israel has done in Gaza? 28 children on an average for more than 700 days. It would have been an outcry. It would have been stopped, full stop. And the difference has one overruling headline, and it's racism and colonial racism. So everybody in the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Europe who have been sitting idle and reading this report without standing up, every medical community in my country, in the US, all over the world, who have known all this and have been appealed again and again from people supporting the Palestinian justice and yet kept shut, are complicit. And they need to face trial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of our speakers for this extremely important subject and topic. Yes, Gwen, please.
I want to add just one very brief additional comment in relation to the question of sadism. Because sadism is not an intrinsic quality of any people or any person. It has to be related to the lack of any boundaries whatsoever on behavior. So when we think about sadism, whether we think about domestic abuse or abuse on this scale, if we speak about no consequences for an action, then sadism, brutality, and abuse can flourish. There's nothing to stop it. And in fact, the more it flourishes, the more it happens, because it goes into a runaway. And the people who resist, all the brave doctors of Gaza, are partly being targeted because of their bravery, because of their heroism, because of their resistance, and because of their morality. So I think we need to really hold on to the absolute relationship between sadism and impunity. Thank you.
Thank you again. I know we have been through timeline today, and we will make it up later. I am sorry, but on the other hand, it was really important to hear all of these testimonies, all of these experiences, all of these information and data that do prove all of the segments of the genocide that is ongoing in Gaza. So now I will invite you kindly for a lunch break, and then I will see you here at 2 o'clock. Thank you. And just to tell you that the lunch is 2 floors down. today, second day of the Gaza Tribunal, and we're continuing with our planned sessions for today. At this moment, I would kindly like to request our jury members to come to the stage and sit to their places so we could continue with our planning and planned listenings of the witnesses, experts, and professors, also scholars. We'll be starting very soon. So yes, good afternoon once again, and we will continue as it is planned. And in the next few minutes, we will be looking at the witness eye testimonies about targeting of medical infrastructure, aid, and staff.
براء أنا أريد أن أتحدث الآن. براء رحمة الله عليه كان برفقة حسين محيسن، كان مدير لإسعاف الطوارئ في غزة، وأخونا وائل العطار رحمة الله عليه. ذهبوا، طبعا تلقينا إشارة بوجود عدد من المصابين والشهداء تم استهدافهم في هذه المنطقة، فذهبوا يلبون نداء الإنسانية حتى يتم إنقاذ وإسعاف الجرحى. عندما وصلوا إلى هذا المكان كان الاستهداف للطابق الثاني في عمارة، فصعدوا إلى الطابق الثالث فوجدوا عائلة بأكملها بين شهيد وجريح، ومن بين هؤلاء الجرحى كانوا نساء. فعندما باشروا بنقل المصابين على النقالة قام الاحتلال الإسرائيلي بإطلاق قذيفة على الغرفة التي يتواجد بها هؤلاء الإنسانيين الأبطال المسعفين براء وحسين ووائل، وكان في مسعف رابع معهم في داخل الغرفة ولكن كان يعني خارج الغرفة، وكتب الله له النجاة. كنت لم أتوقع يوم من الأيام أذهب وأجد ابني يعني براء بهذا المشهد مقطع من قبل هذا الاحتلال الوحشي الذي أجرم بحق أبناء شعبنا الفلسطيني. لم أتوقع يوما من الأيام، يعني صحيح أن أنا بسعف وبنقل وبشاهد هذه المجازر وبشاهد بشاعة الاحتلال الإسرائيلي، ولكن يعني الابن يختلف تماما صراحة. ولو أن هذه المشاهد التي تقطع القلب وتدمي القلوب، ولكن يعني كانت بمثابة صدمة يعني إلي باستشهاد ابني براء واستشهاد يعني زملائي الأبطال الذين قد قضينا معهم طيلة فترة هذا العدوان وما قبل العدوان.
ما يلفت في الأرقام والإحصاءات التي تظهر الآن بشكل أوضح أن هناك 1155 شخص عامل في من الطواقم الطبية عمل في القطاع الصحي تم استهدافهم. هل تعتقدي أن السلطات الإسرائيلية تتعمد استهداف الطواقم الطبية؟
أكيد، والدليل الدكتور إياد الرنتيسي استشهد بالاعتقال، الدكتور عدنان البرش استشهد بالاعتقال، ولا زال الدكتور حسام أبو صفية والدكتور أحمد المهنا مدير مستشفى العودة ودكاترة كتير يقبعوا لا زالوا في سجون الاحتلال تحت التعذيب. من ضمن الدكاترة اللي استهدفوا من زملاتي يعني المقربين جدا الدكتور باسل المهدي بقصف مستشفى مهدي استشهد هو وأخوه عيلته، عيلة أخوه يعني الدكتورة ناهد الحرزين وكل عيلتها استشهدت، الدكتورة سيرين العطار صاحبتي والإنتيم تاعي استشهدت هي وبناتها التنتين، يعني بنتها هي وبنتها ضلوا بناتها التنتين.
دائما كانت السلطات الإسرائيلية تظهر عبر الإعلام خاصة في اقتحام مستشفى الشفاء، الآن أدخلنا ماء، الآن أدخلنا مساعدات، الآن أدخلنا أخلينا الأطفال الخدج. إلى أي مدى هذا الكلام صحيح؟ حضرتك كنت موجودة.
الكلام مش صحيح، كلها دعايات إعلامية من شهادات زملاتنا اللي كانوا تحت الحصار. كانوا يعذبوهم، كانوا يخلوهم ينقلوا المرضى من قسم لقسم، ما كانوش يعطوهم مية أو أي حاجات إلا لما بدها مثلا تدخل صحافة أجنبية أو بدها تدخل حاجات لأجل الإعلام فقط.
لا بغرض التصوير.
كانوا يعني تخيلي زمايلنا الأطباء كانوا حاطين تقريبا زي حلابة زي ليزر على في نص مجمع الشفاء. لما بدك يجبروهم ينقلوا المرضى من الاستقبال للقسم أيامها الأمير نايف اللي هو عند قسم الإشعاع اللي ما اشتغلش. لما حبسوهم هناك، تخيلي كل مريض لما الأطباء والتمريض يحملوا كل اثنين يحملوا المريض هذا ويدخلوا فيه من هاي الحلابة الليزر ويروحوا لما بده يرجع وياخذ كمان مريض بده يرد يدخل من نفس الحلابة ونفس الكاميرا ونفس التحقيق ونفس الهاي. واللي بدهم يعتقلوه، اللي بدهم يقصفوه، اللي بدهم يطخوه. فكتير كان تصفية وتعذيب للكوادر بصورة شنيعة. كانوا يتحججوا ودائما بكذبوا كذبتهم انه في انفاق تحت المستشفى وفي مسلحين. نهائيا ما كانش حدا يقرب عند المستشفى. بالنسبة لقسط الأنفاق كلام كاذب، لأنه أنا اشتغلت 24 سنة بمستشفى الشفاء، ومستشفى الشفاء ذاتا أنشئت من سنة بالثمانينات. يعني الثمانينات كانت غزة تحت الاحتلال الإسرائيلي، واللي عملوا البروجي تبعت المستشفى مهندسين يهود. المخطط التفصيلي عندهم بالسنتي المخطط تبعها. ومستشفى زي مجمع الشفاء الطبي اللي هو المجمع الأكبر بكل قطاع غزة وتتحول له كل الحالات من الشمال للجنوب، ما بيفضاش ولا بيخلى ثانية واحدة. كيف بدها المقاومة تعمل أنفاق تحته من غير ما الناس تعرف يعني؟
نعم
مستحيل يعني.
Sorry. Before we start, I would like to kindly request from our speakers to try to stick with the time frame, considering we do have a lot to say until the end of the day, and we really do want to give everyone an opportunity to say what they have. So we start with our first speaker saying, "We're not numbers," and he's giving a voice to the youth of Palestine, Ahmed Al-Nouk.
2 years ago, in October 2023, my family went to my home to seek shelter. On the 22nd of October, Israel dropped a bomb on my home, killing the vast majority of my family members. 21 members of my family were there, sleeping in their home, sleeping in their beds, when Israel dropped 1,000-pound bomb on them, killing all of them. They killed my father, who's 75 years old, my 2 brothers, my 3 sisters, and my 14 nieces and nephews, who are all under the age of 13. 21 members of my family were turned into pieces. Their crime, that they were all Palestinians. My family's home was in Deir al-Balah, in what Israel called a humanitarian zone, a safe zone. They did not pose any danger to Israel. They did not fire any missiles. They did not attack any Israelis, and yet they were killed. And for the world, it was just 21 members of the same family who were killed, a number. But for me, that was my family. That was my life. That was my home that was bombed. 21 members of my family were not just a number. They were people. They were human beings. They were fathers. They were mothers. They were daughters. They were sisters and brothers. My father, who was 75 years old, he was the most loving person, the most compassionate person. He did not hurt Israel. He did not belong to any political party, and yet Israel killed him. My older sister, she was a computer engineer, and she was also a teacher at an elementary school. My neighbors told me that they did not find her in one piece, that they found her upper piece of her body in our neighbor's home. My 14 nieces and nephews, they were turned into body pieces. My brother-in-law told me that he did not even recognize his children because their faces were smashed. 14 kids under the age of 13 were killed in my home. My sister Wala was killed with all of her children, 4 children. My sister Ala was killed with all of her children, 5 children. My sister Aya was killed with all of her children, 3 children. My brother Muhammad was killed with his 2 children. My brother Mahmoud was also killed, but he was not married, and he was getting ready to travel to receive his education in Australia. And after that day, I stopped counting how many other family members I lost, how many relatives, how many neighbors, because I thought we are not numbers. We are more than statistics. But I live in London, and I am a journalist. And after Israel killed my family, I was asked to be interviewed for the mainstream media, but not to hear my story, but to interrogate me, to investigate me, to ask me hard questions, to delegitimize me. And that's why, my friends, yes, I blame Israel for killing my family. I blame Israel for not only killing my family since the 7th of October, but also killing my family before the 7th of October. They killed my mother in 2020 because she was a cancer patient and they did not allow her to receive a treatment. They also killed my other brother in 2014 in that war. And 77 years ago, they also killed my grandparents in the Nakba. This genocide did not start on October the 7th, and it did not end 2 years after October the 7th. This genocide has always been ongoing for the past 77 years. And what enabled this genocide, what enabled this apartheid and occupation of the Palestinian land is not only the Israeli system, is not only the Israeli government, but also the governments worldwide who aided and abetted the genocide, who supported Israel blindly. It is also the media, the Western media, who gave Israel the cover and the atmosphere to bomb and to kill as many Palestinians as they desire. This was the first time in history that we watch a live stream genocide. We have been watching a genocide happening in front of our eyes. And still the mainstream media did not choose to cover what was happening in Palestine, what was happening in Gaza, but to cover the truth, to repeat the Israeli lies. They were only parroting the Israeli lies over and over and over because they were interested in the continuation of the genocide in Palestine. So yes, we are here in the Gaza Tribunal today, but it is not only Israel that we seek justice. It's not only Israel. It is Israel. It is the Western governments. It is Britain and the US and the EU. It is the mainstream media. It is the educational systems and institutions who did not cut their relations with Israel. It is everyone who aided and abetted the genocide. And finally, I would like to say to you, yes, I lost most of my family members, and I am crushed. I feel devastated for the loss of my family. But I will never forgive Israel for killing my family. I will never forget my family. And I will always come after those perpetrators. I will always come after those who wronged the Palestinian people. We will come after them. Israel cannot get away with the murder. Israel will not get away with the targeting of the Palestinians. Genocide enablers will not get away with it. We have rights and we seek justice. And from this day until the end of my life, I will speak at every opportunity, at every venue, against the Israeli apartheid and against the Israeli system of control and against the genocide and those who enabled the genocide. We Palestinians will not shut up. We will not be silenced. We will not allow the mainstream media to smear us and intimidate us into silence. We will speak up, but also we need the support from the free world. We cannot do this fight on our own. We need the world to stand with us. We need the world to stand with the Palestinian people, because if Israel is allowed this time to commit a genocide and get away with it, more governments, more authoritarian regimes will commit other genocide in the future. Enough is enough. Israel must find accountability. Israel must not get away with the murder. Genocide must stop, because genocide did not stop. Genocide must stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. And the next to speak is Sahar Francis about sexual assault and mass imprisonment.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, respected and distinguished journey, to invite me to witness and to talk about my experience as a Palestinian lawyer who were working with the Palestinian prisoners' issues for the last 30 years, more or less, and what a difficult mission to speak after Ahmed and to speak after the first session in the morning and all the difficult stories we heard, and to talk about sexual harassment that the Palestinian prisoners endured in the last 2 years. First, allow me to remind ourselves that it really started in 1948 when Israel was using the issue of imprisonment and mass incarceration as the main tool and the main weapon in the hands of the new state to oppress, to control, and to erase the Palestinian society and people who remained inside the state after the creation of the state, and they imposed military regime on them up till 1966. And they continued with developing this military regime, military laws, and ways of oppression after the occupation in 1967. So torture, arbitrary detention, mass detention campaigns, unfair trial procedures, lack of health treatment, solitary confinement, degrading treatment, killings inside the prisons, holding the bodies of the prisoners. None of these practices actually started after October 23. Nothing of these practices were new or that we didn't document it for decades. All these grave violations the Palestinian prisoners were facing in a very, very systematic way, of course, in different phases and in different contexts since 48 till the genocide started. But what happened after the genocide on October 23, this was a very serious, significant increase in the mass arrest campaigns in relation to the short period. Because in the first Intifada and in the second Intifada, of course, thousands of people were arrested, but not in such a short period of 2 years to arrest more than 30,000 people from all Palestine, like from the West Bank, from Gaza, from 48 areas. It was a serious deterioration on the level of the lives of these prisoners and the conditions that these prisoners faced inside the detention facilities and in the prisons immediately from day one, couple of hours after Hamas attack on the 7th of October. The prison security units with the prison guards raided the cells and the rooms of the prisoners, and they started to subject them for very severe torture, physical attacks, and lots of abuses. The total number of the prisoners before the 7th of October was 5,200 people. Currently, there's 9,100. This is after releasing almost 2,000 in the exchange deal last week. This includes 400 children that they are still in prison. This includes 53 women that they are still in prison. This includes more than 5,000 detainees held arbitrarily without any legal procedures according to the practice of administrative detention and unlawful competent. I can talk actually for hours about the conditions and the severe violations that these prisoners faced after the 7th of October. But I think I preferred, and it's really, believe me, very, very difficult to describe and talk about the level of torture and what they suffered in these months. Maybe it's enough to mention that already 80 people died. Just last week, we lost 2 detainees for healthcare, lack of healthcare inside the prison. 80 people died in custody since the beginning of the genocide, where their bodies are still kept with the Israeli prison system. Allow me to read just few of the stories, the testimonies of the prisoners. And me and my colleagues in the Damir Prisoner Support and Human Rights Association, we visited in the last 2 years more than 900 people. So you can imagine the amount of testimonies and evidences and information we collected in the last 2 years. The first testimony is for a prisoner, R.A., I would name him. He was arrested from the Gaza Strip with his son. He was subjected to severe torture at the same place in the spot, beating him on his head and then taken him to the area in the Gaza envelope. On the way, the beating and torture continued. Upon reaching the area in the envelope, his clothes were changed and he was placed in the barracks. The barracks is the local name for the detention facility, for 5 days without being interrogated, without being questioned. After this period, they took him to the interrogation. He was beaten, tortured, and starved. He was made to sit on gravel and was prevented from moving. He was stuck on his face, and one of his ribs were broken. Every movement he made was accompanied by beating. After 3 months, he was taken back for further interrogation. He remained in the same barracks for 80 days, during which he was subjected for beatings and torture, including being sodomized with a stick twice, once at the beginning of his detention and once after 3 months. The second testimony actually is for a Palestinian journalist. And he was arrested from the West Bank, and he was tortured and attacked and sexually assaulted in Megiddo prison. And I would call him A.H. It's not the real name, of course. And when he describes that one day in Megiddo prison, he needed medical treatment, and the guards brought him to the way to the clinic, and in the way they were beating him and attacking him. And of course, the doctor checked him and he confirmed that there's nothing serious, there's no further treatment needed, and asked the guards to take him back to the section. So in the way back, he's describing, I was blindfolded, and when they dragged him back, one of the soldiers pointed to him and said, "Are you a journalist working for Al Jazeera? We will bring all the Al Jazeera people here. We will fuck them," sorry, excuse me for this, "and we will fuck their wives and sisters." They began to beat me with extreme violence. I was in severe pain, struggling to endure it. The beating lasted around 20 minutes, a mix of blows, insult, while I lay on the ground. He continues to describe all this painful experience. This continued for around 5 to 7 minutes until I felt them open a gate and push me inside somewhere. My vision was completely gone because of the blindfold. I realized they had taken me into a narrow place, which a very awful smell. Immediately they began removing the lower part of my clothes. While beating me severely, they ordered me, on your knees, head down. I sat on my knees and lowered my head into the floor. They had with them the magnometer to do the security, the device that they do the security check. They started to hit him with the magnometer. Then, to my shock, they tried to insert something into my rectum from behind. Instinctively, I tried to resist, but the pain was overwhelming, and eventually I could no longer fight back. Wherever object they were using, it felt like a stick. I felt they also tried to insert the magnometer, and he's continuing. The stick was not only inserted, but moved inside repeatedly. And I felt this happened at least 5 or 6 times. And he continues to describe how he was taken back to the cell. When I entered to the shower and removed my lower clothes, I noticed blood stains on them. I placed my hand on my rectum, and when I pulled it away, there was blood on my hand. And these 2 cases were not reported in the media, were not no one complained about this, no one was found accountable about this sexual assault. I will end. I'm sure most of you saw the leaked video about the Sdeti Man detention facility where in July 24, one of the Gazan detainees was raped brutally and he was hospitalized in a very critical conditions. And later on, they arrested 5 soldiers for this assault. This detainee was released in the last exchange deal, and we believe that this release came in order to close the legal case against the soldiers, so they will never be accountable for what they did. And this man, I visited him several times. I just talked to him before I came here, and he's broken. They attacked him. They started to attack him at 6 p.m. in the evening. They just took him from his cell and they pushed him for an area that is not the cameras in the Sdeti Man section cannot reach it, where there's no video of the cameras, of the security cameras of the detention facility. But they were 7 to 10 soldiers, and they started to beat him and attack him very severely. He says that it lasted more or less half an hour. Then he was starting to feel exhausted, lying on the ground, unable to breathe, and kept telling them to let me breathe because I felt pain all over my body. I was lying on my stomach with everyone around me, and they continued to shock me. I felt a soldier insert a button from behind when my pants came down. They were all standing around and hitting me. They removed the blindfold in the middle of the beatings. And when I turned around, I saw the soldier that was pushing the button in his anus. The soldier lifted the button and tried to put it in my mouth while speaking in Arabic. I refused to open my mouth. So he placed it on the ground and forced me to grab it and put it in my mouth. Later, they took him back to his mattress and they told him not to dare to even tell a doctor because otherwise they will come back for him. I will end that without accountability, there's no justice. And this is why it's really very essential that the perpetrators should pay a price for all these grave violations that were committed systematically since 48 till today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Francis. Repricide, how Israel's genocide in Gaza targets the present and the future of Palestinian life. Please welcome Hala Shuman.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. Again, it's very difficult to speak after Ahmad and after Siham's testimonies recorded from people who have faced sexual and other types of physical torture. But here we are. My name is Hala Shuman. I'm a Palestinian researcher, dentist, a PhD scholar from Gaza. I'm here today in my capacity as an expert in gendered and reproductive violence, specifically within the genocide. In the 10 minutes I have, I'll address why what's unfolding in Gaza right now is not only a genocide, but it also extends to what's termed a reprocide or reproductive genocide. And it's about the systematic targeting of reproductive health and capacities in a community and in Gaza in order to eliminate their present, but also their future. To eliminate the mothers, the infants, fathers, sons' capacity to conceive, carry, birth, feed, heal, and also raise the next generation. The jury should be aware what reprocide means. In December 2023, an Israeli missile hit Gaza's largest fertility clinic center, Al Basma IVF Center in Gaza. The single strike have destroyed more than 4,000 embryos and over than 1,000 unfertilized eggs and sperms. Dr. Baha El-Ghalayini, the obstetrician who established the clinic, have summed up the impact of this attack by saying, quotations, 5,000 lives in one chill. The strike was an act of reprocide, killing potential lives, killing the possibility of a future of those families becoming families and having children, and also damaging the infrastructure that might enable those families and other families in the future to have children. In the context of Israeli ongoing genocide in Gaza, reprocide serves as a tactic. In the Genocide Convention, there is some mention of the prevention of birth, like imposing measures intended to prevent birth within particular national, ethnic, or religious group and modality, and this is part of the genocide. However, reprocide extends that to a temporal dimension affecting the present and the future, but also it's extending it to affecting not only prevention of birth, but affecting the family continuity, annihilation of whole families, thousands of extended families in Gaza, preventing of lineages, and affecting the psyche and ability of reproduction. Reprocide or reproductive genocide includes direct attacks on family, on health, killing families, killing parents, killing the partners and widowing the other one so they can't reproduce, bombing maternity clinics and hospitals, killing gynecologists and specialists, or indirect measures as in the ability to have safe reproduction, the siege that serves, that prevents a pregnant woman from and infants from safety, power cuts that stop incubators working, blockade that withdraw anesthetics, antibiotics, and other medications needed for such safety pregnancy and safety delivery. And also sexualized violence in sexual violence capacity, but also in prevention of intimacy with the overcrowding and the forced displacement of women and men in Gaza. I'll be talking about the anatomy of reproducide within three main strategies or three main forms, and I will benefit mainly from testimonies from people who are inside Gaza or they have served inside Gaza. The first type or strategy that Israel uses is obstetric violence or obstetric collapse. And I'll be reading a testimony by a husband. His name is Karim Abu Sharia from Gaza. And he says, quotation, "On 19th November 2023, my wife Amina Abu Sharia was 9 months pregnant. At about 2 a.m., we were in Saftawi area of North Gaza when her labor started suddenly. A military operation was due to begin that night on Jabalia. No one could leave their homes. We tried calling ambulances, no answer. The situation became critical, so I decided to risk transporting her by car. I told my wife, either we reach Sahaba Hospital or Baptist Hospital, or the aircraft target us on the road and we die trying. Trying is better than watching you die without trying. I carried my wife and went down from our 6th floor apartment. On the staircase, and seemingly from fear, my wife couldn't hold and give birth on the stairs. Unfortunately, only my sister and her mother were present. We had no supplies, we were unprepared. My wife fainted and she bled a lot. We even used the lights cautiously because aircrafts were flying very low and monitoring everything. At the same hour, shells began falling on the street, around building, and on the top floor. We moved down to a lower floor on the 3rd floor, and 2 days later, this same 5th floor was bombed by Israel while we were in the same building. But we survived because we were 2 floors under. The violent genocide that made pregnancies risky, delivery very dangerous, being able to reach to hospitals, to maternity clinics, and find physicians who are able of delivering safely is all part of this obstetric violence. The other strategy that Israel uses for reproducide is domicide and forced displacement. Since October 2023, Israeli attacks have damaged or destroyed nearly 70% of Gaza structure, including 92% of its housing units. With more than 135,000 homes destroyed, families are crammed into tents without privacy or sanitation. Women give birth on roads or in tents, on rubble, overcrowded classrooms. The forced displacement does not only mean suffering, loss of belonging or personal place, but also it's designed to be violent against even the family as a unit. Another testimony on that from Nancy Abu Musa from Gaza. Quotation, "I was 6 months pregnant with twins. I walked almost 10 kilometers, 18 hours, from Nasser Street, Gaza City, toward the south. I pushed my husband in a wheelchair. It was overcrowded and full of danger, fire belts from Israeli bombing and drones. We couldn't rest. When we reached the south, my water broke. I didn't want to deliver. I was terrified for them. In the crush of people, labor surprised me. My eyes caught a tiny body dropping to the ground. I spread the only blanket we had, and on the bare asphalt at Nueri Hill, I gave birth to 2 babies whom this world offered nothing but quick death. They didn't cry, they didn't face hunger. They knew only one displacement and one final absence." End of quote. Domicide, the destruction of homes, creation of reproduction violence, is not abstract. It's about the loss of homes, loss of walls, loss of ability to go to the hospital again, losing this infrastructure that's very important for intimacy, but also for reproduction and safely reproduction. The third and last strategy I'll talk about today is targeting men and boys and sexual violence, which many of the testimonies that were shared before I will not repeat. Rebrocide also attacks male fertility and social reproduction. The British surgeon Nick Minard, interviewed on Sky News on the 25 July 2025, said, quotation, "One day, 12 days ago, 4 young teenage boys came in, all whom had been shot in testicles, deliberately so. The clustering was far too obvious to be coincidental." End of quote. Such clusters, gunshot wounds to the genitals and pelvis are acts of deliberate rebrocide and maiming of women, of children, boys and men. UN investigators and mandate holders record systematic pattern of sexual violence against Palestinian detainees, as mentioned before, not only by raping them and all of that, but also by beating their genitals until they bleed and until they have problems. Commissioner and others also confirmed the participation of both male and female soldiers in sexual assaults, especially on male detainees with female soldiers. Their attacks and the resulting PTSD, post-traumatic disorder from those attacks, are other problems underscores the systematic sexualized nature of Israeli custodial torture and reprocidal acts within this Israeli intentional genocide. That's directly affecting the ability to be intimate and the ability to reproduce. Furthermore, the broader conditions of bombing more than 90% of homes means that people don't have the ability to be intimate. They don't have safe spaces, private spaces for that, which again affects their sexual health, but also their reproductive health. Before people think that the reprocide and the reproductive violence have just started with this genocide, we need to remember that reproductive violence is part of the Israeli long-term plan of colonialism and settler colonialism, annihilation and replacement of the Palestinians. It's a long-term policy and strategy used by Israel. What happened after 2023, October the 7th, is only exaggeration of the use of this tactic and strategy. The jury should recognize that what's unfolding in Gaza is not only genocide, it extends to become reprocide, the destruction of reproductive life in the present and also in the future. This understanding broadens the field of accountability. It links obstetric collapse, starvation, domicide, and sexual violence to reproductive matrix. It exposes temporality of genocide, not just the kill of what is present, but also the future and ability to live. And it calls for reparative justice that rebuilds the material and social conditions for Palestinian reproduction, from hospitals to maternity health, nutrition, safety, and dignity. A grieving father from Gaza said, "We're not hatcheries that can just produce children." He is right. Reprocide is not about numbers alone. It's not just about how many children, women, and men have been killed. It's about whether a mother can labor without terror and fear, whether a father can hold his child without bleeding from shackles, whether a newborn can be warmed and fed and doesn't face this brutality. I urge the jury to name these crimes from what they are: reprocidal campaign to erase Palestinians' existence in both present and future. Recognition of reprocide is a step toward accountability and toward rebuilding the conditions in which Palestinian life, birth can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Hala. Now I will open space for questions and answers. If members of the jury have questions, we can proceed. If not, we will continue. Yes, please, go on. Now you're on.
Quick question. Are all these cases documented someplace? Or are they just anecdotal?
I'm sorry, what?
all these cases that have been cited today, is there a central place where they are documented?
I do call Ms. Francis just to come up and please answer this question, since you have been being very accurate about these sexual assaults and violations of...
All the data from Damir is very well documented. Part of it is already issued in report public on our website, and some were submitted to the ICC and the ICJ and the other special procedures, and lately like for the Committee Against Torture, so we can also share it. Those that they are not published on the website, we can share it directly with the journal.
And just very quickly, are these anecdotal or are these systematic, that they're happening to 10%, 20%, 30% or more of the prisoners?
The problem in the sexual harassment issues, like from my experience, I visited more than 145 detainees alone from Gaza. Very few of them shared with me this harsh experience. And those who decided to speak and to share, they were telling me that it was systematic, especially in Sdeiman detention facility, in Ofer detention, because in Ofer prison, there is a prison under the prison service, but there's a military camp that was developed after the war. So those who were in Ofer under the army, they were also facing lots of sexual violence, as well in the rest of the prisons, like because also police guards were involved in such actions. But most of the people were silent. They were not able to share this harsh experience.
Just one last question. I know this is very sensitive. All the examples are male prisoners. Are you aware of any rape against female prisoners?
To be very accurate, we in the organization, we didn't document a rape case against a female detainee in the current genocide. We have old cases. In 2015, we followed a case against a Palestinian physician from Hebron that she was raped. The case was brought to the investigating body inside Israel, and it reached a stage where the head of the investigating body recommended that there's a criminal file that should be opened, and they managed to close the file without any accountability. But other colleagues from the Gaza human rights organizations and international bodies documented rape cases against female detainees as well.
Just a question to you about, there have been many reports of the Israelis removing body parts from Palestinian prisoners. Can you say something about that?
Yes. So also in the issue of the organs and taking organs, I don't have a scientific confirmation and evidence on such issues. And there is like discussion whether it happens or not, but to be very clear, we don't have as an organizations any proof, any legal proof that this is happening. There's so many different circumstances why families would suspect that there's stealing organs, especially even before the war. Like this is a long history in the Palestinian prisoners context, because they keep the bodies in frozen situations. So, and when they give it back, they force the families to bury them immediately within 2 hours in very difficult conditions. Most of the cases were buried without implementing proper autopsy on it to prove whether, and the families were suspecting that they're taking cornea, exactly, because of the way how it looked after being for several years in frozen positions.
Thank you. Are all the cases of detention
recorded by the Israelis? Or do we have the phenomenon we've seen in other countries of essentially disappearance? People who've apparently been arrested but are never again heard of.
You mean registered the violations?
No, registered that they have been arrested and have been taken into detention, and so there's a record of where the person is.
So not all of them, because in the war, like after the genocide started, there's hundreds of cases of disappeared people where we communicated as lawyers with the army, and we were informed in several cases that the person is not arrested, is not there, and we informed the family that obviously he's not in prison, and in the exchange deal, some of them, they were released back. So they were literally forced disappeared for 2 years or 1 year and a half.
Okay, thank you. And can I follow up on an earlier question?
Just one quick. Is it for Ms. Francis or?
Either.
Okay, it's okay.
We know that sexual violence against women occurs in just about every conflict situation. And my colleague has asked about sexual violence against females in detention. What about sexual violence against females outside the detention situation in the areas of the genocide in the Gaza Strip? Is that occurring? Do we know? Do we have any evidence, information about that?
I assume this is a question for Ms. Francis too. Yep. Right, yes. Ms. Francis, please. Thank you, sorry.
So of course, it's very common, especially on checkpoints, on when they raid the houses, for example, to arrest someone, they would abuse and harass the whole family members, including women. And lots of stories were documented either by us or other colleagues in the Gaza genocide on all these checkpoints that they invented internally in the Gaza Strip when we're forcing family to move from one area to another. There were lots of sexual harassment, and there were very severe cases where the Committee Against Discrimination on the UN level documented very strong cases about rape and sexual assault in the Gaza Strip against women that they were never detained. Some of them, they were executed as well. So it happened a lot. And for the detainees, of course, they face a lot of sexual harassment.
Very quick clarification. You said that currently there are 400 children and 53 women in detention.
Currently.
Even though the Trump plan called that all women and children would be released.
No, it was just relative to the Gaza detainees. The 2 women who were released in the exchange last week and the 15 boys who were released, they were all from the Gaza Strip. So those who remained in detention now, they are from the West Bank or from inside or Jerusalem or inside Israel.
But the Trump plan did not say Gaza. It said actually 250 who would be sentenced to life, all women and children, and then it says 1,700 from Gaza.
It's not true.
The reason I'm saying this is because this is what Hamas is saying, and Israel is saying the opposite. So what is the actual thing?
The actual figures is this.
The actual understanding.
Children and women, I mean now, currently, up till maybe it's more because in the last 2 days I wasn't following the statistics. 53 women are still in detention in a Damoun prison, and more than 400 children arrested and distributed in different prisons inside Israel.
Thank you. We have one more answer, and then we will proceed.
Just short clarifications on the points mentioned. First of all, there is a report published on March 2025 about More Than a Human Can Bear. and talks about women, men, children testimonies of sexual harassment, reproductive violence, and gender-based violence by Israel and different places. So there are stories, for instance, of a woman who had a C-section in a hospital, and Israeli ground invaded the hospital, they surrounded it, and they got into the hospital, and they threatened her of raping her in front of her husband, the woman who just had a C-section. There are also testimonies of, in that report and other reports, of people, women, and also children, females, who had been forced to strip naked, who were sexually harassed, physically and sexually harassed, and some of them were forced to strip naked other men that they didn't know. There's also a UN testimony by one of the lawyers, and she talked about some women, 2 women from Gaza. One of them was gang raped by 2 soldiers, each at a time, and it's also videotaped. So sexual harassment, sexual violence, and rape are documented. But again, as Sahar have mentioned before, it's very difficult to systematically collect them because there is the shame and the fear and the PTSD and all the issues related to the rape itself, but then rape as a torture by a settler colonial power. Also about the autopsy in Gaza, you know that some bodies, like 80 bodies in the last time were sent to Gaza, and all, like the killed bodies, and all of those bodies were searched by forensic doctors with autopsy at the beginning, and then they allowed the families to come and look after them and check if they know them, they recognize them or not. So some of the doctors, the forensic doctors, mentioned that there are some organs that have been removed, taken, stolen from the Palestinian bodies. Another thing that we need to speak about, and I don't think it's spoken about very clearly, which is not just the women, children, and men who were under forcibly disappearance, but also those who we have Israeli testimonies or Israeli evidence that they were taken, but we have no idea about them. Among them, the baby, the few months-old baby that was kidnapped by Israeli soldier, taken to Israel, and another Israeli soldier told her story. Another girl was last time, 9-year-old, was last time seen with Israeli soldier in a photo, and then she also disappeared. So those things we need also to keep our mind and our efforts on them. We need to understand where our children and what happened to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our speakers, to our jury for questions and answers. We will continue to talk about journalists in the next edition of this session. So, Abu Bakr Abeid will be talking right now. I hope that he's online and that he can hear us loud and clear. And the subject he will be speaking about is testimony of a Palestinian journalist from Gaza. Mr. Abeid, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Do you hear me?
Good, we can hear you too, and the time is yours. Please, go on.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me, and thanks for what you're doing. I hope all of this will be transformed into real action, and that accountability and justice will be run in the best way possible against Israel, and as Ahmed now said, against every Western government that has facilitated the genocide, and also the Arab countries that have played a major role in it. So regarding journalists in Gaza, first and foremost, we know that over 250 journalists have been, and media workers have been murdered in Gaza, most of whom are very young. When we are talking about journalists, we're talking about an age range under 30 years old, so most of them are very, very young, well, of course, including me, just 22. And the fact that 250 journalists have been hunted down, most of them as well have been hunted down by Israel after smear campaigns that the international community and committees to protect journalists have failed to tackle, or even have failed to protect these journalists from smear media campaigns, despite the many calls by my colleagues on the world to stop it. I would start by saying that in Gaza, we're not, I would be very conservative in the word journalism, because I don't think what we're doing is journalism. It's above that, it's more than that. It's genocide documentation, because we are a part of it, and we're not living high on the hog, like we're working in fancy 5-star hotels to report what's going on in Gaza. We haven't come from outside into Gaza to report it. No, we're a part of it. The pain is ours, the agony is a part of our life, and we're multitasking, so we're not just responsible for reporting, we're not just reporting, no, we're multitasking. We are taking care of our families, we are sometimes losing our family members, and as someone speaking, right now as a journalist, I've lost over 50 members of my family, including my entire Kazas family, which was wiped out in the last week of March and this year. And a year before this attack, my aunt's family was also wiped out, and I lost my very dear friend in December 2023. So we also lose family members. And the attacks on journalists, probably some of you have noticed that most of the attacks have been targeted or have been directed at journalists with their families. So it wasn't just an attack on the journalists themselves, and most of them have lost their families. If not them, it would be their families. Documenting a genocide is not just like what you would expect. It is about believing that the next time will be your last time, that the next report will be your last time. And given the fact that I was a digital and a TV reporter, digital reporting and writing stories is, of course, a lot harder job than just appearing on TV and saying what you have witnessed or what you have heard from people. Because when you sit with people to write a story, you need to transcribe their pain and their agony and everything they have been through into words. You're not just transcribing what they are telling you. And I remember, like, one of the stories, given the fact that you have just mentioned the Palestinian hostages and the way they're treated in Israeli dungeons. One of the stories that we produced during the first ceasefire, the second ceasefire indeed, in January 2025, the story was launched in February, was for 17-year-old Mohammed Abu Sahlul. He was kidnapped by Israel from his home in Khan Yunis when he was 16 years old, and then he was freed a year later. And Mohammed was, one part of the torture he faced was that Israeli soldiers were putting handcuffs on his genitals, and he was forced to watch Israeli soldiers having sex in front of him, and sometimes they were obliging him to drink alcoholic drinks, which he doesn't drink given the reality that he's a Muslim, but he was forced to drink them. So every time he refused that, he was hit severely. He was clubbed by one of the Israeli soldiers, and he would fall unconscious. A lot of the times the soldiers or the officers, his guards, would come in and just torture him mentally, saying that we're gonna, the same as Mr. Sahar said, we're gonna have your mother, we're gonna have your sisters if you interview. And every time they would tell him that, well, we have killed your family, we have killed everyone, you will never get out of this prison, of this cell. And they would humiliate them with giving them food, like 2 spoons of rice for 5 in one cell. And every time he asked to see the sun outside, the soldiers told him that you don't deserve to see the daylight, so you're going to be here forever in the darkness. So the trauma he faced after leaving, as he told me when I sat with him in Khan Yunis, in the southern part near the sea of Khan Yunis, he told me that every time I wake up right now and until this moment, he always makes sure that there are no handcuffs on his both hands and that he can see the light, and every time he checks that his family is around him. And he lost his home, he lost so many members of his family. So for us to report this is absolutely beyond painful. This is not just about telling what we are telling and probably many of you know, or some of you know, this is not what I wanted to report, because since before this genocide, I was reporting of football, I was reporting of sports, and I did cover sports during the genocide, the sports tragedy in Gaza, which has been entirely decimated by Israel. Like most of their infrastructure, 99% has been leveled up, and over 800 athletes have been killed, including 400 footballers, more than 450 footballers, sorry. So how many stories should we report? How many lives should be taken among us, just that the people can know? And another important point about it is that the Western media outlets that haven't believed us, because we have to remember on this day, Israeli strikes have killed 2 years ago, have killed 700 people in Gaza. And the death toll 2 years ago was 5,000 people, including 2,000 children at that time, 2 years ago. On this particular date, October 24th, 2023. This could have stopped if Western media outlets and Western journalists believed that we were their colleagues. If they believed that they should have amplified the voices, if they believe that their job is not just to get into Gaza and seek fame, money, but to share our grief and share our agony and make sure that they were reporting the truth. But Western media has always been interested in lies, in a cover-up for genocide, and to make sure that everything they say will serve the Israelis. Because had they done this, hadn't they dishonored and discredited Palestinian journalists, and had they believed in them, this genocide wouldn't have spanned for 2 years. So it is important, it is absolutely significant, and one of the most monumentally fundamental steps to any tribunal that would concern Gaza is to hold everyone who has played a role in this genocide accountable. And on top of that, it must be Western media outlets who have completely ignored the Palestinian journalists' grief and the killing spree that is unprecedented. We're talking about more than 250. I'm very lucky to have survived all this. I know what I'm doing is not what I want to do. It's in the end my job. We live in stories. We are the living stories. But I hope that our living stories will be turned into, or will usher, and telling these stories as I'm doing right now, will usher in a new, better future, not only for me, but for everyone in Gaza and across occupied Palestine. And that needs unified efforts, that needs people to stand together, because we cannot just allow the blood of 250 Palestinian journalists, the blood of over 70,000 Palestinians, and the maiming of too many Palestinians just to go away without any results. This has to, everything and every crime, it has to be documented, and Israel must be held accountable, and every party that has helped Israel do this must be held accountable. I am in relentless grief. The genocide has not ended. It's just on a different scale. The grief has started now, the pain has started now, and mourning our deaths has started now, because we've never had the time to mourn our deaths. One of the times when I was reporting, my cousin and his son were killed in the same street where I was living, and after that I had to go live on TV to say, well, my cousin was killed and his son was killed. I'm grieving my loss right now. And then after the report, I had to take his body to the graveyard to pay condolences to my family, and then bury him, pray the funeral prayers, and then back to Al-Aqsa Hospital to say that I have buried him. This is not journalism. This is genocide documentation, of which we are a part. So if you want to keep a record of the testimonies, if we want to keep a record of what we have been living through, the first step is to make sure that everyone, and the journalists who have been burned alive, and most of them are young men. If you look at the wells after their deaths, they just wanted to be fathers, they just wanted to get married, they just wanted to continue their education. They didn't want to be forced, into genocide documentation. No, they just needed or hoped for a good life. And this is our collective responsibility to revive the humanity of Palestinians and to, again, make sure that justice will come to the people who have deliberately dehumanized Palestinians over the course of the past 2 years, particularly and unequivocally, and again, Western journalists who must pay a price for what they have allowed in the last 2 years. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abed. And I'm calling for Munir Nusabay to talk about eradicating journalists, systematic attacks on journalists in Gaza as a genocidal strategy. Mr. Nusabay, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished jury of conscience. A long-standing principle of international humanitarian law holds that journalists and their equipment are to be regarded as civilians and civilian objects, respectively, and therefore enjoy protected status, provided that they do not take direct part in hostilities. Their observant role through the dangers of war is very vital. Journalists serve as witnesses and interpreters, providing the indispensable conduit through which the ravage of war reach the world's consciousness. In Gaza, Israel has for long controlled entry and movement of foreign journalists, requiring that they embed on tightly supervised military tours, if allowed, and has frequently denied visas, revoked permits, or effectively exhausted international press entirely during major offensives, thereby institutionalizing a mechanism of information blackout, a mechanism that is integral to the Israeli genocidal machinery in Gaza. The near total prohibition of independent international media access to the enclave is one of the most distinctive and rare features of the Gaza genocide. While limitations on media are common in armed conflict, the outright barring of foreign press during sustained bombardment is exceptional. By preventing and obstructing external observers, Israel ensures that genocidal acts of mass killings and systematic destruction of infrastructure essential for civilian survival occur largely unseen. These dead zones of reporting allow Israel to commit atrocities with minimal immediate scrutiny. The logic is simple. The fewer outside eyes, the greater the leeway to conduct large-scale atrocities and pursue genocidal objectives. Accordingly, the denial of unrestricted press to Gaza constitutes a foundational factor in Israeli strategy of genocide. Consequently, the only journalists able to report from Gaza are Palestinian journalists operating under constant existential threat and severe operational constraints. Their systematic targeting constitutes a deliberate genocidal tactic, precisely because they are the sole witnesses and chronicles of events on the ground. The elimination and silencing of these journalists is institutional to the execution of the campaign's objectives. Is instrumental, to the execution of the campaign's objectives. In other words, an attempt to conceal the genocide.
Crucially, when journalists are targeted, the international community is deprived of timely, accurate information, undermining its ability to assess, respond to, and prevent ongoing genocide. This obstruction directly implicates states' responsibilities under the Genocide Convention, which obligates state parties to take proactive measures to prevent genocide. The numbers merit stark emphasis. Gaza has become the deadliest place on earth for journalists in modern history by orders of magnitude. The time of the most recent ceasefire, by the time of the most recent ceasefire, more than 248 journalists had been killed in Gaza since October 2023, of whom at least 56 were directly targeted or killed by virtue of their work, reportedly. Many media offices, broadcasting facilities, communication nodes, and journalistic equipment were also destroyed or degraded. According to the Palestinian Journalists Syndicate, 535 journalists were injured, 49 detained, and 150 media institutions destroyed. Family members of journalists have been highly affected, as hundreds of them have been murdered or injured. Comparative observation highlights that the exceptional character. Journalist fatalities in Gaza, just in a few months, what took Israel to murder in a few months in Gaza, what happened in decades elsewhere in the world. It's the deadliest and most deliberate effort to kill and silence journalists ever documented. In historical conflict, World War II saw 68 journalists killed. In Vietnam, around 65 over a span of decades. Gaza death toll alone in less than 2 years surpasses all of these totals. Far from being incidental, the killings and targeting show hallmarks of consistent pattern. Strikes on marked vehicles or buildings, penetrating journalist shelters and medical tents, multiple journalists killed in a single strike, and the targeting of media infrastructures. The targeting and killing of veteran journalists and of journalists wearing clearly marked press gear in particular appear to form a part of a recurring pattern that supports the inference of deliberate targeting as a policy. Now, in order to look at this policy from the legal point of view, of course, it is very easy to characterize it as part of a number of war crimes and crimes against humanity because it is indeed widespread and systematic. However, within the context of the Gaza Strip, it's very important to also note that this targeting of journalists is part of the wider genocidal intent that Israel has been committing. And this has a number of factors that should be mentioned here. On the one hand, by doing that, Israel is concealing evidence and external scrutiny, because journalists document, verify, and testify. When they are killed, detained, or forced underground, the capacity of the international community, NGOs, victims, and courts to monitor atrocities is severely weakened. Without independent reporting, much of the violence proceeds unrecorded or unaccounted for. Controlling the narrative and enabling denial. Silencing journalists allows the perpetrator to dominate public discourse, frame attacks as legitimate, deny casualties, and portray destruction as inevitable. This destructive control helps suppress moral outrage, mobilize domestic support, and delay the deflect international legal pressure. In genocide, denial is often recognized as the final stage. By diminishing, making, or reinterpreting atrocity, the perpetrator seeks to erase the memory and avoid accountability. The information blackout in Gaza functions precisely to facilitate such denial. Inducing fear and chilling reporting. Repeated targeted killing of journalists deter others from reporting, creating playable fear. This reduces investigative coverage, diminishes the pool of reporters, and pushes others to self-censorship. In a genocidal design, reducing the space of counter-witnesses is tactical. Finally, contributing to conditions of life harm. Under Article 11C of the Genocide Convention, deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about destruction in whole or in part is prescribed. Obstruction of humanitarian aid, siege, starvation, forced displacement, these are often considered within that clause. The silencing of journalists is highly likely to augment the harm by impeding information about urgent needs, for example, famine or disease, thereby facilitating neglect or forced suffering and multiplying the destructive conditions. If all of this is not enough, Israeli officials have reportedly stated that information blackouts leave Palestinians in fear and anxiety, as isolation is part of Israel's psychological warfare. Sorry? Okay. Thank you very much. It's fine.
Thank you very much. Yeah, as I have said at the beginning, it is really important for us to stick within time frames in order for everyone to have a chance to talk. So, as of the members of the jury, do we have any questions for the topic about journalists and their lives in Gaza?
Again, very quickly, so that we can distinguish Gaza from other conflicts, I looked this up. It would be nice to have it in a table form and to add it to the body of evidence. In World War II, over 6 years, there were 69 journalists killed. In Vietnam, over 10 years, 63. In Ukraine, which is 18 months more than Gaza, 17. And in Gaza, 274, how much?
48, 248, but there is a more recent number from the Syndicate of Journalists, 252.
So you could see that even if you combine all the journalists killed in all these wars, Gaza is 3 times as much. I think it's very nice, it's very important that we highlight this and to show the discrepancy and also how the world is not showing the same outrage that they have shown with, for instance, Ukraine.
Indeed, I will provide that table for you. Thank you. Thank you.
So the discussion and the analysis, along with the scholars and speakers about the crimes, is ending here for now. You will have 15 minutes of a coffee break, and then we can go to, I hope you will manage to come here at 4, considering that for Gaza Tribunal, Jeremy Corbyn will be speaking, so I kindly ask you to be here at 4. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your respectance of the time frame. And now for Gaza Tribunal, as we have announced before this short break, will speak Mr. Jeremy Corbyn. He's with us. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for your time.
Good afternoon. It's lovely to see you and to talk to you all.
The time is yours. Go on.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. I didn't realise that. First of all, thank you for inviting me. And my regret is that I'm in North London, not in Istanbul at the present time. But I'm sure for a future meeting we'll be able to meet physically together, hopefully in Istanbul. So I thank you for that. What I want to do is talk you through what we did for the Gaza Tribunal that we held. The background to it was that I proposed a private member's bill in Parliament to require the government to establish an independent commission of inquiry into British policy in relation to Gaza, and in particular in relation to the sale of arms and weapons to Israel, which have contributed to the horrible events and the genocide that took place in Gaza. This bill managed to get past its first stage in Parliament, but didn't get beyond that. It was blocked beyond that. And so I thought, well, either we can just leave it there and do something else, or we could indeed establish our own independent inquiry, which is exactly what we did. So we set up our own independent tribunal of inquiry, which met for 2 days in September, and we took witness statements from 29 people. And I was joined as one of the 3 assessors to it by Professor Niamh Gordon from Queen Mary University and Dr. Shah Hamouri from the University of Kent. So you had one Jewish American and one Palestinian in exile as the assessors with me. And we divided the tribunal into 4 sections. Part 1, we discussed what has actually happened in Gaza. So we heard from survivors, from witnesses, about the scale of the human suffering, the devastation and the destruction that had taken place in Gaza. 2 of our witnesses were very, very powerful witnesses indeed, both very experienced medical practitioners, doctors, Dr. Nick Maynard and Dr. Victoria Rose. They gave us testimonies of their own experience in Gaza, operating on obviously very badly injured people, many of whom were children, in hospitals that were being bombed at that very time, and hoping to carry on with their work and their operations despite the bombardment that was going on. And the lack of medicines, the lack of water, the lack of electric power, and even the lack of anesthetics or antiseptics in order to treat people. Yet they carried on doing their work. Now, I've known many, many doctors over the years, and doctors are quite hard-bitten. They see life and death very close up every day. But I've never seen 2 doctors more emotionally connected to their patients than Nick and Victoria in the way that they do things. And they don't have to do this, but they both try to go back into Gaza, and all the time when they're not in Gaza, when they're mainly in the UK, they spend their energy and time campaigning and talking about the issue of the Palestinian people. So I think it's to those medical practitioners we should all say an enormous thank you. And he went on to say, Nick did, about the way in which Britain is contributing to the suffering in Gaza obviously by the supply of weapons to Israel, although that the government claims is now reducing. But the reality is so many weapons have been supplied to Israel, they can last for a very long time without any fresh supplies. But crucially, their main weapon of war is the F-35 jet. 15% of the components of the F-35 jet are made at factories in Britain, in Newcastle, in Sheffield, and in some other places around the country. We also heard from Declassified UK, from John McAvoy. He's the chief reporter of Declassified. This is an independent media outlet that, as its name suggests, tries to expose truths that are going on that governments don't want exposed. And he was able to reveal that the UK, Britain, is training Israeli soldiers. Not a huge number, but they are training them. And the Ministry of Defence has tried to assure us in Parliament that they're being trained in military and human rights values in what they do. So I asked myself this question. Israel has been condemned in the Fourth Geneva Convention, the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, the UN Security Council, the UN General Assembly, and many, many other independent human rights bodies around the world. And yet Britain is training their soldiers. It is absolutely outrageous, which then brings into question what they're actually doing and what the effects of all the Israeli soldiers' actions have been. So we had evidence put from Dr. Raz Segal, a professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies from the United States. And he described in some detail what the law on genocide is, the genesis of that law, how it came about, and what would constitute genocide, which is an act of attacking and trying to destroy a particular group of people. Hence the description of the Palestinian people as a group of people that are being attacked with genocidal intent. You could say the same with what happened in Darfur. You could say the same with what happened in Cambodia. You could say the same with what happened in Rwanda. And historically, you could say the same about the European invasion of Central America. And there are many, many other colonial examples around the world. And he, and I quote, said that Gaza is a textbook case of genocide. And so we were hearing all this evidence, but I was concerned that we were not necessarily hearing sufficient number of Palestinian voices. And so we had a student called Abu Bakr Abed, who is a wonderful young man from Gaza, who has received a scholarship from the Irish government to study sports media in Dublin, in the university in Dublin. And he came to London to give evidence, and his was very, very powerful, describing what happened to him, what happened to his family. And bear in mind that he wouldn't mind me saying this, has a sort of guilt of being outside Gaza because all his family are still there, and he's obviously concerned for them, their safety and their future. So he feels it's his duty and his responsibility to work very hard and study very hard. And so he asked us to support the call for a sporting boycott of Israel. And that's where the current dispute about Maccabi Tel Aviv playing against Aston Villa in Britain has become such a big issue. But he also said, and he's somebody that studies the media a great deal, and he's now doing university studies on it, the British media had actually been complicit in the genocide in Gaza by their failure to report many of the details, and indeed the failure of most British news organisations to even have a journalist in Gaza. They're relying almost entirely on independent journalists in Gaza, several hundred of whom have been murdered by the Israeli forces, yet nevertheless carry on. They, to me, are real journalists and the real hero of the situation. They've stayed there, done all they could, and carried on doing that reporting, knowing full well that the Israeli Defense Force targets journalists in all of its activities. And so he set this out in a very personal way. And this is a young man who has been starved, basically, for most of the past 2 years. He's a very fit guy. He's a footballer. but he said he didn't get anywhere near enough food to sustain any level of physical activity, and he just felt permanently tired and exhausted by the starvation that's been forced upon him. And with the best will in the world, and I hope he does make a full recovery from the trauma of all this, that's going to affect him for a long time. And then I was looking at him thinking, well, he's a strong, fit young man, and he's having trouble coping. What about those that are less young, less strong, and less fit? How do they cope with all of this? This is the brutality of what's going on. We then went into part two. What are Britain's legal responsibilities on this? And so we invited a number of people to come and outline their duties and obligations that are laid down in both domestic and international law. Remember, Britain prides itself by saying it fully supports and observes all aspects of international law. And this is something I hear time and time again by ministers of all parties in the House of Commons. And to deal with this issue and other issues, we're delighted to be joined by Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on Palestine. And she chose her words carefully because she is a UN Rapporteur, and obviously everything she says is carefully examined and monitored. And what she said, and I quote, "Ministers may be complicit in Israel's war crimes by the supply of weapons, by the supply of intelligence, by the overflying from the Royal Air Force bases in Cyprus, and by the supply of parts for the F-35 jet, which is causing so much devastation." And she then spoke at some length about the way in which other countries are also complicit in Israel's war crimes. And I think we are all very indebted to to Francesca Albanese for the work that she's doing and carries on doing, and I've got huge admiration for her. And we then moved on to part three. What has Britain's role been in the genocide? Now, we framed it that way because solidarity is important, actions are very important, but it's also important that we do things to have the maximum effect within our own societies. So we are a group based in London, Peace and Justice Project. We obviously have an international outlook, otherwise we wouldn't be doing this, but we have to look at what we can do within our own society. So that's why I want to look at Britain's involvement and see where we can put pressure on. And so we looked at Britain's involvement into the Israeli military operations in Gaza, including the points I made on supply of weapons, surveillance, and the use of RAF bases. And it also became apparent during our tribunal that not only did Britain use the RAF bases in Cyprus to undertake overflying of Gaza, but also apparently from weapons delivery station, and apparently also Israel is able to use it and also use bases in Cyprus, and that is being looked at very, very carefully by the campaign in Cyprus. And indeed we met people who have been very active on the campaign in Cyprus itself, and I think it's important we do that. And so we looked at the use of the base and the supply of weapons, surveillance, and so on. And then we heard from Mark Smith, a British Foreign Office official, a Mandarin, if you like, Foreign Office staff, who described how many people in the Foreign Office were deeply upset at what the government's policies were, and deeply upset that what they were being asked to say about it all, when they believe, as I suspect all of us do in this event today in Istanbul, that war crimes have been committed and acts of genocide are taking place. And so he has worked in the Middle East arms export licensing assessment for the government, and he described how he was routinely asked to amend his reports on Gaza, and I quote, to make the situation look less bad, including downplaying the number of civilian deaths. And he described how he was told to delay submissions of reports until they could find something more positive to publish about Israel's involvement in Gaza. And so here was somebody being told how to write his reports and also to delay publication of them until they could find something positive to say about Israel's involvement in Gaza. And I just quote again from his evidence. There have been hundreds, if not thousands, of conversations on the most controversial aspects of our arms sales policy, which will never be seen by the public. And he described that because they were asked not to write things down, asked not to record meetings, asked not to record events discussing with each other, just to basically do everything on an informal basis. This was a practice first adopted by Tony Blair during the Iraq War. And he went on to say how the whistleblowing team who he'd reported this to were ignored, as well as other Foreign Office staff. Whistleblowing is a legal right in Britain. There is legislation to provide protection for whistleblowers. These are people that tell uncomfortable truths from within publicly funded and publicly run organizations. And he said how the concerns they raised were completely ignored. And he went on to suggest that it was impossible to see how the UK government was acting legally in its behaviour towards Gaza. We also met the family of Mr. Henderson, who worked in World Central Kitchen and was killed in Gaza. And he was killed by Israeli bombardment. And his lawyers said that they believed that the RAF, Royal Air Force flights that were overflying Gaza, were overflying at the time of his death, the time of his murder by the Israeli forces. And so he asked the RAF, through the Ministry of Defence in London, as a lawyer, if he could have access to their film of the event when Henderson was killed. And you know what? They said, no, you cannot have it. I'd previously asked separately in Parliament if all the film they'd taken of overflying Gaza could be made available to the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice. They said no. And they claimed all the film was about releasing hostages, and they would only release it to the Israeli government. And so I rest my case that I think the overflying has all been about assisting Israel's military activities in Gaza by giving them a picture of what's going on there. And he was not even, the lawyer was not even allowed to look at the film footage himself. So we have a pretty bad scenario here of an awful lot of other things. We then heard from Matt Kennard, who's a very experienced journalist involved with a group called Palestine Deep Dive and others. He investigated how Britain had shared surveillance data with Israel to support military operations in Gaza. And again, I quote from him, having looked at the evidence, I think Britain's involvement in the genocide crosses the line into participation. The UK government, through its different military and intelligence agency, has been a participant. And we also heard, as Richard Falk is with us today, from him. And I want to say, Richard, thank you very much for taking part and the evidence you put forward and the power of the message you put forward and your consistent message of humanity for the Palestinian people. Last section was on, again, focused on the British participation. Has Britain lived up to its legal obligations? In this section, we analysed the evidence presented to us to conclude whether Britain had fulfilled its legal obligations or not, as laid out in both domestic and international law. And remember, point I made earlier, Britain is a signatory to all international legal conventions on genocide, on torture, and so on. Sign up, obviously, UN Universal Declaration, European Declaration, International Criminal Court statutes, and historically to the International Court of Justice, which of course predates all the other UN institutions because it was a product of the League of Nations. And we were wanting to know whether Britain has fulfilled its legal obligations or not. So we heard from Tayeb Ali, very respected lawyer, and he said his work from the International Centre for Justice for Palestinians, and he gave a forensic assessment of the whole thing at some length. And his conclusion, this was the last evidence, was that Britain was not only failed to meet its legal obligations, but was actively breaching them. And he's somebody that is extremely well informed and very, very knowledgeable on this, as is, of course, the International Centre for Justice for Palestinians. So what's the conclusion of this? We didn't receive enough evidence that I wanted to be able to listen to on environmental impact, water pollution, and the damage to the future possibility of growing crops in Gaza because of the pollution from asbestos poisoning and much else because of the destruction of so many buildings. And so forensic architects gave us a very thorough examination and study on the way in which buildings have been destroyed in Gaza City and other places, but we've asked for further environmental information, which we've now received from Gaza architects and others. And our conclusion is that the government's legacy will be its complicity on some of the greatest crimes against humanity of our time. We've already discovered, 67,000 bodies in Gaza. Estimates vary as to the number of bodies that are still under the rubble, but it's going to be thousands and thousands and thousands more. And the figures I've just heard are that somebody's been estimating the amount of rubble in Gaza. There are 55 million tons of rubble in Gaza. That's like 2 million tons or more, 10 million tons for each Gaza person of rubble created by the Israeli bombardment. Somebody's got to clear all that away. Somebody has got to process all of that to find bodies and body parts in it. And somewhere along the line, somebody's got to start rebuilding. And just like in Iraq, the government is doing everything it can to protect itself from scrutiny on Iraq. They'll not succeed because our tribunal report will be published very soon. We're just completing the final words of it now, and this will uncover, in my view, the full scale of British complicity in genocide, and will bring about justice for the people of Palestine ultimately. We can't bring back those that have been murdered in Gaza. We can't turn the clock back on all those children whose lives have been lost, who've suffered lifetime problems of disability and other things brought about by what's happened there. But we can alert the world to what happens when you sell arms to a regime that's committing genocide. You can alert the world to the way in which truth is twisted in order to protect those who know full well that they are actually complicit in breaches of international law. And so our tribunals are very, very important. And I'll just conclude with this. I was in South Africa last month and doing meetings with a lot of people, with Dr. Barghouti and myself, went to a lot of places, spoke at meetings, rallies, and took information and evidence from people. I'm very impressed that South Africa took the case to the International Court of Justice, but also people are saying, well, we need to economically isolate Israel as well, and that's why South Africa should, if it can, and I believe it can, cease the supply of coal to Israel. It's not a huge amount that's sent, but nevertheless it is symbolic. And so it is about pursuing the BDS, boycott, divestment and sanctions, on all this. I also went to Namibia to meet the government of Namibia and have discussions with them, as well as with the ruling party, SWAPO, and with a very wonderful group of people who've been campaigning in support of Palestine in Namibia, and they were extremely impressive. And so I came back with the feeling that there's some very brave people in often very difficult circumstances doing an incredible job, and that's what this tribunal is about. That's what our Gaza Tribunal is about, and that's why all of us have got to work together cooperatively to get the word out there all across the world. The people of Palestine should not have to live under occupation, should not have to suffer genocide, and that those countries that supply weapons to Israel are complicit in the horror story that has been Gaza since October 23.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Corbyn, for being a part of the final session of the Gaza Tribunal. Thank you for your time and for the words important to be said, especially in a place like this and in times like these. We will proceed, and the next speaker is Tristino Marinello. He will be speaking about a subject of the ICC under attack, the struggle for justice and accountability during the genocide in Palestine.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Many thanks to the organizer for the invitation. Distinguished members of the jury, it's an honor for me to appear before you to speak about the struggle for international justice in a context in which impunity has long provided the fertile ground for the most serious crime. I speak not as a distant observer, but as someone who, together with Raji Sourani and Chantal Meloni, has the privilege of bringing the voices of Palestinian victims from Gaza to The Hague. Parents who have buried their children, relatives of journalists, doctors, humanitarian workers, and human rights defenders killed in direct or indiscriminate attacks. Survivors who have lost entire family and still search through the rubble for the names of the missing. On behalf of entire communities who, despite everything, continue to believe that justice is still possible. We bring the voice of relatives of victims of starvation, and we had the possibility recently to document how Israel concretely put in place a policy of deliberate starvation by preventing the access of essential goods in the Gaza Strip. I'm referring to food, water filters, heavy hospital devices, drugs, including insulin for children, anesthetics, in a context in which 10 children on a daily basis are subject to amputation of one or more limbs without anesthetics. They are preventing the access of croissant, labeled as luxurious goods by the Israeli Authority, and as such, Palestinians do not have any right to get access to such luxurious goods. For Palestinian victims, the ICC has represented a fragile but vital thread of hope. The belief that in a world of double standards, one institution may still uphold equality before the law. The issuance of arrest warrants against Netanyahu and Gallant marked a defining moment for international justice. It was a historical step for Palestinian victims for whom the ICC remains the only avenue for justice. It was a historic moment for Palestinian civil society organizations, particularly the Palestinian Center for Human Rights and Al-Mezan, which have documented crimes under immense pressure. Their offices have been destroyed. Together with Adamir and Halak, their organizations have been sanctioned by the Trump administration only for seeking justice. Their staff has been killed. Ihab with his wife and his two daughters, Rima and Najima, 3 and 6 years old, Noor with 70 family members, including her 2-year-old daughter, Dana with 39 family members. Arrest warrants were also historic for the court itself, which for the first time ever appeared to challenge the paradigm of the justice of powerful, where international law is rigorously applied to some and excluded for others. Yet, this historical step cannot hide the serious shortcomings that have marked the court's engagement with Palestine. It took 12 years to the ICC to open a formal investigation, a delay that has caused profound disillusionment among victims and reinforced the perception that justice is selective. The first prosecutor, Ocampo, admitted that he would never authorize a case that could disturb, using his words, the United States. When prosecutor Fatou Bensouda finally opened an investigation, its scope was extremely narrow, confined to specific incidents, failing to address the broader context of systematic oppression, collective punishment, and apartheid structures in the occupied Palestinian territory. Under the prosecutor Karim Khan, initially the situation in Palestine was not a priority. Only after October 2023, the prosecutor showed his attention for Palestine. His request for arrest warrants came in May 2024, when Gaza had already been devastated, over 36,000 people had already been killed, and 1.7 million of people had been displaced. Even then, the investigation scope was limited. Some of the most documented crimes were excluded: genocide, torture, forced displacement, just to mention a few. The investigation failed to address crimes committed before October 2023, also in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. This selective framing implicitly legitimized the false narrative that atrocities began only after October 7, ignoring decades of structural violence and persecution. By excluding senior Israeli military officials, the prosecutor also reinforced the myth of the most moral army. Most concerningly, the arrest warrants did not produce any deterrent effect. Two factors, in my view, largely explain the failure in relation to the deterrence: the ICC's law-hesitant approach and the hostility to the court by powerful states. Trump administration imposed sanctions on the prosecutor, her deputies, judges, and Palestinian NGOs. These measures have already weakened the ICC capacity to function. Software providers have suspended their services. US-based lawyers and groups have ceased cooperation with the court and also with legal representatives of victims. Even requests for arrest warrant against senior officials like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich have been delayed because of the sanctions. In the very next few days, Trump could sanction the institution itself. That could be a final blow to the institution's existence. We expected a strong reaction by the ICC state parties. However, Gaza genocide proved once again that European states' support to international justice is driven only by political convenience. Many of the ICC members, including France, Germany, and Italy, that had applauded the court's action in Ukraine, condemned the court for investigating crimes in genocide. EU institutions, which now consider the ratification of the Rome Statute as essential requirements to become a new EU state party, have not put in place any effective mechanism to reduce the impact of the sanctions on the court and its staff. So it's now clear that EU states are willing to sacrifice the entire international justice system to shield an ally. However, despite the politicization of justice, despite the attacks and threats to everyone engaging with the court in relation to the situation in Palestine, we have decided to continue to engage with the court, to document international crimes and submit all the evidence and legal analysis to the office of the prosecutor. In Raji Sourani's own words, we have no right to give up. The very intensity of the assault on the ICC proves how dangerous accountability is to those who rely on impunity. To abandon the pursuit of justice would be to betray every Palestinian victim of genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crime, and to betray the principle that all human beings are equal before the law. Distinguished members of the jury, we are not naive. We are fully aware that the end of the settled colonial regime will not arrive through the International Criminal Court. We are fully aware that the ICC is imperfect, too slow, too cautious, too vulnerable to political pressure. But even in its fragility, it remains one of the few tools to resist the normalization of impunity. The court, alongside the national investigation under universal jurisdiction, offers one of the few remaining instruments capable of challenging this cycle of impunity. For Palestinian victims, this investigation is more than a legal process. It's an affirmation of their humanity, of the simple truth that their lives and suffering matter. Distinguished members of the jury, we kindly invite you to cooperate with the Office of the Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court by transferring all the relevant evidence you may have, and we kindly invite you to raise awareness on the crucial role of Palestinian civil society organizations working to establish the truth. Without the tireless documentation of Palestinian civil society organizations, no international investigation would never have been possible, as the ICC staff or investigators had never set foot in the occupied Palestinian territory. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to our speakers. We have just heard was the expert reflection to everything said so far. And now we'll proceed to our witnessings, to stories of those who have lived through genocide, whose families are gone or still fighting for survival. Next topic we will be talking about is scholicide. And now it's time for Osama Alosta to come, to approach and to speak. He's a Gazan student, and he will be talking about the dreams they took and are taken every minute.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit stressed, but we will manage. Please point to me if I need to slow down. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Osama Al-Usta. I'm 23 years old from Gaza and originally from Akka. I graduated from Ibrahim al-Maqadma High School in Gaza back in 2020 from the scientific stream. After graduation, I enrolled at Al-Azhar University to study computer science. However, during the 11 days war, specifically on the Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood event, first time to have my education interrupted. In the same war, one of the most well-known Gaza's building was destroyed. In that building, I was working and I loved my work, and it was a good start as a freshman. And then after the war was over that time, my family argued me to think about my safety and future. So in September 2021, I left from Gaza to Turkey to start my school. I began studying software engineering at a private school in Istanbul and stayed in Turkey for a year and a half. And then in February the 6th, 2023, the Kahramanmaraş earthquake hit and the education was online and switched online. On March 1st, I went back to Gaza. I missed home deeply and wanted to be reunited with my family and people since special holidays were coming. I dropped out in school in Turkey and then I re-enrolled in computer science at my university in Gaza and started the new semester. Just 10 days before the 7th of October. I stayed in Gaza for another 6 months, but eventually I had to leave again. But this time leaving my family behind without knowing that whether they will survive or not. I stand before you today to give my testimony because what happened to me and to the thousands of students like me must not be forgotten. Like every student, every young person, every human being, I had dreams. Dreams of graduating, continuing my studies, and expanding my knowledge. I wanted to leave a positive imprint on my society through projects, startups, and initiatives. However, the occupation was and still an obstacle to every dream I have ever had. I had a life before the genocide. We were living under siege and occupation, always controlled, but it was a life that I tried to accept, but it was never easy, and I didn't have any other option but trying to accept it. I loved going to school, seeing my friends sharing breakfast before class, and after school we would walk 15 minutes to the sea to feel free at last, even if it was only for a brief minute. Then came October the 7th. That morning I woke up early, ready to go to school for a short exam and continue with other classes. 5 minutes later, I received a message from the university administration saying, "For your safety, the school will be closed until further notice." I thought maybe it would be a week, just 10 days as we had before, until the Israeli defense minister said, "We are fighting against the human animals," announcing a complete siege on Gaza. He was announcing a complete siege as if we didn't had one before, and we have been living under siege for more than 20 years now. On October 13, everything began to collapse. We were ordered to evacuate homes near Gaza Valley and flee to the south. I took what I could, my certificates, my ID, my passport, my laptop and a few clothes, and a few books, because I still believed somehow the education would continue. 6 days later, on October 19th, they destroyed my neighborhood, Zahra City. I was less than 3 kilometers away, hearing every explosion. They were not only destroying buildings, they were destroying my childhood, my memories, the very streets where my life began. All of it was erased. And why? To crave a corridor dividing Gaza into two, south and north. When the footages started coming from there, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that it was true. So I went back to make sure that, because I couldn't believe it, I went back. I was not able to recognize my city and my neighborhood that I have spent most of my life. My high school was turned into a military base for IOF. Soon after, my university was gone too, reduced to rubble. That was the moment I knew we would never go back to class again, never have the chance to live normally again. In only 1 month's time, everything I had built my dreams on was gone, and yet, we did not even have the privilege to mourn, no time to grieve the people we lost, the future that vanished, the dreams that turned into nightmares. I lost my hope of graduating. While peers abroad continued their study, I had to watch my campus burn. They did not only bomb our buildings, but they also erased our future. That loss of education, of hope, of dreams is a burden I will carry forever. We will carry forever. Then everything turned into survival. You couldn't grieve, not when you were standing in endless lines for water, or at the bakery for essentials for survival, which was bombed later on, even though people who have normal lives don't even think about it. Days passed, and another evacuation order came. We had to leave again, because our area, south of the valley where it was supposedly to be the safe zone, was becoming a dangerous zone. It was Christmas Eve, 2023. While the world was celebrating with their families, we were packing what we had, heading into the unknown. We tried calling everyone we knew, but every place was already full. In the end, we went to Rafah, stayed in the skeleton of unfinished shop that didn't even have a bathroom. I remember walking more than an hour each day just to charge my phone and stay connected. But even that was not always possible. Communication blackouts tried to silence us, while bombs kept falling on homes, hospitals, churches, and even mosques. I was the only one with a phone that still had international roaming, so I shared Wi-Fi with everyone I could. The IOF tried to cut every signal, but I somehow managed to keep ours alive. Rafah was a turning point. It was very exhausting for me to find basic needs like water, food, and shelter. It was also a moment of realization. Why am I doing this? Why do I have to live this? Why it's difficult to access water or wait so long just to use the bathroom? Although we tried to make our stay in Rafah livable, it never turned out to be so. I remember going 14 days without showering, so I decided there was no point of me being dead here, and it was no longer safe. Because I had no dual citizenship, I paid a lot of money to leave. So this is a brief part of my story, but I'm here not only for myself. I'm here because this story is not just mine. This case is not special about me as a person. There is an entire generation of students who were killed, silenced, displaced by the IOF and denied their right to exist. More than 1,000 professors were killed. 80% of Gaza's schools and universities are either partly damaged or fully destroyed. The last standing buildings have become the only refugee for Gaza who no longer have homes to return to. There are a lot of stories about students who I know in person that they were killed cold blood. However, I want to honor one of these professors who was killed by IOF as they were targeting him directly, Dr. Rifat Al-Arair, a man who inspired a whole generation and still inspiring. He always emphasized how important it's to mention that the Israeli occupation killed us, not leaving it for the passive voice. He wrote, and I quote, "If I must die, you must live, to tell my story, to sell my things, to buy a piece of clothes and some strings. Make it with a long tail, so that a child somewhere in Gaza, while looking heaven in the eye, awaiting his dad who left in a blaze, and bid no farewell, not even to his flesh, not even to himself, sees the kite, my kite you made, flying above, and thinks for a moment an angel is there, bringing back love. If I must die, let it bring hope, let it be a tale." My story is just one page in a book written by thousands of students. If I am here today, it's to make sure that their silence is not the final word, because they didn't choose to be silent, they were silenced. Our generation will carry this loss forever in our studies, in our lives, in our sleepless nights. This experience changed everything. It has the power to make the future feel meaningless. Whenever I try to do something new, try to continue my studies abroad, try to move on, I think of those who cannot. The survival guilt always chases me. I find no more dreams inside of me. I cannot even plan for tomorrow. Studying feels like running on a broken ground. And for me, it went too extreme that I started a hunger strike just to feel how is my family doing. And everyone and every student who's still in Gaza and don't have the chance to leave. Yet, I stand here because we are still here, I'm still here, my voice is not gone. When they destroy a university, it's not only concrete that falls, it's the future that comes crashing down. This was no accident, no natural disaster. It was a deliberate attempt to silence us, to erase our dreams. But we refuse to disappear. We are not numbers. Each of us has a name, a story, a family, and dreams. So I ask the jury, do not only listen, please act. Hold those responsible accountable. Protect education, because protecting education means protecting the future. Saves Palestinians' lives everywhere. And thank you.
Thank you, Osama, for your voice, and thank you for courage to speak. Next to talk and to speak and to analyze is Mr. Malek Al-Sverki. He's a scholasticist in Gaza. That's the topic that we will be discussing in the next minutes. A witness to the systematic destruction of education. He needs to be with us online, and we will be listening to him for the next 10 minutes or 15. Mr. Malek, do you hear me?
Hello?
You are with us? Okay.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Malek, scholars decide in Gaza, a witness to the systematic destruction of education. The time is yours.
Hello, everyone. Hi. So, my name is Malak Aliswerki. I'm a survivor of the genocide in Gaza, and I was recently evacuated from Gaza to Ireland, where I am now a student at the Trinity College Dublin. I spent 690 days in the Gaza Strip during the genocide, which is 1 year, 10 months, and 20 days. And today I stand here as a witness to scholasticide, having received most of my education in Gaza, and watch everything I once learned turned into rubble before my eyes. In the 15 minutes I have, I will address the systematic obliteration of education in Gaza. Before the genocide, Gaza had one of the highest rates of education in the Middle East. And from my own experience, I believe this is because my community has always valued education, not as a privilege, but as a way to survive. And all of my community believe that education and civic participation were the only path to break that prison we lived and unfortunately still live in. And for us, breaking this prison meant freedom and survival. Until October 2023, my father was a professor of accounting and my mother was a mathematics teacher in a secondary school. My sister used to study dentistry at Al-Azhar University, and my younger brothers, who can unfortunately no longer attend the schools, were always among the top students in their classes. Ahmed who's my younger brother, he was in the 8th grade when the war started, and Luay, he's the youngest, he was in the 5th grade. As for me, I graduated from high school in July 2023 as the second highest ranking student across Palestine with a GPA of 99.4. I received a governmental scholarship to study at Al-Azhar University in Al-Mughraqa city. I planned to study political science and pursue a career as a diplomat and a human rights advocate. I wanted to be someone who could represent her country with integrity and pride. However, and unfortunately again, and with the beginning of the genocide, my university was completely wiped out in November 2023, and the city where it once stood has become what Israeli soldiers now call the Netzarim checkpoint. And this was the first moment I understood that this genocide was not only against lives, but also against education. The destruction of my university marks the beginning of the forced erasure of learning in my community. And this is when I felt that Gaza began to lose not just buildings, but also values, culture, and the future generations of educated people. The jury should be mindful that scholasticide is not an abstract word. And to help you understand what it means for me and for Gazans, I will name the educational institutions my family and I attended from kindergarten to university and what has become of them. Bisan Kindergarten, which was my kindergarten from 2010 to 2012, now it's partially destroyed. Bara'am Kindergarten, now it's completely destroyed, and this is a kindergarten my sister attended from 2007 to 2009. Al-Karama Primary and Secondary School, it was turned into a military point, then destroyed, bombed repeatedly over displaced families seeking shelters. I studied in this school from grades 1 through 8, and this for me means 8 years of childhood memories. They all now crushed in rubble. The place where this school used to stand on, now it became a buffer zone between Gaza and Israel. And on the 8th of May in 2025, my cousin was killed in this school while sheltering there after his home in At-Tufah neighborhood was bombed. There is also Sha'ban Al-Rais High School. It got also militarized and bombed multiple times, including after a charity distributed food to starving refugees inside. It got bombed only because there was a charity distributing food there. My sister completed her high school there. I studied in 9th grade there. My mother used to teach there before the genocide. And when she returned after a partial strike in July 2024, before it got completely bombed, The teacher's room where she used to have her office was gone. She remembered the biscuits she had left in her drawer on the 5th of October 2023. And a month later, amid famine, she said she would have given anything for that small piece of food, but the room itself no longer existed. There is also Al-Zahra Basic School.
Ms. Malak, can you hear me?
Yeah.
My apologies. We have just small requests for you just to slow a bit down, because our professors and academics are really doing their best to hear every single word of you. They find it very important. So just to slow a bit down. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, it's because I'm minding the time clock.
I know, it's okay. You can just take your time, slow down. We have enough time. Thank you very much.
Okay. There is also Al-Zahra Basic School in a Darj neighborhood. It got also completely destroyed and I studied my 10th grade there. There is also a Ramla Secondary School. It got completely destroyed in July 2024. And this really hurts me to talk about this school, especially because I studied my 11th and the 12th grades there. And I saw it in trouble in August 2024. When I saw it in this way, I couldn't speak. It felt like my years of efforts and the friendships were buried beneath the rubble. There is also Shijaiya School. This is where my sister studied her 11th grade there. It got also completely destroyed. There is also Dar al-Arqam Basic and Secondary Schools. This is where my two brothers used to study before the war. Now it's completely destroyed. There is also Islamic University of Gaza. It got repeatedly turned into a military base. Now it's partially destroyed, then it got completely burned. This is where my mother received her engineering degree. There is also Isra University. It got completely destroyed as well. One of my closest friends used to study there before the genocide. There is also Al-Quds Open University. This is where my mother also completed her second degree, mathematics. Now it's partially destroyed and completely burned. There is also Gaza University, Palestine University, and Al-Aqsa University. All of them are partially destroyed. Last but not least, there is also Al-Azhar University in Gaza City, not in Mughraqa City. So the one in Mughraqa City got completely bombed in the beginning of the war, but the one in Gaza City, here's the story of it. This is where my sister Farah was studying dentistry. It got bombed in November 2023 and later completely destroyed on the 5th of October 2025. Farah, my sister, and her classmates tried to complete most of their dentistry coursework online, but the practical courses were impossible for so many reasons. First of all, these practical courses should be in hospital and in university, but the university itself it refused to do that because, to be honest, hospitals get bombed a lot and universities as well, so they didn't want to risk the lives of their students. And now her university got bombed, so my sister couldn't graduate till now, and my sister cannot apply for scholarships outside of Gaza because she didn't again graduate. The jury should note the wider context. Since October 2023, all schools in Gaza have been closed because it's too dangerous for students to travel or attend the classes under constant bombardment. Meanwhile, most houses and apartment buildings have been struck or destroyed, and this caused a displacing of hundreds of families into tents or single rooms. In this mass displacement, schools became shelters for last resorts, and even these shelters were attacked. The places deemed too dangerous for children to learn became the only places left for their families to live in. And what happened to my family on the 21st of December 2023 in front of Al-Azhar University in Gaza City shows what scholars decide looks like on the ground. On 19th of December 2023, after an evacuation order, my family, my father, my mother, my sister, she was 20 years old, my brother who was 13, my youngest brother who was 9, and I was 18 years old, we left our home in a Tufah neighborhood for the safer western side of the city. We sheltered at my aunt's house, but my uncles took refuge inside Al-Azhar University, which is an educational institution, and it got turned into a place of displacement. 2 days later, my father asked us to go and visit our uncles, and because it was winter, they had no blankets. During the displacement, it's just so confusing that you just want to get out. You want to save your life. You can't take everything with you. So they didn't have blankets. They didn't have pillows, and the windows of the classes they were staying in, they were shattered by previous attacks on the university itself. At around 3 p.m., as we approached the university gates, a tank appeared at the end of the street, accompanied by a small drone. People around us were walking peacefully. Everyone was walking peacefully. And without a warning, the tank and the drone opened fire on us, randomly at everyone. A mother stood ahead of us holding a baby, and my father shouted for us to lie down. My father got shot on his thigh, and my mother was shot in her waist. We shouted that we were civilians, and we are unarmed. And we were standing in front of a university, which is a place that should be protected under the international law. The shooting paused, perhaps because we were all lying down, and the soldier inside the tank, he thought that we were dead. So we ran toward the gates when the shooting paused, and when I turned my back, I saw my father was still on the ground. This is when I found that he got shot in his thigh. The tank began to move toward him slowly, as if to crush him, and I ran back and dragged him away. During dragging him, I hear that the tank is preparing for a bomb, so for a shell, so it will bomb us. But luckily, I managed to pull my father inside the university gates. Moments later, after actually exactly at the same minute I managed to get my father inside the university, the tank bombed the gate and the entrance hall of the university. And this was the moment I understood that scholasticide is not theoretical. It's the deliberate conversion of a university, which is a space of thought, a space of humanity, into a battlefield. And between who? Between civilians and soldiers. Al-Azhar University, where my father earned his degree and where my sister used to study dentistry, is now gone. It was bombed on the 5th of October 2025. And I still ask myself, even if peace comes, how could my sister ever return to study in a place where we nearly lost our lives? And then I remember, well, she will never think in this way because the building itself, the buildings of Al-Azhar University, the university itself no longer stand. My journey as a student began in desperation, with no safe path to continue my education. From September 2024, I applied to universities abroad because there was nowhere left to study in Gaza. Under impossible conditions, no electricity, no internet. It's not even stable. It doesn't even exist. I walked 2 to 3 kilometers every day to find a signal, often standing in the street while drones circled overhead. There were no internet cafes and nowhere safe to charge a laptop. More than once, I chose to spend money meant for food on data and or phone charging to submit my applications. I completed my entire applications on my phone. I couldn't sit for exams like for international students like IELTS or TOEFL in Gaza because all test centers were closed. So I completed an online test. It's called Duolingo, and this happened while again drones flew above my neighborhood. Despite this, I received fully funded offers from Harvard, Yale, UPenn, Notre Dame, Wellesley in the US, Cambridge from the UK, Georgetown in Qatar, and Trinity College Dublin in Ireland. And I'm here today. I'm here because of volunteers and mentors who helped me through months of danger, and because of the Irish government with others facilitated the evacuation of students from Gaza to the countries that will host them, because they realized the worth of education and that students who are coming from conflict zones actually deserve a chance to get education. And I'm profoundly grateful for this. But for me, gratitude doesn't rebuild what was destroyed. It doesn't bring back our teachers. It doesn't bring back our classmates. It doesn't bring back our classrooms or the safety that once defined learning in Gaza. The jury should consider what this war has done to Gazan children. Ahmed, my brother, who's 15 years old now, and Luay, who's 11 years old, they have been disconnected from formal education for more than 2 years. Instead of learning spelling and arithmetic, they learned how to find food and water. Where once they practiced sums and read the stories, They now count the days without a meal. And they, and alongside thousands of other children, they were all forced to grow into survivors, not into they were all forced to grow into survivors, not into learners. Classrooms for children in Gaza, it means danger. It means surprising bombs. Schools that once displayed banners reading "My school is my second home" are now remembered as sites of mass massacres and despair. When a school becomes the last refuge for a family whose home was destroyed, and that refugee is bombed, what does this school mean for a child anymore? The place that maybe he or she lost their family in? Dear jury, we must face the truth. Education in Gaza has been deliberately and systematically attacked. Either we create new safe spaces for learning that do not carry the trauma attached to the war school, or we must name what has happened for what it is. Scholars decide, naming it as a first step toward ensuring it's not going to be repeated again. Finally, to my family, to Baba, to Mama, to Farah, to Ahmed and Lu'ay, I carry you with me into every classroom I enter. And I promise we will go back to our schools again, we will learn again, and we will rebuild the minds that were destroyed. And I really ask the jury to see what we lost and give that loss a name, so that justice may follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Malik, for your time and for the promise given at the end of your speech. The genocide of knowledge, Israeli systematic destruction of Gaza's intellectual life, and the silencing of Palestine's future. That is the topic we'll be talking and listening about in the next minutes. I'm calling for Mr. Wissam Amer to speak and to take his place at the stand.
Distinguished members of the jury, dear audience, it's always hard to speak after students and hearing all these witnesses from our students who were evacuated from Gaza. My name is Wissam Amer, former Dean of Faculty of Communication and Languages at Gaza University and currently a visiting professor at the University of Cambridge. I speak today not only as an academic, but also as a Palestinian, like thousands of Palestinians who lived through the systematic destruction of knowledge, the systematic destruction of Gaza's educational life. What I describe today is not just an abstract or theory. It is an experience. It is not only my experience, my personal experience. It's an experience for hundreds, if not for all academics and students in Gaza. What we have seen in Gaza is not only genocide, because the word genocide, the word massacres, the word war or conflict would not describe the reality on the ground. The reality is much beyond than that. What we have seen in Gaza is the deliberate erasure of knowledge, the methodological annihilation of universities, schools, and the killing of scholars, teachers, and students who embodied Gaza's intellectual heart. Since my evacuation from Gaza before the total closure of Rafah crossing, I have always carried a heavy mix of feelings. Though physically safe in Cambridge, still my mind remains tied to Gaza, as every Gaza person living outside, and every Palestinian and every supporter to the justice in Palestine. I worry constantly for my family, my neighbors, my colleagues, my students, who continue to endure what feels unbearable circumstances. My family and I were displaced several times. We lived in tents or in temporary tents. And honestly speaking, the word tent, when I say tent, it's much exaggeration, because the words, the meaning of these words or these terms would not describe the reality. The tent in Gaza is just a stick and a piece of clothes or plastic. And you can imagine, in such circumstances, you want to protect yourself, your family, your kids, your students who keep asking for lessons and to ask and concern about their studies. Together, we struggled to find clean, drinkable water, as we heard from our students. It was a big struggle. The big priority was to survive as much as possible, to find electricity, to charge our phones, devices, so we can connect with our students, with our colleagues, and even to search for a quiet corner that could serve as makeshift classroom. These moments reveal not only our suffering, but also the solid determination of people in Gaza, of academics, of students, to preserve life and learning amid genocide, learning amid devastation and destruction. What is unfolding in Gaza today is not merely a genocidal war. It is the continuation of a Zionist settler colonial project that seeks to uproot Palestinian existence. What my generation is witnessing is, in truth, a second Nakba. History is repeating itself. The same trauma that my grandparents endured in 1948, and again my parents in 1967, is now being lived by us, the current generation in Gaza. Since October 7th, 2023, we have faced renewed and multiple displacements, systematic violence, and the same relentless campaign of erasure. For 17 years, we survived under blockade and open-air prison, where scarcity was constant, but dignity remained intact. Despite everything, we continued to teach, to learn, and to dream, and will continue to dream for a better future for our people, not only in Gaza, but also in the West Bank and Jerusalem. Here, I would like to share some photos that I'm not sure if it works, sorry.
Just point it into the screen.
Nope, does not work, sorry. As you can see here, even though we faced the Israeli 17-year blockade and siege of Gaza, we tried our best to survive the blockade. Here, these photos capture the brighter side of Gaza. Moments of perseverance, community, and hope. They remind me of the vibrant life we built before the war, especially during my years as Dean of Faculty. I was Dean at Gaza University. A time defined by creativity, intellect, and the belief that education could light a path through even the darkest days of the siege and blockade. Israel's assault on Gaza has spared no sector of civilian life. Infrastructure, hospitals, schools, shelters, and mosques lie in ruins. Entire families, as we have heard from our students, have been wiped out, and whole neighborhoods, including educational and medical institutions, reduced to rubble. This devastation forms the backdrop to Gaza's ongoing humanitarian and intellectual catastrophe. I'm not sure if there is any. And you can see here how we tried to survive the first days or the first months of the war when I was in Gaza. As you can see in number 1, I tried my best to find, together with a colleague and also neighbors, a solar panel where we could charge our devices, our mobiles. And the second photo is the neighborhood where I lived and grew up. And third photo is my flat. You can see in such destroyed and damaged flat. And then fourth image is my classroom at Gaza University. And in the last photo is an UNRWA school where my daughters learned for their years or for the schools. Distinguished members of the jury, in the Gaza Strip, we have 12 higher education institutions accredited by the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research. As you can see here, the photos of our beautiful campuses. In these campuses, where I used to work, and some of them, we used to teach, also to educate, because these are not just buildings. These represent generations and generations. So the deliberate and systematic destruction is called and termed by scholars as scholasticide, a term that I learned only recently, though I have lived it for years. In Gaza, it's daily life. The scholasticide refers to the systematic, intentional destruction for a people's education or educational infrastructure, intellectual communities, and cultural knowledge and knowledge systems. Of course, it includes or encompasses targeted attacks, deliberate erasure, structural incapacitation, epistemic violence, but also what I can add to the definition on concept of scholasticide is the Israel incitement against the Palestinian syllabus and Palestinian curriculum. Libraries, archives, and ministries were flattened. As I said, these were not just buildings. They were generations of learning, research, and dreams collapsing in an instant. The jury should take into account what Israel has done is not only to destroy schools, universities, or colleges in Gaza, it has deliberately shattered the idea of a future built through education. In its genocidal war, Israel has left anything in Gaza, including all educational and higher educational institutions in Gaza. As you can see here, how Israel devastated and destroyed the campuses of our universities, and also killed colleagues that I used to work closely in Gaza. Here I refer to the former president of the Islamic University, Professor Sufyan Tayyah. He was killed alongside his family in Jabalia camp. Also, two of my colleagues from the same department, Dr. Hibal Abadla and Dr. Imtinan. And also, I would never forget my colleague and friend, Dr. Wissam Al-Isa. He was a professor at Al-Aqsa University. We share the same name, and we share the same fellowship. He was a Cara Fellowship, a Scholars at Risk program at Manchester University. But he returned to Gaza before October 7th. He was killed in Gaza. Actually, he was killed in Rafah. And I always think of him personally because not only we share the same name or we share the same fellowship, but also I put myself in his position. If I would have stayed in Gaza, what kind of faith I would have faced in Gaza. I know time is running, but I think to respond to scholasticide, we need to have de-scholasticide approach, because to respond to the systematic construction or destruction, to respond to the systematic destruction, we need to have a systematic construction. And for this systematic construction, I think we should work together in a very collective way where we can support the sumud, the resilience and steadfastness of people and academics and students in Gaza. Finally, the jury should recognize that the justice for Gaza must include the right to learn, to teach, and to remember. To kill a scholar is to kill the memory of a people. To bomb a university is to bomb the bridge to the future. Knowledge survives in fragments of memory, in the will to resist erasure. Also here, I would like to finish this talk with a poem that I always finish my talks with, by Dr. Rifat Al-Arir, because he was a dear friend and colleague at the Department of English at the Islamic University of Gaza. If I must die, you must live to tell my story, to sell my things. We keep saying, keep explaining, and we keep telling the story of every single university, every single student in Gaza. And of course, if I must die, let it be bring hope. We need this hope to rebuild Gaza and make it a tale of success, to save the generations of students, academics in Gaza in Palestine in general. Thank you so much.
And as a conclusion to this topic, and before we open session of questions and answers, we will look at the testimonies about scholasticide.
خمس سنوات أنا في عندي جيل 5 سنين.
حتى لو بلشوا اصلا القصف واستهداف المدارس. حتى لو يعني انتهت الحرب يكون الرجعه للمدارس تكون صعبه جدا. كان يعني اول شيء استهداف المدارس واستهداف الطبقه التعليميه.
يعني عائلة زوجة أخيك رحمهم الله الاستهداف جاء ضمن الكفاءات العلمية نعم. التي يتم استهدافها نعم. في هذه الحرب لا نعم. ذنب لهم سوى نعم. أنهم
علم أنه والدها هو خريج الجامعات الأمريكية ويعد من أصحاب البحوث العلمية المحكمة في أمريكا وهو كان عميد كلية التمريض في الجامعة الإسلامية ولا ذنب لهم إلا كما ذكرتي عملية استهداف للعقول وللكفاءات الفلسطينية.
دكتورة، كيف حال الآن الجامعة الإسلامية في غزة وكيف أحوال زملائكم هناك؟
طبعا الجامعة الإسلامية من أولى الجامعات التي استهدفت من قبل الاحتلال، فدمرت يعني كل مبانيها، لم يبقى ولا مبنى إلا وأصابه الصواريخ. هناك في الجامعة مكتبة مركزية قديمة جدا عريقة جدا فيها مئات الآلاف من الكتب، كلها دمرت ولم يبقى فيها شيء. الآن الكادر الأكاديمي أيضا استهدف في الجامعة، منهم رئيس الجامعة استشهد، وكثير من الطاقم التدريس والإداريين أيضا استشهدوا.
حتى جامعتي تم هدمها. أنا في كتاب إلي في صار موقف معايا لسه أول امبارح، في كتاب كنت حاصل عليه من دكتور عزيز في الجامعة ومش قادر أطلعه من غزة. بعثت تقريبا ل10 أشخاص وندمت على إني سألتهم. كنت بدي أطلب منهم شغلة واحدة، إذا في نسخة من الكتاب صوروا لي أكم من صفحة أو ابعثوا لي الملف PDF إذا كان متوفر منه PDF ثاني. تمام؟ ال10 أشخاص للأسف منهم صبايا ومنهم شباب درسوا معايا في الجامعة، ردوا علي رد صاعق، الكتاب والشهادات والأوراق كلها حرقت. يعني هي تفصيلة، هي بسيطة جدا بالنسبة لأي إنسان. لو إنسان في الغرب عاش هاي التفصيلة يمكن لارتفعت محاكم الدنيا كلها عشان نعم. يراجعوا المجرم اللي سبب هذا الشيء.
أكثر من ذلك، أنا بقول لك الآن في عندنا جيل 5 سنين لا يدرس. اليوم أنا بطلت بديش ابني لا يكون مهندس ولا دكتور ولا طبيب. إحنا كنا زمان وإحنا صغار أهالينا يتقاتلوا، بدي إياك تكون مهندس، بدي إياك يكون طبيب، يكون دكتور، عالم فضاء، أبصر شو. اليوم إحنا بدنا بس شغلة واحدة، بدنا ابننا يكتب ويقرأ بس، يعرف يكتب اسمه ويعرف يقرأ وبس. تخيل من وصل 5 سنين، إحنا 5 سنين، 2 حرب وما قبل كانت كورونا،
جائحة كورونا صحيح.
5 سنين، 5 سنوات أنا في عندي جيل حرفيا لا يستطيع أن يقرأ ولا يكتب.
كان في طالبة فاطمة حميد كنت أنا متواصلة معها قبل بيومين، قالت لي يا مس أنا في ضرب حوالينا كتير وارجعي ابعتي لي السلايدات، وبعثت لها وتحدثت معها قليلا يعني واطمأنيت عليها. تخيلي تاني يوم مباشرة، هيك تاني يوم مباشرة يعني على نفس الواتس بيجي بحكي أنا أخو فاطمة، أنا مش عارف أتواصل مع الجامعة، فاطمة استشهدت.
أريد أن أنوه فقط لأنه مدارس أونروا ربما البعض لا يعني يدرك هذه النقطة. المدارس هي التي كنا نستخدمها في السابق كمدارس للتعليم، هي حولت إلى مراكز إيواء منذ بدء الحرب، بالتالي تضم مئات الآلاف من النازحين.
يعني فعليا الأطفال وأهم شيء مرحلة التعليم طبعا مش موجود، لهم سنتين متوقفين عن التعليم. وانت عارفة احنا أصلا سلاحنا في غزة التعليم.
صحيح.
يعني أهم شيء عنا إنه يدرسوا ويتعلموا.
And now it's time for questions and answers. So I will ask the members of the jury if they have any questions, please to address.
Thank you very much for all the presentations. They're heartbreaking, to tell you the truth. When the youth loses its hope, it brings the whole nation down. I want to ask the officials, the dean, about the students' records. Do we know if these students' records have been preserved, or if they are online, or if they are digitally available, or all these records for the past, since Gaza's universities have been in existence, have they been lost forever, or is there a way to retrieve them? Also, I know there were a lot of archival material that are very difficult to reproduce. I know Isra University, for example, they had lots of archaeological findings, possibly up to 3,000 pieces. So I don't know if we have a good record on what is lost, what is preserved, what is not there. Are there reports? I have seen a lot of reports, medical reports and other reports, but I haven't seen anything on universities and education. It would be very helpful if there are some reports that will have all these answers to these questions, particularly on the issue of students' records.
Thank you for the question. Usually in Gaza, we reserve or save the administrative records in local servers inside the universities. Some of the universities have or had digital servers together in collaboration with other universities outside Gaza. For example, Azhar University had cooperation with a university in Jordan. So they could save not every record for every student, but the majority, if you talk about the majority of students' administrative records, I would say, unfortunately, most of them have gone. The universities, the infrastructure in Gaza has all been gone, also for the universities. We tried to restore anything that we could at the beginning of the war, and then we asked the students to not to re-register, but to upload their manuscripts, any documents they have from the university. Then we tried to kind of restructure all the administrative records for the students. It's a big issue because the techno infrastructure in Gaza has always been affected, not because of the war only, but also for the past 17 years of the siege. All the technologies were very limited in Gaza. And now with the universities in Gaza have resumed the online learning in May 2024, but honestly speaking, we do exaggerate when we say online learning, because the infrastructure for online learning is not there. We have the model platform, but if you talk about electricity, there is no electricity at all in Gaza, and people rely actually on the solar panels that are available in some places, so the students and academics can charge their mobiles or their devices if they have any. Also, the safety and security are lost in Gaza. As a dean, I have never been able to ask any student or any academic to go to any educational cafe or hub in Gaza, because simply who would guarantee that this cafe or this hub would not be targeted by Israel. I know some colleagues, some students took the risk and walked long time to go to these to the so-called educational hubs or cafes in Gaza. But yeah, they took it was a really personal initiative, I would say, but they took the risk to face all the dangers that possibly could happen. Also, if we talk about the internet needed for infrastructure, for online learning and infrastructure, we use eSIM cards with very limited data. Maybe like in the last few months, there was some availability of Wi-Fi connection. But if we talk about the beginning of the war, or the first 15 months, most of the people in Gaza relied on eSIM cards with very limited data. So basically, when I used to ask my colleagues in Gaza, especially during the times of the exams, to upload their exams, they said yes, they would, but they don't have the capacity. They don't have the internet connection. So I asked them actually to send me the drafts of the exams, and I tried to to rewrite the designed exam and then upload them online. Administrative records are part of the major issues that we face in Gaza, because now it is also connected to online learning. Because if you think about rebuilding the higher education, of course, administrative records are important, but if we talk about the other elements to rebuild higher education institutions, of course, we need years and years. I'd say it is, rebuilding is very challenging, yet it is feasible. There is, way to reconstruct, if, as I said, if there is collective work that it brings different efforts together, so we can help and support the students in Gaza. Possibly in the next few years, we would only rely on online learning. Yeah. All right, thank you.
May I have a follow-up very quickly?
Yeah, of course, yeah, go on.
How do you think this is going to impact the students themselves? Do they have that spirit that they would like to go on? Do they have, are they spirited? If you remember interaction with them, I saw Malak, for example.
Second, please, sorry.
I'm trying to see how the students react. 88,000 people have been locked out of learning. And now what they are giving few opportunities, perhaps e-learning, few people will have the same opportunity as Malak. So what would come out of the others? Would they have the spirit of going through tough years of trying to get education? One of the parents was saying that he doesn't see any point of going to engineering or medical or whatever. He just wants for them to be able to read and write. That kind of spirit, how would it gonna affect how will it impact the overall educational system if one was to really rebuild?
Well, of course, there is an impact on the students. As you know, it's not only their universities or their classrooms have been destroyed. Everything in Gaza, the priorities in Gaza have been, I would say, changed, but the priorities have been modified. Rather than to think of education, the priority was to search for safety, security, water, food, and so on. Despite such situation, the students are very, very determined to continue their education. As dean and also as lecturer, I taught several modules. If I talk about my personal experience, I got many, many messages, from students asking about, their certificates, about the materials that we communicate through WhatsApp groups. For each module, we have a WhatsApp group, to communicate the recorded voice lectures This is like the strategy that we follow in Gaza, actually. We record our lectures by voice, and then we communicate these recorded lectures to our students via WhatsApp groups. And you can see like the students interact with us, even they face the bombardment. During the time of bombing, students escaping from one place to another, they also keep asking, hello, Dr. Wissam, what should we do this, what should we do that? You know, when is the exam, when is that? Can we delay the exam for another time because one student, or they were like displaced from one place to the another. I wouldn't say the students lost hope. Still, they determined, they have the resilience, but they need support to continue their education.
Thank you very much. The question is for our speaker just now. I'm just wondering whether one could take a leave from the South African experience. A lot of the movements which sustained the anti-apartheid struggle, this was somewhere in the middle of the long struggle. Those movements actually operated from outside South Africa and outside the region in some respects, meaning by which can we look towards a situation where we will have Palestinian movements run and managed by non-Palestinians, non-Arabs in other parts of the world, who provide the information, who do the dissemination, which you are not able to do because of your situation. You have very basic problems like the problem of internet and the problem of maintaining communications on a constant and continuous manner. But people outside can do these things, even though they may not be in touch with you regularly, but they are part of a larger struggle. I may be wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't seen that sort of internationalization of the Palestinian struggle in relation to education so far, where academics who have their own personal links, they may not be part of an established infrastructure, but through their own links, they're able to sustain the struggle. Do you see something like that evolving in the case of Palestine?
Well, to respond to the scholastic side, internally there have been many local initiatives. One of them is called the TTSI and by Al-Najah University, and also another campaign, Right to Education by Birzeit University at the beginning of the war, where they hosted the Palestinian students from Gaza online to join the universities in the West Bank. This is first. If we talk about the external support and lead movement, I'm being involved in some initiatives, and I'm happy to say that the Palestinian-led network called Academic Action Network for Palestine is known as Act4PAL, which has been established in London by Palestinian academics, scholars, by which we try to educate and raise awareness and also to support our students and colleagues in Gaza. By this network, we talk to many partners, not only in the UK, but actually worldwide. We have several programs where to support. One of these programs is students at home scholarships, where we target the MA students who joined the MA programs at the universities in Gaza before October 7th, but they could not finish their their studies because of the war, where we support them with tuition fees and also with mentorship, to support them also, academically. Another project is about mental health and trauma treatment that we also pay attention to. I wouldn't exaggerate if we say that everyone in Gaza is traumatized, even include myself and my daughters and my close family. Everyone in Gaza is traumatized because of all of what we have seen in Gaza is really beyond the imagination. So there is like some projects in collaboration with the universities in the UK. Also, there is the emergency committee led by Palestinian academics. Actually, it's a coalition of 3 universities in Gaza where they promote the support for students in Gaza. I mean, they mobilize and they promote the work worldwide as well. They have a SNAD program where people can fund the students. I mean, they can sponsor students, so mainly for tuition fees and releasing the certificates. Universities in Gaza do not ask students to pay tuition fees, but also at the same time, they do not release the certificates until students pay when they work. So it's like kind of, helping each other. Students are not obliged to pay the tuition fees now, or they can pay in installments until they finish their studies. I have to say, I have to clarify this point because all the universities in Gaza since 2017 rely completely, 100% on students' tuition fees. There is no other external funding for the universities. This means that if the universities, if the students pay the tuition fees for the universities, then the universities can cover some of the running costs. For example, like the salaries. I've never, ever got a full salary in Gaza in my work. Never, I got full salary. It's always on the reserve, like 50-40% a month, and then the rest of the salary is placed on the reserve, and we don't know when we will get. And it's not only me, it's like every university in Gaza follows this, actually this strategy, because this is the only available option for Gaza. So it's like helping students covering their tuition fees would indirectly sustain the higher education system in Gaza. This is why we call on the movements around the world. I know there are many initiatives, either for example individual or group initiatives, but unfortunately from my observation, from my analysis, most of these initiatives work in isolation. They don't work together. So I always call on a collective, collaborative approach and framework where all these grassroots movements, initiatives, individually or collectively come together to prevent duplications of efforts, save money, and of course, save efforts, and of course, for building on rebuilding the higher education in Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For members of the jury and all of those who do investigate, listen, read, search, and document, on our YouTube channel, Witness I, there are many testimonies and many interviews called Expert Talks, where experts have been analyzing the amount of devastation when it comes to archaeological and historical inheritance that unfortunately is being destroyed every day. So also you can find all the information on that channel along with the Gaza Tribunal YouTube channel, where you can find everything that you might have missed today or yesterday. For today, that's it. Thank you very much for your time and for your attention. And we start in the morning, sharp at 9, talking about complicity, international system, resistance, and solidarity. Thank you very much again.